Peace, and welcome to another weekly sermon where we take a concept from the Quran and we discuss it together so that we may be able to get closer to the message of God and understanding what needs to be done. So, as well for us to reflect upon what God has told us. There's also a verse in the Quran that states that when the call to the prayer, to the prayer is called for on the day of congregation, then leave your trades, your entertainment, and come to the prayer for the remembrance of God. So this is exactly what we are going to be doing today. I'm going to, as every week, and yes, these are recorded on my YouTube. If you go onto my YouTube, you'll see them on my live. And we are right now live on both YouTube and TikTok. Both YouTube and TikTok have the same handle when it comes down to my profile. So peace to everybody. Peace, Tamir, Rishay G. May God bless you guys. Salam Shabs, Atif, Fadi, Zain, Volatile, Abdul Ghani. Peace to everybody. No, it's not Friday. M Friday is not a holy day. It is just another day, but they opted to do it on Friday. You could do this on any day of the week or anytime there's a congregation. Peace, Tamir. Shiraz, when I say shalom, still peace. Powerpuff Girls. Can you explain Taghut? Taghut is one that transgresses the limits of God, but they go way above and beyond doing so. And the other way of understanding it is the idols that people worship. So, in regards to the word taghut, you could think of really oppressive political leaders as taghut, people who are extremely oppressive. Pharaoh is an excellent example of a taghut, and people take their judgments over the judgment of God. Do you watch The Boys? No, I do not. I don't really. So the UAE and Saudi Arabia, the people who run it, yes, not is not the people who run the countries, not the people themselves. Gray the cat, is democracy a form of taghut? Democracy is a form of societal way of living. Okay, it's a political system. A political system does not necessitate for it to be considered as a taghut, but the democratic system is not something that is substantiated by the Quran. So in the Quran, we don't get an idea where the majority gets to vote on what happens, but rather God is giving the land in a way where he is producing leaders among the people. And these people, they have their people to consult with, and then they come up with a valid understanding. So if we gave the vote for the people in the majority, God tells you that the majority of the world do not believe in God except if they associate with him. The majority of the world will not believe in God. The majority of the world will say they believe, but when it comes down to push and shove, they will not do the right thing. The majority of the world is limited by their ability, their knowledge, because God gives wisdom and knowledge to those who are righteous. So when you want to put a righteous leader, he's going to be capable of recognizing the righteous people around him, and these are the people he would use to consult. There's another way of understanding it, is that when the prophet of God assigned to the children of Israel Talut as a king, the children of Israel, the majority was saying no, he's not worthy of being a king. So if it was a majority vote in regards to a democratic way of approaching the matter, then Talut would have not been a king, and they would have lost the war, and they would have not done what God has asked them to do. And if you go to the land of Sheba, where the queen of Sheba, she was having to make a decision. Should we attack Solomon or should we take a different means? The people around her, they consulted her, and the majority vote was, let's attack him. We're stronger than him, and we have a very mighty army. And her response was, no, I think we're going to try this diplomatically, and that saved her and her people. So if it was a majority vote, then a lot of the times we're going to find ourselves in more issues than good. So that's why I don't believe the democratic system is something that where the Quran is promoting. It's more so a hierarchy. Peace, everyone. Uh, peace, la Muslimana. My good brother Mahdi, peace. Bismillah. Richie, Lamin, Momoki. What's your favorite movie? It'd probably be The Godfather. For some reason, I have stopped receiving notifications when you go live. You too, bro. Democracy is, yes, and the rest is 40. Democracy is 51% eats, and the rest of 49 eats the rest of the 49. Oh, I get it. Peace to everyone. Peace. All right. So come to submission. Okay. Where am I then? The Godfather 3 shouldn't exist. I don't know. I like the whole trilogy. I appreciate them. I'm not accepting anybody up now as a guest. Right now, I'm just going to start the sermon soon, and we're going to be discussing certain verses about God. Right now, we're in a land and a time where people are quickly divided. And especially when you look at these youngins on TikTok, they open these lives where they start to weaponize what God has said in order to put a whole group of people down or to put each other down. And they twist the verses in a way so that it becomes a weapon rather than a saving grace, which is exactly why God sent these books. Random question: are you an Arab? What specifically happened in your life that made you reject Hadith? I am Arab, and what happened for me to reject Hadith is I opened the Quran and I read it. That's the summary. I'm not an Arab. I'm Arabized. So, like, my genes are not Arab. I'm not like from the Gulf states, which is what an Arab is, but I am from the Levant, where you grow up speaking Arabic and your whole life is Arab, but the genes are not Arab. So, for example, North Africans, they're not Arab, but they speak Arabic. You still deny that God sent a messenger during computer age? Who's the messenger that God sent during the computer age? Tell me his name. The real Arabs are Levant. I'm not sure. Part 3 is the best. It's the most masculine of the franchise. Part 3 is very interesting in regards to how it turned out. Can audio be a bit higher? Yes, it can. Tell me if this is better. Is this better? From Jordan, Syria, around that area, yes. Rashad Khalifa. No, Rashad Khalifa is definitely not a messenger. He has failed to do anything in regards to what a messenger should do. Plus, salam. Salam Ruqiyya, salam Farah. Don't do that. We people are yes, we definitely have Arab traces as well. But when people are talking about I'm trying to be as truthful as I can. Thoughts on Shia. My thoughts on Shia are the thoughts on Shia is that they have associated much to God's religion, but at least they're trying. But they need to open their ears and eyes for them to truly see the truth. The problem between the Sunni and the Shia in regards to certain things, it's like, imagine in 2018, I believe it was, when Trump says that the vote was taken away from him, that Joe Biden has stole the presidency from Trump. And then they fight in regards to who should have been the political leader. And then this fight happens and keeps going for 1,300 years, where, hey, my president is supposed to be Trump in 2000 and like 1,000 years ago. And the guy goes, no, the president that should have happened was Joe Biden. And they fight about it for 1,400 years. This is pretty much what Sunni and Shia is. Who should have been the Khalifa? Who should have been the successor after the blessed Prophet Muhammad? And we're still fighting about it. That makes no sense when it comes down to religion. Now, they call themselves Shi'at Ali. They call themselves Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. These are labels that they have put on themselves that God has not ordained for us to have. These are sectarianism. And in fact, I appreciated the question that was asked in regards to what you think about the Shia and us talking about sectarianism, because it's going to lead us directly to today's sermon, the weaponizing God's verses. And subhanAllah, what's your opinion on Salafi Wahhabism? Yeah, that's also very extremist and a wrong way of understanding. You can't tell me that for me to understand monotheism, that I can't open the book of God and understand Tawheed or becoming a monotheist, a wholly dedicated monotheist to the Lord, that I have to go purchase another book of a man by the name of Abdul Wahhab, and he is going to teach me on how to achieve monotheism. So I can't add another book to the book of God and say that this is how you're going to learn the religion. So salam Khadija, Sister Khadija. What's your interpretation of the verse? What does it benefit a man to gain the whole world but forfeit his soul? I can't recall such a verse. Gangster boy. I love Gangster boy. Gangster boy. He needs to teach me on how to wipe my butt and pee. And that's, I believe that was the thing that he came up to say on why the Quran was incomplete. Bashir, are you a Muslim? All praise to God. I did submit myself to God. Do you get wahi? Everyone gets wahi as long as they submit to God. But I don't think you understand what wahi is. That's fine. Salam, everyone. All right. What a gangster, right? Hey, does the mother of Moses get wahi? Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah, brother. How dare you say what the Quran says? Astaghfirullah. What's wahi? Wahi is revelation, inspiration. So God can inspire you to do something. It does not make you a messenger. Does not make you a prophet. If God inspires you to feed the man next to you, this is something that you need to do. This is a sign from God for you to get closer to God and for you to have a blessing on the day of judgment. God can send an angel to inspire you to go feed the man next to you. This is wahi. But God, if he inspires you and he says to you that you should go say this to these people and warn these people, you are now a messenger of God. That's God inspiring you to deliver a message. That's exactly what a messenger is. Not everybody that receives wahi makes him a messenger. So this is where the Sunnis like to manipulate the words that are found in the Quran, like the word kafir, for example, the one who rejects or covers, or the word, for example, dal, misguided or deluded, or the word for wahi and hadith and Islam and Muslim. All of these words, they like to manipulate them, and so that they would try to give themselves a credence and an understanding which what God did not intend in the Quran. And then when you say to them that this is what it means in the Quran, for example, the word sunnah, they say, no, it's about our convention. We understand the word, yes, because you went off what God has said, and now you have this really weird convention that when you're going to see the way that you read the words, they don't fit in the Quran anymore. Like sunnah Allah or sunan alladhina khalu min qablikum. When I say sunnah, they think about hadith. What's your manhaj? I follow the Quran. Itachi schooled this guy bad. Itachi did not school nobody. She said some stuff and then ran away. Excellent. But you still didn't answer, gangster boy. And I swear I would love to bring you up, but right now I want to start the sermon. Is the mother of Moses a messenger of God? Are the disciples of Jesus messengers of God? Is the bee a messenger of God? And how is Zechariah possible? How is Zechariah doing wahi to his people? What does the word wahi mean at this point? Itachi the ninja. Anyways. Why do you no longer who accepts hadith? I miss it. Tamla soon, God willing. Tachi, run. Exactly. Peace, everybody. I'm going to try to keep up with the comments on both YouTube and here. How do you explain 3:7? By reading it and explaining it. It's not hard. Anyways, all praise to our Lord, the Lord of the worlds. We briefly discussed on how there's the concept of sectarianism. God is telling us in the Quran in regards to how these people, they hurt each other because of what God has revealed in the truth, and they weaponize God's verses. So welcome to another sermon we are about to commence. I hope that everybody can maybe pay attention to what is being said, lest you get some benefit. This is the purpose of these conversations. It's going to be maybe 20-30 minutes long, and then later we can discuss. I know a lot of people are very explosive in the chat, but those are your decisions. In the name of God, all praise to our Lord, the Lord of the worlds. Exalted is you above what they ascribe to you. We all praise to the one that knows everything that is within the worlds and what is within the hearts of the people. Exalted is the one that knows the secret and what is even deeper hidden than that. The one that has the sovereignty of over the skies and the land and everything that he created in between them. Exalted is you, my God. Exalted are you, my God. The one that has all the sovereignty in his hand. You bestow your sovereignty to whom you bestow some of your sovereignty to whom you want, and you rip it from whoever you want. You bless whoever you want, and you humiliate who you want. Exalted are you, the one who brings the life out of the death and causes death and brings death out of life. The one who gives us the morning and the one who gives us the night. Exalted is the one that created everything and made it so precise, made it so clear and amazing for us to truly transverse in this world and to see the blessings that you have created, our Lord. Our Lord, you are our King, you are our Creator, you are our knower. Exalted are you above what they ascribe to you from partners and notions, things that bring down from your mercy. Our Lord, we ask you on this day to bless us even more and to guide us to a path where we would not be humiliated on the day of judgment. Our Lord, please allow us to be of those when you said that whoever you guide, no one can delude. And God, do not let us be among those who have been misguided and deluded. Our Lord, forgive us our sins and our desires on things that we hold on to this earth and to this world that has no bearing on us on the day of judgment other than to take us away from your remembrance, or for us to not sit and exalt you and glorify to you and glorify you and praise you. You are worthy of all praise. You have given us this amazing book for us to truly understand who we are, and we are very grateful for it, our Lord. Our Lord, allow us to be of those that establish the prayer and turn to you and talk to you. And do not let us be of those who become deaf, dumb, and blind, and our hearts get hardened from the truth. Our Lord, let us be of people who comprehend with our heart. Let us have the empathy. And let us be of those that are capable of standing on their feet against those that want to falsify the truth that you have given us. Our Lord, the more we read in the book, the more we understand of how much of mercy you bestowed upon us, and how tolerant and how compassionate and how amazing you really are. Our Lord, open our eyes even more for us to truly understand more of your glory and for us to get closer to you and to be loyal servants to you. Remind us of the words when they needed to be reminded, and allow us to be of those that remind of your words for others to be reminded. Allow us to be always in humbleness and humility around you. Do not let us be of those that want to transgress and to have egotistical problems or superiority complex. Allow the words to break any rocks that are within our hearts, and allow this water to gush through for us to be an example to the rest of the world on how it feels to be close to God and what it means to be a servant of God. Teach us more of the discipline that you accept. Teach us more of the self control that you accept. Teach us more on how to be honest, the honesty that you accept. Allow us to be people who are upright and balancing justice and pursuing the truth. Do not let us be of those where we want to make others feel bad or hurt, but rather make us people who invite towards you. Our Lord, we ask you for your blessings on this day and every day that you are giving us in ways so that we would be building for our hereafter. Give us good in this world and the hereafter, God, and save us from the torment of the fire. And God, help us in regards to what is happening around us. And let us be a beacon of truth. And let us be of people who are inviting to a unity, to a singular civilization or single community for us, where we could raise your name and talk about you without having to be persecuted or for us needing to hide because of whatever they're ascribing to you. Our Lord, you are our guardian. You are our protector. You are the one who saves us from anyone who wants to throw us in a fire. You are the one who gave us clear evidences and gave us clear proofs for this certainty for us to stand here, that on the day of judgment, we will be meeting you. Our Lord, we strive to be meeting you. We do not want to be raised blind on the day of judgment, and we do not want to be ignored on the day of judgment. And we want our cries to be heard, and for us to truly work on the things that matter, and not to attach ourselves to this worldly life, this fleeting life that you promised us will be destroyed. Our Lord, when you resurrect us with the joy and the hope and the gleams and a bright, with the light within our hands. And do not make us upon those that follow the darkness and where they're going to go. Save us from the fire that you promised the criminals. And God, please intercede on our behalf on the times that we did make an error which is worthy of you leaving us. Give us the words for us to be able to repent, and God, accept our supplications. Exalted is you, the Lord of this world, and everything in between the skies and the land, and the Lord of the skies and the land, and the Lord of the great throne, the one who created it all and knows it all. Please, God, forgive us and permit us into your mercy in this world and in the hereafter. All praise to you, Lord of the worlds. Peace, everybody. So, today we're going to be discussing a very simple matter, the matter of how people weaponize the verses of God. This is something where it causes separation. This is what happens when people start to separate. God has sent us a book which is precise, it is detailed, it has the knowledge that we require, it's an explanation to all things. These are in regards to matters of humanity. These are in regards to matters of salvation. These are in regards to the matter of the human psyche. This is something that is extremely important for you as a person to be able to understand, for you to achieve higher limits in this world and the hereafter. But these limits are made and designed in a way for us to be able to stay as a community and for us to be able to achieve something that is positive. The more that we understand the verses of God, the more we understand that the best path in life is to be selfless human being, where you care about others and you care about community and you want to work together rather than focusing on your greed and what you want to have in this world. The more that people start to become independent and the more that they want to think a certain way outside of what God has ordered, the more troubles that we're going to have. And these people start to now go into the world where not only money is important to them, but the concepts of influence and the concepts of power starts to also overtake them, where they want to rise in the land and become haughty in the land in a way where it is not permissible, where they want to take it by force. It's not just stealing people's money through deceptions and lies or creating systems and creating things in regards to interests and other ways to truly keep the financial power, but they also start to steal the power from others by making them accept lies which they themselves don't accept, which hinders their mind, burdens them, and at that point, it makes them fall. And the way that the devil uses the verses of God in regards to how people think is to divide them and to bring this knowledge in between them that God has given them, and so that they would end up transgressing against each other. So, a very easy way to understand this is God tells us, for example, that the people who were given the Torah and they did not uphold the Torah, that God gives them the example for us to imagine on how these people's lives are. They are like donkeys carrying books. And if you start to visualize the thing that which God is telling us, it is like a person who's carrying a burden or a load and he doesn't want to carry it. He's a person where you see his face is like, oh man, why do I have to do this? And it is such a really weird example where people can take it as an insult. It is not an insulting way of what God is saying. He is not insulting people when God is saying that these people are committing shirk, or these people are immoral, or these people are losers. These are not insults in regards to how God is showing us on who they are. This is God passing judgment. But then we see that these individuals that are causing problems in the world, they start to take these verses and so that they would put the person in front of them down. And it's not someone where it is an enemy. It is not talking to other polytheists, for examples, or certain types of idolaters that they're not part of, but rather they go against each other within their own communities with these verses that God has presented. So they start to pass these extremely negative judgments, and then they start to call each other disbelievers, and they start to cut at each other's necks, and then they start to justify their actions by what God has said. That, oh, well, because you are now showing a hypocrisy, you are a hypocrite, and I have written certain things that I say, and I believe that this is what the messenger said. And because you are now not believing what I'm saying, you're not fighting me, but rather you're fighting the messenger. And here you go. In the book of God, it says that I have the right to kill you. And then this is how they start to use the verses of God in a way for them to engineer their path in a way so that they would take control. And they would start to collect these numbers, and then they would start becoming a sect. Now, us as believers who have shed away from this sectarianism, where we have left the other books that they use, and then they use the verses of God to manipulate, and so that they would achieve their goals to making others believe these others books, we are people who have believed in the Quran and just the Quran as guidance. But we have to also understand that the Quran has a subjective element. People have their own abilities, people have their own experiences, people have their own knowledge, and people have their own sicknesses. We are not the doctors, and we're not here to heal people's sickness. We're not here to try to take someone away from any deviated course that he found because of the verses. This is not our duty. Our duty is to express what we witnessed. Our duty is to remind in the truth, and our duty is to stay united. If I am finding a brother that says he believes in the Quran, yet he does not believe that the prayer, the establishment of the prayer, has a physical concept and it's a ritual that needs to be done at certain times of a day, not a ritual in a way where it is a certain style of prayer and there's only one way of prayer in regards to how others do it, but rather there is a concept where you ritually pray, where you have certain aspects that you have to do in not a specific order. This is something that I believe the Quran is saying. But he, on the other hand, disregards that as not what the Quran is saying. It is not for me to try to sit here and push that person down. Because the beautiful thing about the Quran is the more you are closer to the truth, the more success you're going to find in this world and the hereafter. The more your seeds are going to be producing good things as long as you're doing righteous deeds. While the other man who is coming up with these concepts that are not true in the Quran, then he is inventing a lie about God. But I am not going to sit here and bring the brother down. I'm simply going to express the truth in a way where how God told us to express it, and I let the man go. But is he still part of my community? Absolutely. Is he still my brother? Is she my sister in faith? Absolutely. Are we practicing in the same way? That is not for me to enforce, and I cannot there is no compulsion in religion, and therefore I cannot force you to see the understanding on the way that I understand it. But if you're going to sit and target me and try to bring me down and try to start to call me certain things and label me as an associator when I'm not associating or idolizing or committing any form of idolatry, then you are now using the verses of God in a way for us to be divided. If I am going to sit here and start to use these words and I start to do the exact same thing that you're doing to me, we start to have separate groups. And then there starts to become animosity in this group. And then we have to start to distinguish each other. Okay, he's a ritual salater and he is a non-ritual salater. And guess what? Those eventually become labels. And then the person is simply asked, are you a ritual man or are you non-ritual man? And then at that point, it starts to become what? A new sect. So this is where we can understand this knowledge that God has given us. It is for us to be able to decipher the truth when we are in differences. But we cannot allow the knowledge to come as a way, as a knife on each other's neck. When we have admitted that there is one God, that we have admitted that there is a day of judgment, we have admitted and testified that our actions are going to be judged. When we have testified that the Quran is giving us the way that we need to be speaking with each other, we are both in agreement there where there is no subjective understanding to what is being presented. This is a very clear and concise pattern in what God is telling you. We do not need to discuss what the word patient means, that to discuss to them in goodness, that to debate them with wisdom and knowledge and in a polite manner. And if the person is excessive and he's showing ignorance, you say to him, peace. You don't say to him, kafir, loser, liar, get out of here. You're a this and you're a that. Because at that point, you are not a person that's following what God has said. Rather, you're a person who is trying to divide. So as a Quran alone believer, as a person who takes his religion from the Quran, as a submitter to God's system, I am not going to target another person. What if I have a concept that I want to discuss? I do not need to use somebody as an scapegoat and show that person's character and attack the person's character and then say, therefore, you cannot listen to his understanding. But I can take the subject matter and discuss the subject matter without having to involve anyone personally. And then at that point, if why words helped certain individuals reach a positive conclusion, then so be it. And if his words are allowing people to reach a certain conclusion, then so be it. Because guidance is not upon us. We are the ones who needed to be guided, and we are telling you how we are being guided. And the results is what we want to achieve. The results is what everybody wants. Nobody wants a bad life. Everybody wants a good life. What is a good life? To some people, that's subjective. In the Quran, it's very objective on what can be considered as a good life. So when God is expressing to us a verse that was repeated often in the Quran, we need to truly understand that this is a warning to the community of believers. This is a message to you, for you not to be like these people, for you to find the truth in a way where you are inviting to God in what is good, in what is with wisdom and in a good principle and a good morals. See what I'm saying? So what I'm going to do is present the verses right now, and so that we could see how God is oftenly repeating this word for us to reflect upon. And this is where I'm building this sermon around this phrase that appears a few times in the Quran. Just give me 1 second so that I can put it on the screen. There we go. So this is in chapter 2, verse 213. And God is teaching us about the prophets here. It says, كان الناس أمة أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم كان الناس أمة واحدة فبعث الله النبيين مبشرين ومنذرين وأنزل معهم الكتاب بالحق ليحكموا بين الناس فيما اختلفوا فيه وما اختلف فيه إلا الذين أوتوه من بعد ما جاءتهم البينات بغيا بينهم فهدى الله الذين آمنوا لما اختلفوا فيه من الحق بإذنه والله يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. Mankind was a single nation. That is how God created us. Then God raised the prophets as missionaries and warners and revealed the book with them in truth so that they may judge between the people concerning what they differed, or so that God may judge between the people concerning what they differed. But none disputed about it except those who were given the truth after what had come to them of proofs out of injustice among them. So those people differed after they used the truth as a way to commit this injustice in between them. So we see this being repeated in the Quran a few times, where again God states right here in chapter 3 verse 19, إن الدين عند الله الإسلام وما اختلف الذين أوتوا الكتاب إلا من بعد ما جاءهم العلم بغيا بينهم ومن يكفر بآيات الله فإن الله سريع الحساب. Indeed, the religion with God is submission. Okay, and those who were given the book did not differ except after what had come to them of the knowledge, out of injustice between them, out of injustice. So they are being unjust towards each other after this knowledge has come to them. And God carries on in chapter 45:17. God is telling us here as well. God is telling us about the children of Israel. He's saying, وَلَقَدْ آتَيْنَا بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحُكْمَ وَالنُّبُوَّةَ وَرَزَقْنَاهُم مِّنَ الطَّيِّبَاتِ وَفَضَّلْنَاهُمْ عَلَى الْعَالَمِينَ. And we certainly gave the children of Israel the book, the judgment, the prophethood, and we provided them with good things and favored them over all people. وَآتَيْنَاهُم بَيِّنَاتٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْرِ فَمَا اخْتَلَفُوا إِلَّا مِن بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَهُمُ الْعِلْمُ بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُم. And we gave them proofs of the matter, but they did not differ except after what had come to them of the knowledge, out of injustice in between them. They are using the knowledge to cause this injustice between them. They are sitting and decorating their deeds with the verses of God. وَمَا تَفَرَّقُوا. And notice here, this is where it is extremely clear for us to truly understand what this concept of the sermon is. شَرَعَ لَكُم مِّنَ الدِّينِ. See, this is something that is extremely important. God has legislated for us from the religion. ما وصى به نوحا والذي أوحينا إليك ووصينا به إبراهيم وموسى وعيسى. God legislated for us in the religion from which he advised Noah, and which we inspired to you, and which we advised Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Okay, and this is what God has legislated. Sharia. Okay, establish the religion and do not be separated therein. And أقيموا الدين ولا تتفرقوا فيه. See this? Establish the religion and do not be separated therein. And look what God says. It is difficult for the polytheists or the idolaters to what you invite them to, but God chooses whomever he wills to guide, and whoever guides whoever repents to him. Okay, so it says here very clear, كبر على المشركين ما تدعوهم إليه الله يجتبي إليه من يشاء ويهدي إليه من ينيب. God guides to whom he wills, and he's guiding those that turn back to God. But notice how it's so difficult for idolaters, for mushriks, for people who associate to God, for them to not be separated in the religion. It is such a difficult task for the disbelievers, those that disbelieve in the verses of God. And God says they did not separate. See, the people, those polytheists, these idolaters, did not separate except after what had came to them of knowledge, out of injustice between them. And God says, and if not a word had proceeded from your Lord for a fixed term, he would have judged between them. Indeed, those who inherited the book after them are in doubt of the book, or are in suspicion of the book. Brothers, this verse right here is such a scary verse. God is telling us he legislated. He has ordered you in the religion to be one group, one nation, one community. This is God's order not only to us, but to Noah and the people of Noah, to the blessed prophet Muhammad, to Abraham, to Jesus, to Moses. Those are the major religions of the world. They were all ordered to be one community. And God states to them that they did not separate until the knowledge started to become in between them. And God is saying that when you're inviting them to one community, it is so difficult for them. It is such a difficult task for them to accept what you say because of their idolatry. And God says that he is guiding whomever he wills. And those that turn to God and turn back and repent to God, those are the ones who are going to get guided. So this is when God is saying he's going to guide whomever he wills. He has given you the condition that he chose as whom he wants to guide. But notice the end of the verse. Because of this separation, because of them using the truth against themselves, because they are sitting here and cutting each other up, the people who inherited the book after those groups, they start becoming doubtful of the book. They start to reject the book. They start to become suspicious of the Quran and what is in the Quran. They start to reject the Quran. If the Quran is the word of God, why are my people always fighting? If this is a book inspired by God, why is it causing so many problems? Because the other individuals, they are committing idolatry. And that idolatry is starting to become a problem in where they start to cut at each other by using the book of God as a justification. And it leads to the destruction of your community. And then the people that come after you, they start to reject the book of God because they are no longer able to interpret what's being said, because they have all these other sources that they need to balance. It becomes too much, and then they reject. So us as a believing community, God has told us, but it is inevitable, my good brothers and sisters, where we constantly see that even with this clearest book, to the people who speak the language, that where they can get the clear message directly from the prophet, that it did not take long for them, after them becoming a single community, for them to divide therein, and to use the knowledge that is within this beautiful book for them to divide. But I also believe in the age that we're in right now, that we're having such an amazing opportunity for those that truly want to hold on to the book of God. God states that he will replace a people that forgot God with people that are better than them, if God wills. Or people, not better than them, people who love God and want to satisfy God, and he loves them. So maybe we are being given this opportunity in this day and age because we could see how connected the world has become. We are becoming one culture. We are becoming one society. We are having this very similar mindset. But at the same time, when the devil is recognizing that, he's still instilling his lies and his seeds where he wants to corrupt this whole singular community. If you go to certain countries in Africa, they're acting in they have so much aspects of this Western world. You cannot go into the Middle East where this globalization that did not affect the people's culture and what they do. Anywhere you go in the world, you're more likely going to see people wearing jeans, and nobody's going to care that you're wearing jeans. You see, but the cultures of all these other nations are not being exported in the same way while we're having this one united culture because of this social media. We're slowly becoming one, but we're going to become individuals within this community that is being enforced on us because of the lack of the forgetting of what God says. It's the chasing of these material, this worldly life and the material life, rather than expressing a single community. But it is now incumbent upon us, of those who understood the message of God, to start to invite to this community of what God has told us to do. It does not mean that we need to separate now and buy some land and start a new city and become similar to other peoples and sects that did that, where they went into the wilderness and just built something and thinking that that's how we're going to survive. No, but rather we start to now connect people to the word of God. And people in this day and age, because of the hurt, the pain, all of the troubles that we're going through, they are very susceptible to understanding the message of the Quran. Not the message that other people want to attach to the Quran, just the message of the Quran. But because we have this responsibility and because we have this opportunity, we must stay as a single community. We are going to get to a point in our lives, whether when we're around or not. And I'm talking about this specific community that wants to establish the truth with the Quran, that where we will get divided again. But you shouldn't be the catalyst for that. You shouldn't be the one who's sitting and planting the seeds of discord because of that. I do not need to judge your character unless if it's something where you are committing a crime. I do not need to sit here and target you and bring you down because I just don't like your subjective take of the Quran. This is not a way that where we're going to be benefiting the whole world, because they're going to start to see there's infighting and they're going to start to see internal rebellion of the community. And then at that point, they don't want anything to do with the religion. There are very easy ways to deal with hypocrites. And you remind hypocrites with what God said in the Quran in a positive way. I do not need to put the person down, despite me knowing he's a hypocrite. I just let God deal with him. And when certain information appears where the person is clearly not caring about God or what is, then at that point there is judgments in the Quran that can get passed in regards to how to deal with that individual. I don't need to sit and start to divide the world because whoever believes in that individual or whoever wants to listen to that individual. Everything is by situational basis, and there isn't a one size fit all judgment for everybody that is around you. So, my brothers and sisters, I am here to remind you with what God has said. He legislated to us in the religion to establish the religion. He has legislated for us to establish the religion and do not divide within it. And it is such a difficult task for idolaters to achieve, or what you're calling them towards. And they did not divide except after the knowledge has come between them, and knowledge has come to them, and then they started to transgress against each other. And the people who will come after us, they will start to deny this beautiful book that God has given us. What a more clear warning that you need as a believer, that our responsibility is very big. But the reward that we're having, because if we uphold this and we endure and we hold on to the type of the rope of God, even though sometimes it feels like it's about to pull us apart, if we keep holding and we keep enduring, then we're going to recognize that the reward was so much worth it. And what we become in this world is so much worth it. Because the truth is, we could turn off all these cameras and we could turn off all of this electronics and we could stop all the businesses in the world. And we're all going to maybe have to sit in one room. We should be able to talk to each other and tolerate each other, despite our quirks, despite our inconsistency, and despite our diseases. We just have to be able to tolerate each other. Because even God in this day and age, He's tolerating the criminals on His land. If it was that easy for us just to remove everyone we don't like, then why has God not done that? And if we're following the religion of God and the way of God, then we have to be able to show tolerance and not accept transgression. And this is truly what I wanted to tell you guys today. And it's the fact that we have to be a lot more tolerant, especially towards your believers, especially towards the believers in the community that want to establish the rule of God. And as Noah says to his people, hey, only the losers are the ones who believe with you, Noah. And Noah says, I don't know if they're crimes. I don't pass their judgment. And who am I to drive a believer away? Because if I drive a believer away, I would be unjust. I would be of the transgressors. So let's not drive each other away from the religion, and let's stay connected, and let's shed away from drama. Let's shed away from the backbiting. Let's shed away from slandering. And if you have an issue with somebody, or you want to remind something or to somebody, come and talk to the person. There's no need for us to keep dividing. That said, All praise to our Lord, the Lord of the worlds. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. So this is the end of the sermon. I appreciate the people who joined, the people who watched live, and the people who will watch after. I will be taking some questions and maybe some guests. Give them a verse and it's on them. Yeah, excellent said, Kay. That's exactly it. Nice to catch you, Muhammad. Glad I found your channel. Good word. God bless. God bless all of you. Thank you. Appreciate it. 1 second, please. I see people inviting. Let me just set up the stream. Stop sharing. Share screen. I need this, I believe. Yep. Got it. Cool. I would like to ask you something. I want to know. Cool. Go right ahead. Salam. Asif Muhammad Fani. Thank you, Shafiq. I'm back in my studio, so I'm capable of keeping up with it, God willing. I try to make it. Yes, actually, that's something, brother. You can't make a tutorial on how to pray, but you reference. But brother, why can't you make a tutorial on how to pray? Oh, live you. I want to show you something. Okay. So this right here is my YouTube channel. Okay, it's right there. Boom. See that? Muhammad from God. Same name as the TikTok. Now, in one of my videos, if you go to videos and you go down, there's a 10-minute video. How do you pray? This is how I understood the verses, and all the verses are presented for you to see the conclusions on how to pray. It's right here, okay? You teach nothing there. You just give references. I do. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about?
Prayer is quite important.
I don't just give verses. I'm literally showing you what I do. My prayer. It's right there. And as you see,
God tells us not to
right
be
here.
loud or.
And I'm doing it. So I'm not sure if you watched it. I don't get it. As I said, whoever wants to see my prayer video, it's on my YouTube, along with other material that maybe if you guys want to give it a watch, it's right here. And my brother Shafiq as well, he was telling me about this other that I have right here, this other channel that I have. It's called the Quranic Remedies. Okay, I try to upload daily about one page of the Quran. I started with chapter 2. I'm on chapter 7. I just take one page of the Quran and I discuss. I just give my thoughts about it for 15 minutes. It's not about the gem. I mean, it's not about certain ways of how people usually give an exegesis, but rather how it helps you as a person. So the gems that are in the Quran, the remedies to the soul. So that's called the Quranic Remedies. Again, it's on YouTube. I don't know if you guys can see the name of the channel. It's right there. So that's one of my channels. This is my main channel. I believe it's right here. Boom, Muhammad, same name. That's the other one that has the all of this. And yeah, so that's who we are. Guys, there is sincere hadith rejectors and you have the agenda. This is sincere hadith rejectors and you have the agenda. This is one of them. What? I have no idea what you want. But apparently you didn't care, bro. But anyways, you ask questions just to can't hear the caller. There is no caller, bro. It was just a person that's talking on the TikTok chat. I look forward for your lectures and Baba Shoaib. May God bless you, man. I use the reflection style like yours when I pray, but I still have traditional version of prayers of rakats. That's not a problem. What are your thoughts on dogs in the house? What's wrong with that? The more animals you are capable of taking care of, the better it is for you. So now let's put this brother up and let's talk. Let me see if he joins. I'll tell you guys if he joins. But I take a story.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Just 1 second. Can you guys in the chat?
Walaikum assalam. Just 1 second.
Oh, I can't hear myself. The YouTube. Can you guys hear him? My YouTube. We can't hear him. Let me see. I didn't get my super chat. What? I didn't receive one. Yes, they can. Okay, perfect. What's up, brother? How can I help you?
Alhamdulillah, ya Shaykhana. Good evening to you, sir. Basically, watching your live from Nigeria. My name is Asif bin Muhammad Thani. So sorry to waste your time by introducing myself. I would like to ask you some questions, sir.
Please.
And I'll be very delightful if you should give me the answers accurately, sir.
Yes. God bless you. You're very well articulated.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So firstly, I would like to basically commend, mashallah, your dressing style. I love your beards and everything. I like the way you speak English, so fluent, and I also like the way you bring in evidences to support each and every statement you basically come up with. I do watch your videos on YouTube, and I recently started following you, I think about 2 days ago. And I must say, it's very, 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 very commendable, sir. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to prolong your life and also to keep you upon his path righteously.
May God bless you. May God increase you, my brother. And I appreciate your kind words and your kind judgment. So how can I assist you with your questions?
Now, Ustadana, I have just 2 questions, sir. Just 2 questions. So my first of the 2 questions is, we've been told that in Eskimo, the weather condition in that particular place is so low.
Mm-hmm.
The atmospheric weather condition is so low, whereby we have the humidity to be as, which is to be very, very high. And because of that, they do feel cold, which is most times. And so my question here is, I once heard the mas'ala which says, it's allowed for people in Eskimo to basically take cigarettes, or not just cigarettes, like all these kinds of infusions in smoke form, like them cigarettes and the other ones that mashallah we do wrap, then we just use them as a means of trying to make ourselves warm. So my question is this allowed if the kind of stuff we're basically using to make ourselves warm, basically using to keep our immune system upright and warm, if it is not an intoxicant, can we basically stick to this if we're at Eskimo or if we're at any other place around the world that has a relatively high humidity? Now,
so you're saying that science has proven that smoking lowers the person's humidity?
That's why I'm basically asking, sir.
Yes, but again, you presented a concept that I don't have any evidence for. I don't understand the benefits of smoking in a cold region. But what I can express to you is that even in alcohol, God states that there's very little benefits, and the sins of it, or like the
Prophet
harm
Muhammad.
of it, it causes more harm than good, and for us to avoid alcohol. Now, when it comes down to the concept of smoking, why would I need to smoke and cause a fire and inhale a smoke that is going to destroy me, instead of creating a fire that's in front of me for me to warm up?
These are cool ones, sir. It's like the reason why I think some of them in Eskimo do this is basically to keep their immune system so warm, in order to refute any form of excessive cold that will be absolutely trying to get penetrated into their body, to keep them in a kind of cold state, and also prevent flu from getting access to them. So I think maybe this is why this kind of mas'ala was brought, because I know scholars have talked about this, and that this matter is the kind of matter that the Prophet Muhammad himself did not talk about. So scholars were like, since the smoking, mashallah, is not a kind that is which is intoxicating, they can basically do that as a means of trying to keep themselves warm.
Yes,
now,
smoking.
I just want to clarify if this is basically true.
Sorry, smoking is intoxicating. It's not the form where it is an intoxicant where you are asleep right before you're going to sleep. This is also a form of intoxication. The intoxication does not necessitate for it to be a chemical that directly affects your thought and you start to say things or see things. But when you smoke, it is lowering your oxygen level, which is choking you. And that form of choking does not let you have that same type of thinking that you would if you were not choked out with carbon monoxide at this point. So I'll give you a very good example. If a person who smokes cigarettes and they stop smoking cigarettes for 3 days or 4 days, the first cigarette that he's going to take, the first 20 seconds, he's going to be a little dizzy, and he's not going to be able to have his thoughts in his spot and his path. And in fact, your mental state 20 minutes after each cigarette that you smoke, you are not in a state where you are making your most optimal thoughts. So it can affect you, intoxicate you. Yes, people, when they smoke, they're choking themselves. That choking themselves is a form of a high. In fact, there's certain people that would take, I think, NO2, nitrogen oxide, I believe. I can't remember. The things that you find in like the whip cans, and they choke themselves out with it, and then they feel high. So yes, it is an intoxicant, not to a level of alcohol or weed or stuff, but it's still an intoxicant.
Okay,
Nice.
sir.
Go ahead. And I was looking here. It seems like there's a common misconception that smoking helps you stay warm. In fact, your vessels are narrower. Your heart has to work harder to pump blood through the body, which is already under stress from the cold. Vasoconstriction. Nicotine causes your blood vessels to narrow. This reduces blood flow to your fingers and toes, making you more susceptible to frostbite and making it harder for your body to regulate its core temperature. So this is just someone's myth that smoke, bro. No, definitely not. I don't. That's crazy, bro. I'm sorry. If your sheikhs are saying to you to go smoke in the cold, nah, man. People need to reflect each story and ask. The 25 prophets mentioned in the Quran, people really need to reflect each story and how they asked help from God. Indeed, Allah is the most gracious, most merciful. SubhanAllah, that's truly why the Quran was sent and why those messengers were listed. God bless you, my brother George. Peace, Van Rock. How you doing?
Hello, Muhammad. How are you, bro? You okay?
I'm doing all right. Yourself?
I don't want to take too much of your time, sir. I have just 2 questions, very quick. You know, in the Quran, the Sunnis and stuff like that, they say you're allowed to marry 4 wives, for example. I was looking in the Quran. I'm not Hafiz or anything, but I know how to read a little bit just to read it and stuff like that, but I'm not there. It doesn't say anywhere about marrying 4 wives. It just says marry them in 2 groups, 3 groups, 4 groups. If you can't be just between them, you can only marry 1 group. So is it talking about, and the whole section is talking about war, what happens during war,
actually,
how to manage it. But it doesn't say specifically anywhere about marrying 4 wives. I just want to understand. That's one question.
So just to push back a little bit, the verses were not talking about war. The verses were talking about orphans. And
orphans, yes, correct. Yes, you corrected me. Thank you.
So the concept of orphans is where now we understand that where this is where God is telling us to marry 2, 3, or 4, and it's about the justice for the orphans. Okay. Now, when it comes down to marrying multiple women, you have to have the right objective. The objective is not in regards to your sexual pleasure or sexual deviancy, but rather it is for your hereafter. If I am a person where God is telling me my wealth and my kids will not avail me on the day of judgment, except if I had a sound heart. So the wealth and what I do with my wealth is going to add to my hereafter. And if I produce God-fearing children, it's going to add to my hereafter. It is unfair for me if I want a whole army of children to force one lady to go through all that pain and all that process. So I can use that women, like having multiple women to achieve that goal. But that goal is not for everybody. And it's not the mentality of that I'm chasing sexual pleasure. It's I'm chasing to me to produce more seeds in the name of my Lord. Okay. But God is clearly telling us in the Quran in many places, and it's the easiest path where I will not become unjust, because unfortunately the majority of the world that is chasing polygamous relationships, they're doing it for sexual pleasure. They're doing it for them to feel good in this world. They're not doing it for the right reasons. And then they start to become unjust between their wives. And God says it's very difficult to keep the balance between multiple wives. You have the concept of Zechariah, a prophet of God. Zechariah, his wife would not produce a child. He stayed with his wife. He did not go marry someone else, and he stayed in this relationship. God says to us in chapter 7 that he created us from a single soul, and from it he brought out its mate, okay? And he made the man have tranquility in his mate. When you're having multiple wives and trying to balance that, it's very difficult to find that same serenity and that same tranquility when you're one-to-one. So the concept of polygamy, it's because of political purposes, for your hereafter, for you to take care of other women that have children, where you want to have access to them and their houses, and for them to feel comfortable. And finally, it's for us to rebuild the community if it needs to be rebuilt. But for us, ideally, God created Adam and he gave him Eve. He didn't give him 4 wives.
Where did this concept come from then? 4 wives and this and that.
So God, there isn't a limit on the wives. God is saying that you have your 4 wives and you have what your right hand possesses. So it depends on the individual and how affluent he is in the world and how much he can achieve, where he might have different objectives, where God is blessing him with also multiple wives. Just he's blessing him with multiple businesses. It's just a way for the person to build for his hereafter. It's a favor. But in this day and age, it is not longer susceptible in that manner. You see what I mean? Yes, and God tells us in chapter 3, verse 7, that there are verses that are clear in the Quran. They're very clear and concise. And this is that's the mother of the book. And then there's other verses where people with disease, they use it to come up with an interpretation to deviate from the way of God. So we see a lot of people take it upon them that they have the right to marry 4 wives. So they marry the first wife, and the wife is experiencing, which is what's considered normal, where she wants to feel like she is someone where the man is having tranquility with her and she's sufficient for that. So when she feels like she's insufficient, because unfortunately women have to go through a different path in life. Sorry. Oh, come on. There we go. So when women are having to go through a path where they feel like the man is always being oppressive, they want to feel like they have this value in their own lives, where they are valuable individuals, valuable people. And if a man is going to marry her and marry someone else, and she's a person where she wants to feel that value, she feels a little bit less value if that's how her thinking is. So you would hurt her by marrying another lady. You would destroy your family. She'd want to leave you. She no longer loves you. That relationship is gone. But we have people now taking the verse, what God says, and says it is my God-given right. This girl doesn't agree. She is a deviant. She is a person that is concerned about this worldly life. So I'm going to marry someone behind her back. And then I die. And now these 2 women that didn't know about each other, have to deal with inheritance. Children are meeting each other for the first time and also having to deal with inheritance. Both of them now hate me and are wishing upon God for me to get destroyed for what I put him through. And now everything that I have built in regards to my hereafter, it just became about me and what my pleasures were. And I completely shot myself in the foot. If my wife is not in agreement for me to get multiple wives, and she stated this right at the beginning of the marriage, I think that this is something that she's allowed to say. I'm not going to put myself into a position in where I can test my religion, or I am going to harm my own religion. My peace of mind and what I want to achieve in this world is more important to me. And a woman has that right too. If she can say polygamy is allowed in a religion, I myself do not think that I can sustain that kind of relationship. If you think that that's a problem, then don't marry me. And then there's other women that appreciate the concept of polygamy. I'm not telling you that all women hate polygamy. There's women that appreciate polygamy. They feel like their man is now like this lion, that he has multiple wives, that he's this strong big guy, and it's something that they look up to. And at the same time, they say that this relationship that I have with my sister wives is one of the coolest relationships I have, because we have someone to always help me with the kids. We have this common link, which is my husband, and he's taking care of all of us. They start to look up to their man. So there's different cultures and different ways of approaching it, and the Quran is answering to all those people. So I've given you the 2 sides of the perspective from which I learned, and there could be a third that God knows.
Okay, thank you for that, brother. Just the last question. Obviously, I grew up believing that dogs are like haram. You can't have them. You have to keep them outside. But something interesting I found in the Quran: if you have a dog and he's well trained, and the dog goes out and hunting. This is actually written in the Quran. I was very shocked. This was like 6 months ago, because I'm starting to go through this since been watching your videos. actually start to read the Quran properly rather than listen to other people. So it said very clearly, if you have a trained dog and the dog goes and actually hunts, and it grinds, it puts its teeth inside, let's say, the animal if found,
Right.
you're actually allowed to eat from it.
Yeah, you say the name of you say the name of God, and yeah, you can not only a dog. Not only a dog. If you have a bird that does the same thing, so a hawk that goes grabs you a bird and brings it to you, you can say the name of God and eat it. If you have an animal that is capable of helping you fish, it brings you the fish. You say the name of God and eat it. But yes,
haven't been told this. You know that.
Of course they don't. They hide it from you. Brother, there's a verse in the Quran that states, "Do not approach the prayer while you're intoxicated until you know what you're saying." So God says you can't drink and pray. Very clear. And God tells you to avoid alcohol and not to drink, and drinking is a tool of a devil and all this. So let's assume somebody made a mistake. He committed a sin. He went and had a few drinks. He got drunk because it was something that he was struggling with before he accepted the religion. Many people who accept the Quran that came from a Christian background struggle with drinking. So let's say he went out with his friends and had a few drinks. So according to Sunnism, it tells them that their prayer is not accepted for 40 days. So there's no point of praying.
Yes.
But the verse is saying to you right here that when you know what you're saying, then stay in the prayer.
Say that again?
It says, do not approach the prayer while you're intoxicated until you know what you are saying.
You're saying, yes.
So I can approach the prayer when I know what I'm saying. But they say to you, no, 40 days.
No, 40 days. Yeah, 40 days your thing that your deed doesn't get accepted for the prayer. Yes.
Yeah, so that's
So where did they get that
clear.
from then?
I don't know, but it's clear
did they get that
contradiction.
from?
I don't know. Some guy maybe just wanted to sit there and scare people from drinking. So he said, hey, for 40 days, you know how when we were children, our parents will say, for example, like, if you don't do this, the wolf will come eat you. So some individuals that practice religion in the past days, they would come up with similar concepts to scare people. It'd be like, if you drink, you won't be accepted for 40 days. Who told you this? The prophet said so. Where? I don't know, but that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. No,
Isn't
I don't.
that dangerous, making your own laws or making your own legislation?
Right.
And if it's not in the Quran, isn't that you can't act as God?
Right. And you see
You
what
have
this
to read what's there. And what's this? Why did they do that?
you see this when this man is saying right here, wait, this guy believes that drinking is halal. I never said that drinking is halal.
No one said it's halal. What this guy is talking about? No one said it's halal. We're not talking even about that.
But God is telling you there's benefits in alcohol. So there's certain times in your life, for example, if you're having vanilla, it has alcohol in it, by the way. If it's haram, you can't touch those foods. And the other thing is that if you're going to go to the doctor and you're going to take your wisdom teeth out, guess what they're going to do? They're going to intoxicate you so that you don't feel pain. You know, when you're in the middle of a war and you got shot, you'd want a shot of alcohol to reduce that pain from you, to put the alcohol on you. Like, did you understand? There's a lot of benefit. And guess what? What happens, my brother, if someone takes alcohol and he puts it on your bloodstream while you're bleeding? Does it go inside your bloodstream? Yes. Do you get intoxicated? Yes. So these people just, they don't understand. It's not about halal and haram. Drinking and forgetting your Lord and getting drunk and causing problems between people is extremely haram. This is the sin. But the alcohol itself is not. Pork itself is haram. People are weird, man.
Okay, brother, that's all I had. Thank you very much, man.
Peace. May God bless you. I have here I'm asked the question, Salam, brother, can you explain what your right hand possesses? Do we think it's concubines? Even if you have...
yes, that question, yeah.
Perfect. So what your right hand possesses is ma malakat aymanakum, what you have as oaths. If I have somebody who comes to my house, okay, let's go before Islam. Okay, before the Quran. Astaghfirullah al-Azim. Islam always existed. But let's go before the Quran. There was slavery. People would buy human beings. Those human beings would work, never get paid. They get abused, and then that's it. So, okay, but me as a farmer, I used to need these people, these slaves, to take care of my farm. I need these slaves to help me in my household. I'm a rich person. Okay, now God has abolished slavery. But now I still need people to work on my farm. I still need people to work in my house. So what do I do? They are now my employees. They are my ma malakat aymanakum. They provide me a service and I provide them a payment. There's an oath between us. I take care of you. You take care of the task that I'm telling you. So you are now my employee. I'm the boss. And there is a contract between us. So that's what it means, ma malakat aymanakum. There's an oath between us. See, now one of the oaths is that I personally cannot afford to give you a mahr. I cannot give you a dowry, right? But let's have a contract which your parents agree, where I will have relationships with you, but I can't afford to give you your dowry. Okay, and God tells us in chapter 3 that if you cannot afford free believing women, then from what your right hand possess, marry them with the permission of their parents. So I can't just take someone who's my right hand and have sexual activities with them and say that that's what God has permitted for me. Absolutely no.
No, you're right, because Islam was already there, but obviously when Muhammad came, alayhi salatu and the Quran and everything, they abolished slavery. But then when you look at the Bukhari and stuff, they say, oh, this slave was undressed, this slave was like this, and you can do this. It doesn't make any sense. I was reading through it, and it's shocking. Like, it doesn't make any sense, this whole thing.
I will show you evidence where you are supposed to cover your chests, which God tells you that a believing woman should cover her chest. But for slavery in Sunni Islam, the female slaves that they capture in war, they can walk topless.
Yes. Why? Where did this come from?
A sexual appetite. Because this is the word of men. Men and their desire. Brother, if I'm going to make up a lie about God and say the Prophet and his messenger said, or God and his messenger said so, and I'm going to come up lies, I'm a man who's completely wanting this world. So these women, God gave them to me. I do whatever I want because the Prophet said so. These are my right hand. What does that mean? I don't care, but these are mine. So this is what it is, bro.
One last thing, Bob.
Yes.
You know, there was an interview with some sheikh, and he was with this presenter. She was a female. And he was saying something, if I find the video, I can send it to you. He was saying that the Prophet had concubines. Is that true?
The Prophet did have ma malakat aymanakum, your right hand possessions, but he married them if there was any activity, because God commanded to marry them. There has to be a marriage. It's just it's not like
they lie.
They lie, of course they lie.
Sheikh with the beard and he lies,
brother, because they're just repeating the lies of others. It's just like those Christians when they say Jesus is the Son of God because the guy before him said so. Their isnad says so.
Bro, but one other thing as well, they say if you commit adultery, it's death. Now it's come out and said no, you only get hit with 100 lashes.
Yes.
Why did they lie?
Oh, because they said that there's a verse in the Quran that's not in the Quran. God says that the Quran is complete, that he's protecting the book, he's preserving the remembrance. But this verse, it exists and it's not in the Quran.
It's not. I was looking for it. It's not there.
Yeah, because they lie. But I was just wondering, do you know how many times divorce is allowed in Sunni Islam?
3 times, I believe, in it.
The Quran says 2. You're right. Sunni say 3, the Quran says 2. At-talaqu martan, divorce is twice. And you ask a sheikh, how many times can I divorce my wife? He goes 3.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay. He's saying 3. Allah is saying 2.
Yes. Where did they get that from?
One extra one from?
Oh, because hadith. That's what the Prophet said. The Prophet ordered other than what God has ordered. Okay, when was this hadith written? 250 years after the Prophet, and we have this magical chain that goes back to 3 dead people that we've never met. And they said it, not us. We're just repeating. But what if now, in this day and age, I see the Zionists, I see Saudi Arabia, and I see a lot of people that are in political power, leaders, modifying the religion to fit their needs. I wonder if the Abbasids did that. I wonder if the Umayyads did that, where they would start to modify and come up with lies, and so that they would take the power. Imagine if the God says that whoever wishes to believe, they can believe, and whoever wishes to disbelieve, let them disbelieve. Or whoever turns from the religion, God will bring better people, right? Or there's no compulsion in religion. So all of these are proofs that you cannot kill anyone that leaves the religion. But in the hadith books, it says if the ruler is beating you, you still give him your money. Even if the ruler is the most oppressive ruler, you still stay loyal to him. That's the hadith. And guess what?
Yes.
If you turn from your religion, kill him.
So you don't create a fitna.
Yeah, but now as a political
fitna, just keep your head down.
Perfect. And me as a political,
that's what they say.
If I am the president of the country, exactly. If I am the president of the country, and this man is in opposition, you know what? This man, because I am the ruler, I am the judge, this man left the religion. Kill him. Oh, this group of people, they're saying that I'm a bad leader. Oh, okay, these people left the religion. Kill them. Super easy.
And that's
isn't
not
it?
in the Quran.
Yeah, of course it's not in the Quran. These whole books is a political
These
problem,
guys.
bro. Yeah. Welcome to
My
the religion,
God.
my brother.
Brother, thanks for giving me your time.
May God bless you.
Maybe some other people.
Yes,
Okay,
there's a
take care.
few now. May God bless you.
Okay, sorry.
Salam.
Hello.
Hey, Kafin.
Um,
I apologize if I
Salam
said you.
alaikum, ya akhi.
Wa alaikum salam.
No, my name is actually not what it says on the screen.
Mhm.
Brother, I've seen your content on TikTok, and you may be one of the influencers that I actually feel that I'm quite close to be honest.
May God bless you.
I just want to share a little bit about my background, and I had actually a lot of questions, but I will keep it short since I don't know if you have time to answer all of the questions. I'm Afghan. I was born and raised, in Iran, in a Shia country.
Mhm.
And since I was born, I've heard a lot of conflicts about Shia Islam and Sunni Islam, this and that. And now I am about 30 years old, and I'm not quite sure if one of them is more right. To be honest, I'm just trying to find my path. I've seen your content, and I don't know if it's my claim, if it's your claim that Quran is enough.
It is.
I mean, from your sending point of view, where should one start? Do you understand what I mean? It's
Yes.
like, what should I do?
So the first thing that you have to do is when you open the Quran, the next time you read it, one, internalize it to you. Don't worry about what the Prophet went through. Don't worry about 1400 years. Worry about today. Assume the Quran is talking to you. When he says we have given you the book, don't think Muhammad, think you. Okay? When he says that say the truth and God will protect you, he's talking to you now. God is teaching you how to be a disciple of the messenger. You see what I mean? So we have all these incredible hadiths about the Prophet, about all of these characters and stuff, which does not align to what God is teaching us. But then we have the thinking that Prophet Muhammad was taught. Muhammad, by the grace of God, was told on how to be a messenger. So they will say this to you, reply like this. They will do this. This is who they are. So do this. See what I mean? It's a way of thinking. So why is the Quran being written like it's talking to a messenger and it's not talking to the human being? It's not talking to the world. God is addressing a messenger. See what I'm saying? So if I'm going to read the Quran, if I go on an island and I found the Quran is talking to me. I don't know who Muhammad is. I don't know anything. If I'm just in an isolated world. And that's how God sent the Quran. So start to make it about you. And then you'll start to see that when God is giving you an example of the Jews, he's telling me about the human being that have a certain way of thinking. But this is not just the Jews. This is also there with Sunnism. This is also there with for example, different types of religion in the world. Now, when God is telling me about the Christians and how Christians, they're closer to me as a believer, right? But they have a concept where they worship men. Okay, but that's very similar to what I see with the Shias. So now I can use the verses where God is talking about the Christians. I can start to apply it when I'm talking to a Shia. When God is talking about verses about the Jews and how the Jews act, I can go apply it to the Sunni. And I see that the system of God is working. But now, as I said, the Quran is teaching me. It's not telling me about what Muhammad dressed or how the Quran is teaching me how he thought. So if this is how my Prophet thought and I'm going to follow the Prophet, I want to be thinking like the Prophet and acting like the Prophet, not copying the Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, since I'm from Afghanistan, Arabic is not my first language. Obviously, I've learned a little bit to read it in Arabic as well in Iran when I was a kid. I went to school there. But I read the Persian what do you call it, translation. No, I don't. It's another copy. It's a translation beneath the ayah. You know, it's not. So I try to read it in Arabic as much as I can and understand it in Arabic as much as I can. But I go back to the Persian version to just to comprehend it completely as much as I can. But I have a what do we call it? I have a perception. I just want right now. I'm 30 years old. I just want to share it with you, and you have to tell me if I'm wrong or right. If it's any fault in it. I've seen it in Sunni Muslim. If you take the Quran, you have to take the Sahih al-Bukhari and these kind of books in order to implement your religion. In Shia Islam, you take the Quran and you have the Rawayat, you have the, I don't know,
Imam.
I don't want to say other books, but the same thing, Hadith.
Yep, and Al-Kafi, let's just say Al-Kafi.
Yes, Al-Kafi and other books in order to implement your religion. But since I've heard you saying it, because I've felt it, if Quran is from God, isn't it enough? Shouldn't it be enough?
Right.
It's
that's
like,
but that's not the argument that I make. God makes this argument. God says in the Quran that it's enough, that it's complete, that it's detailed, that He didn't leave anything out of the book, that it has everything that you need for you to. There's stories for you to comprehend and to think about, for you to learn your lessons. That He has guided you to what is upright in the Quran. That He has given the Prophet this light that guides to the truth. So the Quran is making that argument, and anyone who wants to try to do otherwise is called falsehood. It's called a lie, and they will fail, and we saw them fail.
I've heard another what do you call it? I have a lot of another issue or a question as well, and it's a little bit personal. You can answer it if you want. If you're not comfortable, you cannot answer it. I'm a little bit curious about your background. What's your story? I mean, how did you come into this understanding, and how did you grow up?
Yep. So I was a person that was born in the Levant, so Lebanon, Syria, Jordan area. Okay, I'm not going to give specifics. I was born in that area in the 80s. In the 90s, me and my family, we moved to the Gulf, different countries in the Gulf. And then in early 2000, we moved to North America because of my father's business. I was born in a Sunni household. So my mother prays 5 times a day ever since I was a little kid. She wears the hijab. My father, he was more concerned about his work. They did the Ramadan. We heard the usual stuff, the normal Sunni experience, not the Salafi Wahhabism, like over the top, My uncles, same thing from my mom's side, my dad's side. Everyone is just the usual, typical thing. But in 2010, I started to question something. I was saying that because of all this now, where I see there's a lot of, like when I was a child, we did not have as many problems as we did now. And the religion was not as hurtful as what is being presented to me. And I always had a problem on how, I'm sorry for this, but like the people who export the religion from Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India, on how they approach the religion, where it's so like harmful and hurtful, which is not how we were in the Levant area. We were very cool with people. Like, a Christian, we never asked the person who's your religion. We were friends with Christians. We were friends. My grandmother was telling me about her Jewish neighbors and how she misses them because they used to call her to help her on when they were doing their Sabbath. It's a very friendly environment. And we didn't grow, I swear to you, I didn't know who Bukhari and Muslim was until 2016, 2017. Because when we were kids, the hadith that we had was the 40 hadith of Nawawi. We didn't have Bukhari and all of this. If you go to a typical Syrian and you say to them, do you think the Prophet married Aisha at 6? They'll say, no, man, what are you talking about? That's crazy. This is what we understood. But then when I came to the West and I saw how like the Islam has been so butcherized, and it's this Salafi like exported craziness, I started to wonder, where did we go wrong? Like, how are we at this stage? So in 2010, I opened the Quran and I started reading it for my own, like for my own understanding. I didn't like, it's just something is really weird. But 1 month before that, because I started to question things in regards to the world, I never disbelieved in God. I always knew God existed. This is not a thought I've ever had, doubted God's existence. And I never doubted that the Quran was not from God. It was just the way every time I heard it, it's like, you know, I sit and listen. It's just, it was so beautiful. It makes me cry. I didn't even know why I was crying. I didn't even know what was being said. It just sounded so emotional to me. And I loved it.
You feel it in your cells, in your body, in your
but I was too young to
body
understand.
Recognize it.
And the words for me might have sounded difficult, but I took it upon myself in 2010 to sit down and I read it in Arabic. After asking God to guide me a month before, I remember looking up at the sky. I'm saying, God, I know you are out there. Just tell me the truth. That's it. That's all I want. Just tell me the truth. I deep from my heart said that to him while I was sitting outside. A month later, just something pushed me. I opened the Quran. I start reading. Bro, I'll never forget it. Within the 3rd page, and I'm a computer programmer, I'm like, bro, this book is programming me. This book is like it's teaching me how to think. And I started to get like really like excited about it. And I'm like, bro, this is such an amazing way of like really approach, like seeing God, like God is this king, and if this is what's that's it. There's no left, right. If this, then that. Okay, this is Boolean logic. Wow, it's amazing. There's no exit in this book. It's always right. And then I get to a verse where it says, we believe in what was brought down to us, what was brought down to Abraham, to Ismail, to Isaac, the Jacob, the descendants, and what was given to Moses and Jesus, and what was given to the prophets, and we make no distinctions between them. And then it hit me, bro. It hit me like a ton of bricks. My people distinguish between the messengers. They love Muhammad. The Christians love Jesus. The Jews love Moses. And they only hold on to Moses. They only hold on to Jesus. They only hold on to Moses, Muhammad, and they forget everyone else. They don't care about God. They care about their prophet. But then and this is where it started to become really emotional for me, where I started saying, God, now the people who are following Muhammad want to unalive or kill the people who are following Jesus. And then the people who are following Jesus, they want to fight the people who are following Moses. And the people who are following Moses wants to kill the people who are following Muhammad. And the people but yet they all love you, apparently. And then it just crashed on me. And then I realized that there is a difference in what the 3 people said, Muhammad, Jesus, and Moses, than what these people are doing. And then this is when my eyes opened.
Brother, thank you for sharing. I think if you come on social media and share your background like this, it means that you have been through a lot, and you've done your homework. Let's say.
I've been on this road
this,
for a
this
very
is
long
actually
time.
my first time being live, on TikTok. I just only watch videos, but this time I felt that I have to talk to you. I don't know. I think I've written to you in the past as well, but I didn't get any response.
I apologize, brother. My Telegram has 600 messages. My TikTok has 300 messages. My email has another like 200, 300 messages. My WhatsApp has another 100 messages. I can't keep up.
I understand. So basically, your advice to me is go back to the source. Go back to the source and find it out.
And let the source program you, bro. All of this propaganda, all of these words, everything what people are doing, this influencers and stuff, it is programming you. It is making you think in a way that is lesser than who you are, truly. And the Quran liberates you.
Exactly.
So we have, like, for example, imagine if I'm a person that when I walk into the bathroom, I have to walk with my left foot. And if I trip and I go in my right, it's so hard for such terrible days.
You know, Muhammad, I was, as I earlier mentioned to you, I was born in Iran. I'm an Afghan kid. So my questions were never answered,
Yeah.
They were like, you don't have the right to question anything.
Yep.
And if you question anything,
Game over.
I don't know. You're not allowed to think for yourself. Someone else
has to think for you.
They think they have the authority to tell you what God wants you to know.
Right.
If God creates every human being equal, so shouldn't we everyone pick up the book and just read it?
Correct. It's fundamental.
I mean, that's actually being the issue. I mean, in this world, there are a lot of propaganda. I mean, from left to the right, and
so don't concern yourself. Let
I mean,
God is answering all of it in the Quran. There's not a situation. There's not a situation. This is why it's important to read the Quran a lot, and then you start to have this ammunition in your head. When you're first faced with a situation, or when someone says something, there should always be a verse in your head reminding you of what the person said. Because if you recognize the verse and you remember the verse, you know what to do or how to act. Super easy. But you have to practice. That's why it's called practicing religion.
Yes.
That's why God is telling you to spend 30 minutes, 20 minutes in the morning with the Quran, 20 minutes, 30 minutes in the afternoon in the Quran, and at the night spend it studying and remembering the verses of God through prayer. This is what the prayer is. It's for you to keep. And the people who believe in the book are the ones who recite it its due recitation, while the disbelievers, they are the losers. So it's this relationship that you have with this book where it's like, if someone tells me right now that the book disappears, the Quran disappears, and there's no more Quran in the world, I would be very sad. That's my best friend leaving me, which is God. Technically, God's words leaving me. I love this book. This book is this book is everything to me in this world.
Is it like, I mean, actually, I mean, I keep going back to my origin. I mean, in those countries, if the Quran is being recited in Arabic all the time,
they don't know.
And if my language is Persian, I don't have any problem with being recited. But my first and biggest problem was that we don't, as much as we should, talk about the meaning. The meaning. It's like recite. Recitation is good. I mean, you feel it in every cell of your body, but the meaning, come on, the meaning, it's like, I mean, like, I'm telling you, I'm like 30 years old, and maybe just a couple of years ago, I started reading it in Persian, so I can grasp meaning as much as I can, you know?
And the beautiful part in this day and age, and that God has made it very available to us, you can literally leverage Gemini, and I don't like ChatGPT, Claude and Gemini and the other AI tools for you to find the Persian translation. It speaks Persian very well. It's understanding the Quran. Like, bro, I can take it right now and put a verse in the Quran and tell it to me. Like, hey, tell me what this says in Arabic, in any language, and it will explain it to you in a very sufficient way. And you could say to it, tell me with no addressing of the Quran, just literally, what is this verse saying? I don't want no hadith, no history, and it helps you.
No. I'm not interested. To be honest, I think hadith and every book written by men is man-made, so it's not 100%. I cannot take it for 100%. I have a lot of discussions at my work with a colleague who's a Christian. So we argue a lot. And basically, my argument going back to that, every man written, he calls Bible divinely inspired by God. I was like, what does it mean, inspired by God? Well, forget about it. We don't have to discuss about that issue. But thank you very much for your time, Muhammad.
God bless you, bro.
Thank you for being what do you call it in English? For being an icon, for being a help, you know.
I hope I'm a help, but I'm definitely not an icon, brother. I don't try to put myself in that position. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I'm unfortunately one of the things that is this weird exposure that you get, but it's important for me to achieve what I want to achieve. But I'm nowhere an icon. I'm nowhere someone who's that needs to be followed or any of this stuff, bro. I'm very far from that. But thank you, brother. I know what you meant. I understood what you meant.
I mean,
may God bless you, bro. I just don't want people to think that I'm starting a cult or
no. That's not what I mean. But people are like taking any words from my mouth and just, oh, he said that, he said this.
Yeah. No, go read the book.
Come on, man.
My whole objective is, guys, go question and go read the book. I'm here to tell you what I found from the book, but please come tell me what you found. Like I'm not telling you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
God bless you. It's such a
Yes.
I mean,
Thank you.
it's so
Thank
nice
you.
to hear it from someone
Yep.
doing his journey, not from an authority. You know, it's just an
Exactly.
authority here and there.
And I think the
Just-
even the users here, like Lady K, is saying she's assuming that you meant as an example, not an icon. I appreciate.
Yeah,
you.
example. I mean, example. People are just.
Thank you. May God bless you.
Come on, thank you, man. Thank you, man. Have a good time.
All right, peace. Okay, so there was an individual that seemed that they really wanted to come up. Here you go. May God bless that brother that just joined. It's a the start of the journey is one of the coolest parts.
Yeah, man. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, Kai. So you've
Man,
been asking.
yeah, because man, I'm lost. That all I can say to you. I will tell you my story in short, okay? And I will say you my position, and I need an answer for you in Quran. What is my position? Am I like kafir or
One
am I
second.
Muslim?
1 second. You cannot say that God is going to put you in hell. Okay? You cannot say that. That's giving up on God's mercy. If there's something that you need to improve, that you're going to improve. But to say I have done enough sin that God will not forgive me, you have given up. And that's Iblis's way of thinking. So whatever you're going to present to me, I'll hear your understanding and we can talk about it. But do not label yourself as a disbeliever, because belief is believing in God and the last day. You might have some hypocritical actions. You might have some like lack of ability in certain things that you don't understand, but do not cast yourself as a disbeliever yet. Go ahead.
All right, man. I got
Convert
it.
Muslim.
I was born in Egypt, okay?
Mhm.
Sunni family, of course.
Mhm.
Right now I'm 24 years old. When I came 17, I started looking in religion, Christianity and Islam officially. And I don't know, man, I am like moving forward Jesus, Allah. But in a certain way, I don't believe that Jesus is
The Son of
God. In
Yes.
any ways, maybe he is a son of God, but not literally. He is son of God in like he is the favorite of
Figuratively,
God, but
yes.
not like
He's
yeah, not literally.
I get you. I understand.
I also believe that
Mhm.
the Injil and the Quran
Go
is
hand
like
in hand.
maybe different roads, but like there is the same destination at the end,
Right. Now, my question,
and
do
that
you
is
think,
God.
perfect. The only thing that I would have to ask you about, and depending on this answer, is depending on how your life will be either a very good life or a life that is decent. Okay. So
Yeah.
either you're going to open a very big, amazing door for yourself, or you're going to have to struggle because of one question. Did Jesus die for your sins, and did Jesus die on a cross?
I do believe that Jesus died on the cross,
That's the failure.
but hear me, and I want an answer from you in the Quran, okay?
Mhm.
Why I did think that, because when I say that, maybe I don't believe that Jesus died for my sins, but I believe he is died on the cross. Maybe it's not for my sins, but he is died, because when I say that according to Quran, I know that he said that وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ
ما
لكن
صلبوه
شبه
وما
لهم.
قتلوه بل شبه
Yeah.
له. Yes. So,
But
1 minute. Can I just say something to you very quickly?
yeah.
Can I get shot and not die?
No.
If I get shot, does it mean I'm dead? Can someone shoot me in the shoulder and I still be alive?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can get shot and not be killed.
Oh, so
ما
in the
صلبوه وما
Quran,
قتلوه.
wait
They
a
did
minute.
not,
In the
like,
Quran,
I can crucify someone and he doesn't die. I can literally go.
yeah.
So God is saying in the Quran, they did not even crucify him, yet even kill him.
So wait a minute. In the Quran, they believe that he is maslub, but he is not dead.
No, and he's saying ما صلبوه وما قتلوه. So I'm saying to you, I can get shot and I can get killed by the bullet, or I can get shot and I don't die. But God is saying he did not get shot and he did not die, or he was not killed. So he's saying he was not crucified and he was not unalived. So it's very important to understand that he did not even touch the cross.
But there is a question, but like based on that question, I believe that Jesus was on the cross. Like, if the one in the cross is not Jesus, how this one came back from the grave after 3 days?
Because this
They
is
didn't found the body.
This is not in all the gospels. They didn't find the body. God told you he airlifted him. He removed them all from earth. Not only him, there was another prophet before him in the Bible where God also sent up into the sky, and they don't have his body either. It's not the first time where God makes somebody completely disappear. That's a sign.
I know
from God.
that.
Yes, but we don't
like,
know. Did he disappear before the crucifixion? After the crucifixion? When did he disappear? We don't know. So this is.
I got it, but you know.
So here's the other thing, my brother. The Romans and the Jews, they did not know how Jesus looked like. So they don't know who they crucified. They don't know how he looked like. That's why they needed Judas to point him out. They didn't know him.
I got it, but my question, like, the body who was crucified is the body who disappears. Like,
I don't know,
body
brother.
that
This
was in the
is
cross.
hadith to me. This is not. And for me, look, the only reason why I asked you is because it is talking about God's mercy, which is the first thing that I told you. If God is promising me that I, as a believer, I'm going to be victorious and that God is protecting me. Now, I'm not talking about me as just the guy walking down the street. Now I'm talking about the prophet of God. I'm talking about the messenger of God. I'm talking about someone who is going to be talked about for the next 2,000 years up until the day of judgment. A very honorable man who sacrificed his whole life, not for the people, but for his Lord. He gave up anything to do with this world for God, not for the people. Okay. And this man, you're telling me that God is going to put him through that brutal way of unaliving? Absolutely. Where's the mercy at this point? He doesn't do that to his messengers.
Sometimes with me also.
What?
This is not making sense with me sometimes also. That
perfect.
Like
it's God's
that
mercy.
prophet was crucified in that brutal way. Like,
right.
Man.
And in the Bible, it says that someone was hanged to a pole or crucified, he's cursed. That's a curse. So God is not going to make the Bible say that Jesus is cursed. And again, look, I don't need to have this discussion with you. You're going to have your doubts for the rest of your day, till the day of judgment, because you know there's two stories and who is saying the truth. But it still doesn't take away from what you have to do today. So what
I have another question. If I did believe that he was on the cross, but he is not dying for my sins, what is my position in Quran?
You're still going against what God has said in a certain verse, but it does not necessitate that this is now worthy for you to go to hell or that you're completely lost. This is your ability. This is your troubles, your struggle because of the programming and because of the decisions of some people before you. This is your struggle. I can tell you you're wrong, okay? But it does not mean that you have to accept what I say. But that does not take away from the fact that you still have to do your charity, that you have to stand your prayer, that you have to treat your parents good, that you have to treat your neighbors good, that you have to be a positive, contributing human being to the human race. This is what gets you into paradise and salvation. You believe in one God, you believe in his messengers,
believe in one God.
You believe in his messengers, you believe in the day of judgment, you believe in the angels, you believe in his books, you have the concepts of what God is telling you to have. If God is going to punish you because you think Jesus died on the cross, I think God is more understanding, and there's concepts of intercessions and compassion. I tell you, you're wrong, and you will have a better life understanding that he didn't, because God is compassionate and mercy. But I don't think that this is where you're going to have a complete failure in regards to going to hell. It's your belief and doing righteous deeds. Do you do righteous deeds, my good brother?
What does that mean?
Righteous deeds, salihat.
Yeah, I
Muslih?
do. Yeah.
Okay, work towards that.
I have also another explanation. I saw your videos, and I want to tell you that the main thing that make me far from Islam and going to Christianity is the hadith.
Yes.
I'm keeping honest with you, man.
But
I can't believe.
Well, I promise. I know, bro.
I didn't believe that, like, Muhammad, peace be upon him, married like a young girl in that age.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible,
And,
bro. The Quran tells you that that's crazy.
You know what? When they are saying, like, in the time it was normal, I saw another hadith saying that Aisha was 14 and Muhammad say she is small, she is young.
No, brother, there's a verse, there's a hadith literally where Ali not Ali, Abu Bakr and Umar, the companions of the Prophet, his best friends, they said, we want to marry your daughter, O Prophet, right? And the Prophet says she's too young. How old was she? She was 14.
Yeah,
why
yeah,
would-
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it goes against what they're saying. But
Uh,
regardless, brother, that hadith is designed to make the religion very difficult, to make you say lies about God, and to take you away from the path. Remember what I told you what salvation is? Prayer, giving what God has told you to give, talking to the people nicely, to take care of the poor, to take care of the orphan, to help the traveler, to be kind to your parents, to be kind to the people, to serve your Lord wholeheartedly. All of this has absolutely nothing to do with what hadith says. That you see what I just told you here? It has nothing to do with history. It has nothing to do with Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, the disciples of Jesus, nothing. It is only you in front of God on the day of judgment. That's it. Nobody else. So it's your actions, my good brother. So yes, I can 100% understand how the hadith pushed you away from the religion, because it gives you a religion that is arrogant and disgusting and gross and driven by men's sexual desires.
When I came to Quran, I didn't find the thing to make me go back from that religion. But when I come to a hadith, and in Egypt, if you are taking Quran without a hadith, you are kafir.
Kafir,
in
bro.
Egypt. This is not like an anything. You are kafir. You can't deny the Sunnah Nabawiyya. You can't do it.
Bro,
and I was like in position, man, I don't believe in that. How can I be kafir without it?
Kai, I'm going to tell you something, or I will reveal this to the whole world. I think the people who worship Prophet Muhammad the most, like the most worship for the Prophet, is in Egypt. I've traveled,
man.
I went to Lebanon, I went to Turkey, I went to Syria, I went to Jordan, I went to Palestine, I went to Palestine, I went to the Muslim Israel, it's not Zionist. Anyways, I went to Palestine, I went to Saudi Arabia, I went to Qatar, I went to Emirates. Okay, where else? I went to Egypt. I went to many places. The places that where I see the country that they worship the Prophet the most was Egypt. Bro, you would be on a bus, a public bus. They have a radio. It's playing music. It's playing advertisement. Halfway through, it goes, "Don't forget the salatu an nabi," and then they carry on. Like in the middle of the radio program, they would stop. It's like, "Don't forget to send blessings on the Prophet," and then it carries on. I'm like, what, bro? It's not like even dhikrullah. It's like, and then you'll be walking down the street, and they have these things that are on timer, because everybody's just always playing music and they're always loud. And it's the Egyptian people are always like, they're an entertaining people. They're always talking, and they talk in a very cool way. But you'll be walking down the street, and you will pass by like a store. And then there's this speaker that is on like an every 4-minute timer. And if you're living next to it, you hear it every 5 minutes. Don't forget the salatu an nabi.
Yeah, this is like in the daytime. And you know what? In my family there is a sheikh, Sunni. I was talking to him so much about a hadith, because never in my life I believed in a hadith as like Quran. They are believing that they are Quran. And I told them a question. And the answer was like, sometimes in the hadith you should take what hadith say and then the Quran. So that was the point of me for like thinking about another religion, because I can't believe something that came after Muhammad 200 years, and he wasn't speaking Arabic in mother language. He was Farisi. He was from Pakistan or Uzbekistan.
Bukhari. Yeah,
so he was speaking in Farisi.
The 6 books that they accept as the 6 books of hadith, 4 of them were Persian, 1 of them is Arab, grown in Persia, and 1 of them was Arab. So 5 of them were Persian, and the 6th one was the one who was in Medina. He's the Arab. But you know what's the funny thing is? There are 5 prayers. That's Zoroastrian. That's the Persian religion, the 5 prayers. Okay. The fear of dogs, the fear of snakes, and the fear of crows, that is a Persian thing, Zoroastrian. Okay. The Sirat al-Mustaqim, where on the day of judgment, you're going to walk a fine line. And if you're a good person, you can make it across hell, or you fall. That's a Zoroastrian idea. Okay. This is not in the Quran, but that's what they have in Sunnism. The idea that Muhammad went up and negotiated with God 50 prayers down to 5, that's found in the Zoroastrian stories. That's not found in the Quran. Much of the influences of what they do now was the Persians defeating them through the hadith, and then also the Jews enslaving them with their lies as well. That's what the hadith is.
Yeah, I got it. I have a final question, and maybe this is the main reason for like joining the call. How can I pray? And like when I came to talking with people about hadith, they say you can't practice your religion without hadith. So
you can't practice Sunnism. You cannot be a Sunni without hadith. But you can be a believer. You know, in the Quran, يسألونك عن المحيط, يسألونك عن الروح, يسألونك عن ذو القرنين. Okay, so God is clearly saying that the Prophet was being asked certain questions, the messenger. But there's no verse where it's يسألونك عن الصلاة. People understood what salah is because people did salah before the Prophet. The Prophet was showing them how to pray with the Quran. Not the Prophet himself, but the Prophet was following what the message said, and the messenger told us. So as I showed earlier, I'm not sure if you saw it, but I have a video on my YouTube, and it's right here if you want to take a look, right there. So it's on my channel, how to pray without. Yeah. So this right here on my channel, it shows you exactly how to, like, not exactly on, but there isn't one way of prayer, bro. You see what I mean? If I'm going to pray in a system where I want people to pray with me, then I will establish a system, a protocol. Okay, so everybody's on the same page. But it doesn't mean that what I wanted to implement becomes religion. It's my society implementation as an imam. If a different imam wants to come and he wants to start with a different chapter of the Quran and he wants to prostrate and then this is the end of the prayer, that's his understanding, and the people who want to follow it, follow it. There's not like one way of prayer, and it's not accepted from you if you don't beat the devil at the end, you know. You know, when they're doing this is because you're whipping the devil. What's this nonsense, bro?
So when I'm like right now in my room and I want to pray to God according to Quran, what should I do?
You wash, because washing removes the stench of the devil, and it cleanses you, it calms you down. You wash your face, you wash your hands to the elbows, you wipe your head, and you wipe your feet. That's it. That's all you need to do. The very quick. You don't need that much water. You're done. You stand up. At this point, we don't need to get into the discussions in regards to the Qibla and not Qibla, because God is on the west and the east. He will hear your prayers. But for now, you can start by asking God for guidance. Let God, I am here to stand between your hands. Please guide me to the truth. And a very cool chapter that asks you for this is chapter 1. It is a good dua in where you're asking God for the straight path. And then personally, I might say a quick prayer. All praise to the Lord. Exalted are you above what they ascribe. Thank you, God, for today. The sermon went very amazing. I appreciate you, Lord, for helping me, giving me the ability to articulate, giving me the way that I can access speech and communicate to the world what I want to communicate. I appreciate, God, the blessings that you have given me in this platform for me to be able to produce some goodness. I hope you accept it from me and you forgive me for any errors and forgo my sins and allow me to go into your mercy on the day of judgment. Okay? All praise to my Lord, the Lord of the worlds. And then I would open the Quran. I would read a chapter, parts of a chapter, spend 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes reading the chapter and reflecting on the words while I'm reciting it to myself in the language I understand. I close the book, I put it to the side, I prostrate, bow down. I kneel and I prostrate. I kneel and I prostrate as I'm exalted as the Lord. Thank you, God. I love these verses. Thank you for these verses. Oh, praise. God, help me with this matter. And then, God, please bless the believers, the ones to do right. Forgive them. End of the prayer. What else do I need to do, bro? So easy.
Man, this was like the reasons why I, like, you can say, left Islam for a whole bit, because I wasn't like believing in the way we are praying like now. Like my mom and dad, like some movement was order, like
yeah. Hey, Habibi, yalla, let's go on a trip. Like, bro, what did you just do?
Yeah, I was like, and they have no faith in it. They are doing it, and after that, they cursing people like that. They have like they are not changing.
Yeah, Ahmed.
There's no connection in the heart.
Yeah, Ahmed. Keep a cigar, yalla.
Yeah, like that. So I was like, man, I should maybe that some other thing, because I moved to Russia. I'm living in Russia for 6 years, and you know, like Russia right now, not right now. Russia like is very strong. Orthodox in Christianity, and I don't know, man. I don't know. Like
brother, I've never been scammed in my life. Okay, I'm going to tell you two stories that happened. Egypt to me is honestly, I apologize. I love the Egyptian people, but unfortunately right now
they are worshipping Muhammad in Egypt.
It's a circus, brother. It's a circus. I go in the first day I'm in Egypt. I go into a cab. The man is playing Quran on the speaker, okay? While he's yelling on the phone about something. And he was yelling about something. I'm hearing the conversation in Arabic. I can't afford it. My daughter, she needs it. And he's about to cry. Okay. And he's telling me, oh, my daughter is in the hospital. She needs a surgery. I can't afford it. He's just telling me a story. And he keeps getting a phone call and the Quran is playing. Okay, I'll help you. Here is like pretty much almost $100. And then the guy goes completely quiet. No more phone calls, nothing. And this man scammed me and really made me believe his daughter's in trouble with the Quran being played. And all he did was just steal my money. I was shocked, bro.
That's true, 100%. This is true.
Bro. And then I'm walking one day. I wanted to buy a watch. So I was going through the watch stores and there's a guy that, like, bro, he was playing Quran in front of his store. Like literally, he has a speaker in front of the store and is playing the Quran. I walk in and to my head, I was like, you know what? I want to help a believer, a person that believes in the Quran. Seems like he's a pious person. He's playing the Quran. I walk in, I'm looking at the watches. I'm buying the watch and I look at his desk. He has the picture of Mother Mary and a cross and the Christian prayer on his desk while he's praying the Quran outside to learn me in. And I asked him, are you Christian? He goes, yeah. I'm like, I hope you enjoy the recitation of the Quran. He goes, oh, I put it because the people like it.
Yeah, man.
Bro, like, I was bold because I shaved my head, especially the fact that I just came from Mecca. I'm walking in Egypt. People are spitting at me, telling me in Cairo, the issue that the man who's bald with a beard, this guy's he's a Ikhwani. So they spit on me. They insult my mother. They insult my mother and all of this. And then I go to them. I'm not even Egyptian. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, bro, do you understand? Like, if someone is shaved with a beard, doesn't mean you're just to get to insult him.
We have in Egypt like Ikhwani is like, wow, this is evil man. Yeah. But it's like it's more about siyasa than religion.
Exactly.
Like, man, this was all my question. Like, I want to make sure again my position. I will from today search in Quran himself, not a hadith, because hadith was the reason I left Islam for 2 years in my life. And I saw the Bible and I wear a cross and I did all the things. I'm living in Russia. The Russian here, like the old Christians,
their Christianity is much different than the Christianity. They're Orthodox Christians, very similar to Syrian Christians and Lebanese Christians, and not Egyptian is the problem is the Coptic. The Coptic is a very weird understanding, but the Christians in the Orthodox Christians, they approach the matter in a very delicate way. It's different. They have an ongoing inspiration outside of the book, which they stick to. So
yeah. What I believe, I want to make sure that this is okay. Like the Injil and the Quran is like different routes to the same destination. Is not a false belief. This is like this is not making me mushrik.
Nope. Believing in the Injil.
I believe
Habibi, nowhere in the Quran does it say the only way for you to get to God is to follow the Prophet Muhammad. It tells you to obey the messenger. Is Jesus a messenger? Yes. Obeying that messenger is a path to God. Obeying Moses is a path to God. Obeying Muhammad is a path to God. Okay? Muhammad's path is the easiest and the most detailed and the clearest. The other paths, it requires you to put a little bit more effort because of what other people are saying to you. That's all. But at the end of the day,
Muhammad,
go ahead.
Like, is very good prophet, but what I raised up listening about him make the idea so bad, man. Make the image so bad.
Yeah. He had sex with 11 or 9 wives, because we're not sure, in one night with
so
one
many
bath.
bad things about Muhammad in the hadith. He want to end himself. He want to die.
Yeah.
From the mountain. Man.
Yeah, I wanted to.
I was thinking like.
It's crazy.
But that's it.
Okay, my good brother. I do have to carry on. So May God bless you and thank you
Thanks
for
so
coming
much,
up.
man.
Kai.
God bless you.
Take care. Okay, so there was somebody before you, Cloud, and I know you want to come up, but there's so many people that I have to go in order. You came a little later, brother. I know you really want to talk. I know a lot of people, they want to talk, but I have to go through the order of how people came. I'm trying to stick to the order. 4, 5, 6.
Hey, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Wa rahmatullah.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I have a simple question.
Sorry, your mic is a little far away from you and there's a background noise. Context, yes. Genji, I believe it is. As a historical context, sure, but it's not important for the Quran. I don't accept all hadith, but hadith are useful as a historical context. Sure, but is it important for you to have for you to understand the Quran? No. Quran is sufficient on its own for you to get the message. That extra historical context does not add or change from the truth. What do you do on the Friday prayers? This was the Friday sermon earlier.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
I have a simple question. Right now you're talking with the guy, you said you have some friend from Jew and Christian, same like that. That's correct?
Friends, like Jewish friends and Christian friends?
Yeah, Jewish friend. Do you have a Jewish friend, or we can take Jewish friend or Christian friends? There is no problem, yeah?
I didn't have that conversation with anybody, nor did I say I have Christian or Jewish friends.
No, right now it just that
you're asking,
a few guys ago.
God tells you to Allah.
Yeah, it's, I'm asking, right now is question.
Yes,
we can be
God
friends with Jew or Christian.
God told you to find allyship, and a believing friend is better. But with the Jews and the Christians and the Sunnis and the Shia, you have to be what would be the right word? You have to be honorable with them. You have to treat them nicely, and you can have a cordial relationship with them. You can invite them for dinner, you could go out with them, but they should not start to become people where they're influencing you and making you to compromise your religion. So essentially, you can be very good with them, but I personally would not start to find friendship with them. I'm a person who's very delicate with the word friendship. My friends are believers that believe in God and in the last day. If a Christian believes in God in the last day and he's very honorable, that person, I can take him as a friend. But if it's just like a Trinitarian Christian who was born a Christian, no. And if it's someone who's a Sunni that doesn't truly practice and he wants to argue, he's not going to be my friend. These are people that would consider me as an enemy the moment that they would take. You see what I mean? It's not that God is telling me that if they have the opportunity against me, they will take it.
I don't want to interrupt you. Just in a few minutes ago, you said you have some friend from Jew, Christian, doesn't have any problem. It's not my main question. But you said the same like that. You can review your life. You said that same like that.
Okay.
And it's the Quran says, وَلَا تَتَّخِذِ الْيَهُودَ وَالنَّصَارَى أَوْلِيَاءَ.
Awliya. So I answered you. That's exactly the word that I'm saying. I'm not taking them as a wali. Okay, but having a cordial relationship with them.
What's the mean wali in Arabic?
Wali as guardian, ally, or a close friend.
You cannot take it. You just a few minutes said you can take it.
As a cordial relationship, I've made it very clear to you. I made
it. And that's not my main question. It's okay. No problem. I got it.
Okay. Now I have a question. Did the prophet have friends within the Jewish and the Christian community?
I don't have too much knowledge.
Okay.
I don't have too much knowledge because you don't care about the hadith or something like that.
But
I don't care about that.
But you do.
No, right now I'm asking.
You're interrogating.
The Quran
I understand.
no hadith.
Perfect. Okay. So you're interrogating. Okay. Now I have a question for you. If I go to work and within my work there's atheist people, does that mean now I'm their friends?
No.
If I am working with an atheist person, that's permissible as long as we're working for an objective that is positive. if I'm working with a Jew and a Christian, this is the relationship that I'm talking about. So those to me are acquaintances. You could call them as friends, but they are not my allies. They are not my close friends. God says that to the believers, God and the believers and the messenger are the allies, the protectors, the wali.
Okay, the wali, if you can search in Arabic, there is not saying any ally, anything. It's as simply as the Arabic said, it's a friends.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about that's too much.
Just
Okay.
simple. Yes.
Okay,
because it doesn't make the context doesn't change it, right? So God is my friend, right?
Yeah, that's
Allah
correct.
waliyul mu'mineen, right? Allah waliyul mu'mineen. God is the friend of the believers.
Okay.
What
I'm
does
going
Sadiqun
to
Hamim
my
mean?
main question.
What does Sadiqun Hamim mean? Since you want to talk about Arabic,
I'm not too.
you're not a
my
very
tongue
good
is good with
Yes.
Arabic.
So Sadiqun Hamim means like a close friend. Yeah. So here you see the word Sadiq was used.
I got it.
Okay. So there's a difference. I'm not telling you that I'm taking them as a wali, but Asdiqa is different. But thank you for you trapped me. Of course. Thank you. I didn't know the verses.
Main question is here. You said anything is the past and the past. We don't care about the past.
When did I say that?
Right now, just a few minutes ago. Just right
You
now,
keep
we
saying
have to
I'm
follow
saying
the Quran.
things. No, I'm saying to you the Quran is understandable without history. Can you understand the Quran without history?
I'm asking you right now. My question is here.
Okay.
Without any history, we can follow the Quran or no?
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Without knowing the history, you can understand the Quran and what it's saying. Yes, 100%.
Okay. Right now, there is a verse in the Quran.
Which is?
Said, it's I think I'm not sure which, but if I read you, I can understand. فَإِذَا لَقِيتُمُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا فَالضَّرْبَ الرِّقَابِ. When I follow the Quran, he said anytime or when you face the disbeliever, you can cut your truth. That's correct?
What? Cut their what?
You can kill him.
No, فَضَرْبَ الرِّقَابِ. Hit their, strike their necks. Yes, strike their necks.
Okay.
Yeah, fight them. Exactly.
Okay. I can do that right now?
Well, is that how you approach the Quran?
Quran said,
Yeah, فَضَرْبُ الرِّقَابِ. Right. Yes,
It's
is
very
that how
clear.
you,
He
is
said-
that, so you just take one verse in the Quran and you say that this is how I understand the Quran. Excellent. So my brother, you just cooked yourself. So when you're going to talk about the Quran, you take about the verse that you want to talk, you look at the verses before it and you look at the verses after it. And when in regards to the concept, let's say for example, inheritance, okay? When God talks about inheritance, he gives you a verse. Allah yuwasikum bi awladikum, okay? So if I'm going to take this verse and try to cut up my inheritance, I will fail. I'm wrong. I have to look at a verse after it. I have to look at the verses in chapter 2. I have to look at the verse at the end of chapter 4 for me to understand how to do the inheritance. Now you ask me a question about fighting and war. If I take this verse by myself, I'm going to become ISIS. I'm going to become deluded. I'm going to become stupid in my approach to religion. So I take to all the verses that are talking about, wait a minute, and listen to the answer because you know you failed. If I take this verse by isolation, then I become stupid, like people asking stupid questions. But if I look at the Quran, it's telling me that this is in the matters of war. When I have been transgressed, when they break my covenant, when they want to attack me first, then I have no mercy towards the people that want to fight me unless they ask for peace. What easy and dumb questions you people come up with to say that the Quran is incomplete.
Look, you are angry right now.
Nope. I'm
There
not
is
happy.
okay. I don't understand. You told me I just took one verse of Quran because I don't know. There is a Quran say فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ.
What's a
I don't know. I came to ask you.
Yeah, what's a dhikr?
The Quran says فَإِذَا لَقِيتُمُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا. You calling me stupid? You getting angry?
No, your question is stupid, my brother. You're saying that now.
Okay, my question
are you
is stupid because
are you
I
in a
don't know.
war? Are you in a war?
Where is the Quran said in this ayah we are on the war?
فإذا لقيتم الذين كفروا فضرب الرقاب حتى إذا أثخنتموهم فشدوا الوثاق فإما من بعد وإذا فداء حتى تضع الحرب أوزارها. What's the word حرب mean?
Okay.
No.
Harb is fighting.
Fight. حرب is fighting. قتال
It's
is
war.
حرب. War.
No, it's
okay,
war.
perfect.
Okay,
so
war.
the verse is saying what? So you did the Sunni special where you take a verse, you take a small portion of the verse, and you say, "Oh, your religion is incomplete." Oh, brother who follows the Quran.
No, I'm not saying I don't know. I said first.
You don't know.
You said
Oh,
you
no,
know
no, no, wait.
Quran.
Did
I'm
you
asking
did you bring
right
this
now.
verse up or not?
Okay.
Therefore, it says right here, therefore, when you encounter those who disbelieve, then strike their necks until when you have weakened them, then tighten the shackles and either favor after them or ransom them until the war disappears. Is this verse about war, or do you want to go outside and be ISIS, bro? I don't understand. What's the problem?
No, what's the mean war? What's the definition of war? Which
Harb.
war? He's
War.
talking. Which war?
So it's a war
Give
of
me example
attrition.
for right now. Which war? There is and the world right now is a lot war. Which
Yes.
war I can go? And
Currently,
tell?
right now, there's a war between Ukraine and Russia. There's a war between the Palestinians and the Zionists. There's a war between Iran and the US and the Zionist forces. Those are wars. Me walking down the street and I see someone who's not part of my path, that's not me and him at war.
Okay, right now, if I go to Russia and Ukraine, I can kill anyone I want?
Are you fighting for the Ukrainians or are you fighting for the Russians?
No.
Then who are you fighting for?
I'm following the Quran.
The Quran is telling you.
Quran.
So you do you really think that you,
There
in
is
your
any
reasonable
war.
mind and with your common
Yes.
sense? So here God is talking about any war, right?
Yeah, war.
So-
You said war.
So alladhina kafaru, who are the people who did kufr?
الذين كفروا, the one who is disbelief.
Okay, so
Disbeliever.
إذا لقيتم الذين كفروا, this is where it says ذلك بأن الذين كفروا اتبعوا الباطل وإن الذين آمنوا اتبعوا الحق من ربهم كذلك يضرب الله للناس أمثالهم فإذا لقيتم الذين كفروا. So in
Okay.
the concepts of a war of people who are fighting me, Russia is not fighting me, Ukraine is not fighting me. These are two people fighting each other. Me as a believer, as a person who follows the Quran alone, it tells me to try to make the peace between them. But if Russia attacks me, and even if I'm moving in the land and I see them mobilized against me, I will fight them until the war ends. You are taking a war force and you want to go apply it to citizens and civilian because you just cannot reason. You cannot. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. This is how you are reasonable with what the Quran is saying. Do you think this is a permit for you to go kill civilians? I think you need to be on a watch list, my good brother. It's not about اسألوا أهل الذكر. It's about you using your brain, brother. And he runs. That was embarrassing. Bro, imagine someone coming to you and saying to you, oh, without hadith, you would be a mass murderer. Imagine somebody coming to you and saying to you, without history, and if you read the Quran, it tells you to become a mass murderer. Do you guys hear yourselves? Like, are you guys part of a community, a civilization? Like, do you honestly think God is commanding you to go out and harm people? People that have absolutely nothing to do with you, nor are they blocking you? Did you honestly think at one point in your life that this book is guiding you to harm? Bro, do you understand there's a verse that God says he does not love those that transgress? And do not transgress. And if someone transgresses against you, answer in a similar way that you were hurt. Do you understand that this war that we're discussing here is because the people were kicked out of their homes, the people were brutalized for their religion, for saying that God and his Quran is sufficient? They were attacked consistently. Do you know that they tried to broker deals, which is shown in chapter 9, that they were trying to make a covenant and so that they would not go to the level of war? But if you slap me and I forgave you, and you try to slap me again and I'm stopping you, and then I move away from you, and then you follow me, and you try to beat me again, and I make a contract with you telling you that we should restrain each other in regards to fighting each other. You agree to the contract, and then you break the contract. And I know I'm more powerful than you. When I'm going to lose it, and God tells me to take back what's mine, I am going to demolish you. That's what the Quran is clearly telling us about the believers. We know that God is supporting us, but we are supposed to hold our position until it is no longer capable for us other than to physically respond to your physical abuse. I am not going to become physical with someone who is not physical with me. I'm not going to start to attack somebody who has not attacked me, and I would be a transgressor, and God is no longer on my side. I cannot believe someone would come up to me and say to me that the Quran is incomplete because it's telling me to go out to Russia and Ukraine and to just unalive people. That's the level we get to with these sectarians, bro. Bika. Bro, that was nuts, man. I honestly thought he was about to ask questions and stuff. No, bro, this guy came to argue and then run. Anyways, Daniel, Kakish, my good brother, peace again.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I have a few questions. I actually had two, and then from all the other callers, I have more now, if that's okay. So the first question is, you opened up the sermon with a prayer, and in the prayer you ask God to intercede. So I wanted to ask about the Quranic concept of intercession. When you're asking God to intercede for the believers, who would he be interceding to?
People, in regards to, okay, so God accepts intercession. God is the one who is capable of applying intercessions for people who do intercede. There is no intercession on the day of judgment, but there are certain people that asked for intercessions here in this world, which I hope it gets applied to even other people on the day of judgment. So an easy example for me is the one in chapter 19, where God states that he will drive the criminals to hell, and they will have no intercession except for those who took a covenant with God. And unfortunately, there's people who are believers that have committed certain crimes, where the intercession can still also apply to them. So we ask God to intercede not only for the people who had the covenant, but with people who would fall under the same covenant that never took it with God, that are believers, so that they would go to heaven. That's how I understand that concept.
Okay, thank you. And then according to the Quran, is the Quran uncreated, or is this view dependent on outside tradition?
Sorry, may God bless you, Mr. Convert Muslim. Guys in TikTok, you see our good brother here, Convert Muslim. He does really good work. You guys should follow his channel. He produces some really cool material. I'm not going to say your names just because it's online, but may God bless you, bro. Go ahead. Sorry, Daniel, what's your other question?
I was saying, according to the Quran, is the Quran uncreated, or is this view dependent on outside tradition?
No, I say that the Quran is created. It's manifested. It is something that had a start time. For me, philosophically, in the logic, that if something has a start time, it has to have a form of creation. Does not necessitate that it's something that has been put together, but the concept of creation in Arabic has multiple words. Bara'a, fatara, khalaqa, and ja'ala as well. So it's like God has used the word ja'ala on the Quran. We have made it into an Arabic Quran, saying that there has been a transformation to it. So it's not something that something that he has made it into be something. So,
okay. And is there literature outside of the Quran that can be taken as inspired or authoritative regarding God, the prophets, and religion?
The Gospel and the Torah.
Okay.
And the Psalms. Sorry.
Okay.
And that concept can be argued that وَمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْكُمْ, where God is adding that not only was those books, but there's other prophets that were sent. So I believe like Daniel in the Bible can be understood as a prophet as well. So his words has value to what is being said. Solomon, the son of David, is also he's a prophet. So if he has a book as well, that's gonna Isaiah as well.
So then would this is just a follow-up to that one. Would you like encourage the reading of all of these texts, or would one be sufficient?
The Quran is sufficient for you to find your salvation and for you to live a healthy life. If you want to dig deeper, then it's not running to the Hadith, but running to those other books that are deemed from God, from the children of Israel. I'm not saying the Bible in its entirety. I think the Bible ends at the Gospels. After the Gospels is clearly nothing that came from God, because there was nothing between Jesus and Muhammad in regards to prophets and messengers. So when we're saying that, yes, if you want to get some of them, but the Quran is the Muhaymin, the guardian, this is the normal way of approaching it. But is it necessary? No. Do you have to follow the Torah and the gospel? No. There's a difference between believing it, listening to their stories, understanding why they have what they have and why the Quran said what it said. But the application is what the Quran is telling us to do.
So you would encourage going to those texts over going to the ahadith?
I do, yes.
Okay.
100%.
And then you said earlier that it's okay to take from the ahadith for historical context, if I understood you correctly. Please
Yes,
correct.
so the hadith is a historical textbook.
Yeah.
It's the rendition of what people witnessed and what they thought other people witnessed, and it's like reading what people said about Julius Caesar, okay, or what people wrote about Hitler, and other individuals, or the World War II. And you go read historical context. That's how I approach hadith. Is it necessary? No.
So and then when you're saying context, you mean in the sense of like why the ayat came down?
No.
Or the
No,
okay, what do you
I cannot say the reasons why certain ayats were revealed. It is not important or imperative information. That could be assumption. It could be lies. It's not fact. What I'm saying is that what year did the Battle of Badr occur? Relatively, that's not something where someone can make up, because it's going to be, there's two sides recording it. What is the year where they first met with the Romans and fought the Romans? What is the process, or how many cities were under a certain influence by a certain time? What occurred after the blessed prophet? This is all historical. This is not in regards to the Quran's history or trying to contextualize the Quran to the prophet. It's not something that I can do.
So if we can use as an illustration, correct me if I have the right verse, I think it's Surah 929 regarding the jizya there. How would that be understood nowadays, or in this context of this world that we're living in?
This concept here that is presented to you in this verse: fight those who do not believe in the God nor in the last day, nor do they outlaw what God and his messenger has outlawed, nor do they profess the religion of truth among you, among those who were given the book, until they give tribute by force while they are subservient. Al-jizya is not a tax. I'm not taxing people. But jizya. These verses are in regards to the war that occurred between the people of the book and the believers, and the war that so between the people of the book and the believers. So there was a covenant that was broken between the messenger, the believers, and the polytheists. There was a war. Then the people of the book assisted the polytheists against the believers. Then they lost. But these people of the book, they broke property. They caused harm. So now they have to pay for what they broke. That's the jizya. That's why it's called the jizya. Jaza, it's the recompense of what they have failed. So in the middle of a war, if I have people that say they believe in the Quran and they attack me and they destroy my house, you're going to pay for my house no matter what now that you lost. Now you're going to pay for the property. You're going to pay for the life
like
that you
reparations.
have. Reparations. Yeah. Exactly. That's what the jizya is. It's not a tax. Oh, you're a Jew and a Christian, so now I'm going to charge you a tax? What the hell is concept is this, bro?
Thank you, Habibi. I always appreciate your time.
May God bless you, Daniel. I appreciate it.
God bless you too, bro. Take care.
Salam. Samir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Hello, brother. How are you?
Good. How are you, bro?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm actually I wouldn't say a fan because I'm not a fan of anything, but I follow you since a long time, to be honest. And I really appreciate that. I find sometimes people like you that have pretty critical thinking, in Islam, because you rarely hear nowadays, especially with the Surah Salafi, movement and all those things that you talked before. Because more you talk, more questions rise. Because at the beginning of this live, I had some questions that I wanted to make to you, to be honest. during the video, my thoughts changed, my questions changed, and now for now, I want to make you a questions because these people are the Salafis. They say, as I've heard, if I'm not wrong, is that the God appoints the winner of the war.
That's true. But that is in the Quran.
Okay, it is or it's not?
It is. In the Quran, God is deciding the victor of any war.
Okay, so how did God appoint the winner of the war? The Ottomans, who according to the Salafis were like bid'ah and were like people who were innovating things and were not Ahl Sunnah.
Because at one point they were truthful, they were honest, they were working in the verses of God, and God gave them the land. They were closer to the truth than the other side. That's why America had the victory over the Middle East for a very long time. Now they're losing it. They're losing their superpower. Because in the time, not in the 90s, before the 90s, when they were truly a very powerful force, is because they used to mention God and God we trust. They put it in the money. They were establishing justice. They were trying to be honest in their courts. Yes, they had their problems, but it was nowhere near the problems of other people on how they treated each other. So God gave them the sovereignty. And then they started to become oppressive, and it gets removed from them. When the Ottomans took over, they were judging by the book of God. They were trying to be very good civilizations, and God gave them and let them inherit the land, and then they turned away, and then they get removed. And it's the same thing. So when the first people that took over after the Ottomans in the Gulf, they were inclined and they were doing it for God, and it was the movement for God, and everything was in regards to trying to establish God's religion. As soon as the British came and offered them a deal with the oil, they turned around and started to become oppressive. They no longer started to have this very big influence, and they were just driven by money, and now they're having problems. So yes, God does give the victory to whom God knows they deserve it.
Clear. Yeah, you mentioned before. I'm pretty sure that you mentioned it before that in the past, like in the generations before, people didn't really know that Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him and his family, did have a wife that was really young of age. And I tested this with my grandfather.
Sorry,
I asked him.
I didn't understand what you said. It kind of cut out. With the prophet, and what was the question that you tested?
Aisha. With Aisha. You said that people before didn't really know that the prophet had a really young wife.
Yes.
And I tested this with my grandpa. He didn't have an idea that the prophet had a really, really young wife.
Bro, my mother didn't know. My mother didn't know. And now she's very weirded out by it, because now she's being told by her Salafi teacher that she was 6. And she was like, she keeps telling me like she was 6. But we didn't know that as children. We weren't told that as kids. But okay. And she goes, I don't know how. But I can't argue, she gets scared. But yeah, you go ask most of the people in the Levant and Turkey, how old is the youngest wife? They go, I don't know, 18, 15, 14. But they will not tell you 6.
It's interesting, all the things that you mentioned before, also the correlation that has to do with the Zoroastrians and these made up hadiths, because even though the Isra and Miraj, if you look up at the story of the Zarathustra, he also had a similar journey when he went with a special animal up to the 7th heaven, and there he talked with God, because I didn't know that these things are directly or like in this way, man. I also had a debate with my roommates during the month of Ramadan for the day of Laylatul Qadr. You know how does it sound? Because I think this is in the Hadith. I don't know in which one, but this is on the Hadith when God has appointed the night of the Qadr in the what was odd nights or something on the last 10 days, like it's God making some sort of, I don't know, jackpot with us. If you find it, you get forgiven 1,000 months. If you don't get, you lose everything.
Yep. Yes.
Something like Easter eggs, you know.
All
When
of
they-
the religion was preserved, but somehow the prophet forgot which night. It's in the last 10.
Yeah, it's the last time, somewhere there, and you know, it's also really concerning that these people all actually follow up everything that they hear, and they don't even consider
Question.
that. For example, Abu Huraira, who transmitted the most of the hadith, met and knew the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam not only in 3 or 5 years,
3 years.
last 3 or 5 years of his life. You know, this should make you think more. You know, this should make you doubt more.
My good brother, there was a war when Abu Huraira was around the blessed prophet. Abu Huraira stayed behind. The prophet was on the battlefield. The companions were on the battlefield. Abu Huraira was in the mosque.
This is how much he knew.
No, that's what God tells us about those people, those that stayed behind.
Yeah. It's actually, you know, if you. But I wanted to ask you: do you still read those hadiths? Do you?
I don't.
just
I
like-
don't.
just
I
study
read them. I read them in so that I can have a stronger argument against the people who quote
that's what I
them.
mean.
But for me to sit and explore them, I dislike reading them because
Yeah.
it's like the way that they're written in such a way that it's arrogant. It's not somewhere you feel like, sorry, they're not written in a way where it gives you like easing feeling. It's not required. I didn't want to question you about something. How many times do you think, or the night of decree, Laylatul Qadr, how many times does that come around?
I don't think it's mentioned.
There was only one Laylatul Qadr. It doesn't come every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That was only the time when the Quran first started getting revealed. That's Laylatul Qadr. It doesn't come every year. You shouldn't be searching for Laylatul Qadr.
Yeah, because it says I pointed this Quran in the night of the decree, and that is that, you know, in the time when the Quran. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. And also, I wanted to add something to your point of the salat. When you mentioned, you have also a video where you explain how it is preserved in the Quran to pray the salat. These people, so for example, really use this argument a lot, that how would you pray if you didn't have the hadith? Well, tell me, how did the people pray for 200 years until this hadith got written?
Oh, by that question, for me, it shows the person's ignorance. It truly does. When someone's asking me, how do you pray? It's like, how do you talk to God? How do you read the book? I mean, is there any, or the other question that I like to ask, okay, you're asking me, how do you pray? Did you take a look in the Quran and see if there's verses that teach you about how prayer is? You know what I mean? Is there any, can you answer your question without me answering it? Like, you have a question, did you go try to see? And if there's verses in the Quran telling you about standing, prostration, it's telling you about wudu, it's telling you about the time, then what's the reason for your hadith?
Yeah.
I mean, why would God put it there if it's supposed to be in the hadith? This guy's heart is dark. Subhanallah. Do AD. We heard you, bro. You can stop scamming or spamming.
Yeah. I also want one more thing. I studied sociology, you know, and in sociology we learned a lot of things of different cultures, different religions, etc. But one thing that I really remember, and I really comes to my mind every time I hear this kind of topic. Have you seen, or can you imagine that the tribes in Africa that pray like thousands of years the same ritual? I don't know, to make rain or something. Like, did they write those things down somewhere so that?
No.
So how do they know? Do they do the same thing over and over again? Because a ritual is preserved and it's kept safe when it's repeated. Like, how do you learn to bike? By riding it, simply.
My only pushback against that point, the actions and the way that certain people uphold the prayer, that can be passed down. But what people say in the prayer, that can be manipulated. That's just hadith at that point. because I might add to my prayer and I say it to my kid, and then my kid goes changes it, and so there's some stuff that was added to the prayer which I don't think you need to say. But yeah, my good brother. Do you have any more questions for me? Because I do have
No.
to.
No. I really appreciate your time.
May God bless you, man.
Thank you for accepting me in your live, and I wish you a very pleasant night.
May God bless you. Peace.
May God bless you also. Peace.
Sabrun Jamil, my good brother.
Peace.
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 Yeah.
So I have the same position as you.
So why are you saying that I'm running away and GG's and?
No, I wasn't talking about you running away. I was
Oh,
talking about,
sorry. I thought you were talking. Yeah, about the other guy.
Yeah.
He's
You can
actually
even
back.
see me mentioning him. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, no, what's up?
I want to have a discussion actually with you because I really yeah, I'm sorry. My internet is
I think it's okay.
it's kind of
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, as I was saying, I wanted to have a discussion with you because I really like the position you have. So first of all, there are a lot of Sunnis that keep bringing up 59:7, which is whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he abstains you from, stay away from it.
Right.
They don't read the context because in 59:6 it says that the needy and the orphans. What would you do with hadiths? If this was talking about hadiths, wouldn't mention the needy, the rich people, and the orphans.
I mean, that argument of theirs is flawed because they're just taking a part of the verse, which they're saying now that it's hadith and that the prophet is giving you hadith. But the thing is, it's clearly, as you said, it's about the war bounty. So they use this verse, peace, Lilith. Wow, okay. God bless you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so what I was trying to express is that the verse is about war bounty and showing us truly the authority of the prophet. So when God is saying obey the messenger, this is where we understand how to obey the messenger, where he is a general, he is the president, he is like a father of the household, he is the person in the highest human authority among us. So if he tells you to don't do this, you don't do this, you don't take this, you don't take this, he's not going to be in the position of God and start to give us judgment of outside of what God is saying. He is a person of authority. So if there's war bounties, I myself as a leader, as an imam, if I'm the one who's the general in the army, I start telling the people, you guys can take that portion of the wealth there. You two take the horses, and you guys don't. You two make sure you don't take those people's bags. Okay?
Yeah,
I could do that. But the messenger has that position before me.
There is even a verse. The fact is that it gets annoying when they keep saying obedience to the messenger, obedience to the messenger. But there is actually a verse explaining explicitly what obedience to the messenger mean. I don't know if you know chapter 20, verse 134. It says, had we destroyed them with atonement before this messenger came, they will have surely argued, oh Lord, if only you sent us a messenger, we would have followed your revelations, which is signs, ayat in Arabic. This is when context comes, because in the Arabic, which is the original, which it says ayats, which hadiths clearly are not, because otherwise, if they were ayats, they would recite them in their prayer. And this is a question I wanted to ask a lot of Sunnis. Why don't you recite hadiths in your prayer if you claim that they are revelations of God? Like, why don't you recite them?
Bro, I asked.
But they're gonna say, "Oh, but because the book of God is talking about events." Yeah, but hadith too, they're talking about events. So what's the problem here?
The water coming down from the sky, in where how God revives the land with it, is an ayah.
Yeah.
Ayah is not just the verses of God. Ayah is the conclusions of how God is proving to you that it is true. You see what I'm saying? So when God is saying that you could see the land coming back to life, that's an ayah that you're coming back to life. But the Quran is everything that is telling you is the truth. So that's why everything is an ayah. If I read the hadith and God is saying to me in the hadith books, allegedly, that God is producing something, not Muhammad, like God speaking, that automatically makes it an ayah.
Exactly.
But they don't call it an ayah. And this is a question that I told the Muslim Orthodox. Yes. Libiano, I think is who.
I had a debate with him. Yeah.
And I asked him, why do you not call the hadith ayah? And he goes, because of convention. Your human convention or your societal convention, it does not impose itself on the book of God. The book of God has definitions that are innate to the book. When God says these are the ayat Allah, okay, and to follow ayat Allah, if what you're producing to me does not fall under that category, then I do not have to follow it. In fact, following it would be breaking what God has told me to do. So it's not about whether it's sahih or not sahih. If it is not an ayah, I am not obliged to it.
Yeah. Another point, which is I just joined to help the brothers in the live too with making these discussions about the verses and about hadith. When they ask us about prayer, there's actually a verse talking about the positions, which is chapter 22, verse 77. I read at the hadiths, and there is nowhere a sahih hadith from the Prophet himself explaining the full prayer. There is no such thing.
Nope.
They're just a bunch of reports from people claiming that they saw the messenger doing different positions. For example, there's a hadith that says, I saw the Prophet doing 2 rakats. Another narration that says, I saw him do 4. Another narration says, but he wasn't prostrating this way. The other one says, no, he was keeping his hands this way. So there is no full step-by-step explanation from the Prophet. But there is in the Quran, which says in chapter 22, verse 77, to bow down, prostrate yourself, and worship your Lord and do what is good, so that you may be successful.
There's a hadith from Muwatta Malik. I think you've heard me quote this, where the grandfather of the uncle of Malik, which is the Sahaba, he's saying to the uncle of Malik, right, where I do not recognize anything what these people are doing than what me and the companions around the prophets used to do, except the call to the prayer. So by the time Malik was around, the prayer was already changed completely than what they used to do. The guy, the companion is saying to his son pretty much, I'm not recognizing this. What are you guys doing?
Exactly. But even Jesus, if you go look at the gospel, for example, which is a book that I read the gospel, I did my research. I wouldn't be blindly following. I always do my research, even for simple things. If you go to the gospel, it says that Jesus was bowing down and prostrating, which is the same way the Quran says to bow down and prostrate yourself. So I don't know what's the problem.
Wait a minute. So God in the gospel was telling us about how Jesus went up on the mountain and he prayed. How did he pray?
Exactly.
How did he pray? How many rak'ahs did he do on the mountain?
He was just worshiping his Lord.
But how many rak'ahs? What did he say when he was prostrating?
He was just
how did he start his prayer?
Exactly.
How did he end his prayer? Of course. See? Khalas. That's it.
Yeah, because the most important thing is the connection with God. This is the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, actually, you know what? Dals is making an excellent point, because obviously now the Christians only have to go up on the mountain and pray, because that's where Jesus went to pray. Sunnah, Sunnah akhi. Sunnah Isa, the Sunnah of Jesus is that he goes up on the mountain and pray. So they should now go do that.
There is even a verse that says that in the book of God, which is the Quran, we can find the Sunnah of the prophets before this one, which is Muhammad.
Sunnah al-ladina khalu min qabl. Those who, not Sunnah al-Nabi, the people, the believers.
Yeah. So I don't know why they keep making fun of us that we don't have a
there's a verse.
Prayer.
Here, bro. I'll show you the perfect verse. I always get reminded when I say to them, "Hey, I believe in the book of God, and it's sufficient for me," and they start to attack me. This is the verse that comes to mind. This is always the verse.
But don't you think the number of rak'ats? Sorry if can I?
Sure.
Can I make my point? Yeah. So don't you think the number of rak'ats is just the way, some kind of way the Prophet? If we talk about time, for example, he was busy, so he did 2 rakats. Because, for example, he had to go out, or he was busy with something else. So he did 2 rakats to worship his Lord, and then he came back. And, for example, in the evening, he wanted to worship his Lord 4 times.
No, I think it's different, brother. I don't think there was a certain number of rak'ats. I think it's literally kind of what you're explaining. He wanted to read 6 chapters today, and he was prostrating after every chapter. Okay, so not only do they have the 3 rak'ats for Maghrib, but then they have the other extra rak'ats that the Prophet did, because the Prophet, he prayed as a congregational in a congregation, and then he went and he did his private prayer. But who's sitting there counting his rak'ats? Because it's not something where he himself would do. It makes no sense. Brother, I recently had a conversation with a person who saw the truth, and he started to pray in how the Quran is saying. He goes, brother, I am capable of now of actually understanding what the prayer means. I am reflecting, I am reading, I'm concentrating, I'm talking to my God. Before, I was so worried if I missed a rak'ah, or if I'm gonna make a mistake in the movement, or if I should be sitting at this point or standing at this point. He goes, my whole concentration shifted, and I was capable of actually feeling my God at this point.
Not even the 4 madhabs pray the same way. I don't know which way is the right way of prayer.
Right. Right. And that's what I live on a mountain, Shirloni. I'm gonna come visit you, God willing, soon, and hang out in the mountains. But my good brother, this is a verse that I love to tell them right here. قل يا أهل الكتاب قل يا أهل الكتاب هل تنقمون منا إلا أن آمنا بالله وما أنزل إلينا وما أنزل من قبل وأن أكثركم فاسقون. O people of the book, right, which would include the Sunnis and the Shias at this point, do you resent us? Do you like take revenge from us? Do you hate us only because we believe in God and what was revealed to us and what was revealed before, and that most of you are immoral? They hate you for believing in the book of God. Bro, they hate you.
Exactly.
You're a kafir. You're going to hell. How dare you just believe in the book of God? How dare you, bro?
They're doing the same mistake as Jews and Christians, which every time God revealed the Torah, they made the Talmud and they started worshiping Moses. God sent the Injil, which is the gospel. They started making Paul another book, and they started worshiping and even claiming that Jesus is God. And now the same thing is happening to us, which is God revealed a book, a clear book, which is the confirmation of the one before it. In chapter 16, verse 44, it says that he may explain what was sent to them, which is talking about the gospel and the and Torah. So so practically the prophet was sent to explain to the people, because there were a lot of distinctions between them, and God sent a clear book for them and for the prophet to remove those distinctions to so it was nice talking to you and having this discussion. I hope
may God bless you, man. And I apologize for having to keep you away.
May God bless you too. May God bless you too. Have a great day, and we appreciate what you're doing.
May God bless you.
I appreciate what you're doing. God bless you. God bless you. Have a great day. Peace.
I love talking to believers, man. The sound conclusions, and it's like people all over the world from different points of life and different experiences. We read the Quran, we independently, obviously God is the one who guides, and we are reaching the same conclusion. And it's to us, it's a wonder and a marvel that the others that are reading the Quran are not seeing this clear conclusion. Kristen is saying, good job, Rain Cloud Guy. Appreciate you, man. And appreciate you, my brothers and sisters. Farah, who's your brother? Who's your little brother? I hope I didn't. Did I bring him up? Can you relax a little when my little brother is up? MashaAllah. Who is that, Farah? We'll see. Can you add me, bro? You're next. There was a person that I wanted to add that they were also waiting for a while.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, not too bad. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I've been watching some of your streams just to gain some understanding.
I think we've spoken before, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a long time ago. So 2 things. One is I remember you mentioned in terms of hadith, you don't accept any rulings or anything taken from the hadith. You
Correct.
take the book of Allah only. What I wanted to ask, just out of interest, how do you look at like history? Like for example, those that accept the hadith, they'll take, you know, the biography of the Prophet, like, you know, then they'll have their full outline versions of the Battle of Badr, Uhud and stuff. So how do you look at history? Like, do you look at the Battle of Badr as something, yeah, it took place, and then of course, naturally, those people that look at it from the hadith, they draw connections, like, I'm sure you've heard Surah Al-Anfal to have been like, you know, almost
Yes.
like a commentary of Badr. So how do you, upon your understanding, look at history and the Ghazawat and everything?
I can get a general concept of what happened in the battles from the Quran, enough for me to know how to maneuver if I am found myself in a war of attrition. I can learn from how those people reacted in certain fights for me to apply some of the strategies, and for me to also count on the promises of God with the support that he will send us, as long as we are people who are inclining towards our Lord. Now, in regards to the context, like the context and how things unraveled, which we can discuss even with other nations, not the Arabian nation that was following the blessed prophet, but we can look at the history and see the truth as well in regards to what God has said. Obviously, we don't need to doubt it, but we can clearly see, because of the historical evidence, because of what people are witnessing, the sheer size
What
amount
would
of
you call historical evidence? Like, where do you take it? So, for example, people would take the books of, I don't know, like Tariq al-Tabari, Siyar A'lam Nubala, etc. Where would you say you get your history from without doubting?
from those who studied the history. So I would start to read from certain people that have spent their time with these books. So I do appreciate the Tabari's books. I also look at Ibn Kathir's book. In regards to history, when somebody presents something to me, I personally don't go. Now, in regards to the battle of like the Romans with Khalid ibn Walid, I got that from a YouTube video from a professor in the West, of what he found in other people's documentation on how Khalid bin Walid, he traveled through the desert and he tied up the horse's mouth or the camel's mouth so that they would be able to sustain with a path where there's no water for him to get to the front line quicker. But this history is after the blessed Prophet Muhammad, where the history can be recorded much easier because now they're a much bigger nation. And they have enemies as well recording history. But in regards to the Battle of Badr, I would take that with a grain of salt, because it's not time where there was this massive explosion in the region about what the religion is. By the time Abu Bakr was around and Umar was around and the religion became massive, the community became massive, that's when I start to look at the historical evidence as something that can be understood with some objective sense.
So you would say that the claim that you could say the majority of Muslims make, saying that there is a, I don't know, quote unquote, special blessing on the preservation of our history and the Prophet's seerah, you would say that's not given?
Nope, because the only book that went outside of the normal course of
The Quran, of
preservation is the
course.
Quran. That's why it's a miracle. There's no way we can reproduce that kind of preservation. Their
So not
books are,
that kind of preservation, but in the sense that, would you say that there is some sort
it's
of...
the same as the Bible, bro. The hadith of there's no exception. No, that's just so there's God's intervention, which it goes away from the normal path of what God has programmed, and then there's the result of circumstance, which is what God has programmed. So the actions they produce the result that God has already pre-programmed. In regard to books, preserving books, history, and all of this, the same thing that the Bible went through is what the hadith went through, which is what Harry Potter is going to go through, which is what all the other books in history went through. It's human nature. You see what I'm saying? But the Quran is outside of that.
Okay. And then another question I'd have is in terms of studying and scholarship, and like you mentioned the way you prayed and how some things have remained and other things have changed. So do you have, like, for yourself, or I don't know if you have like teachers or something, do you have scholars or books that have been written over the last few hundred years that have sort of similar positions, just to...
Yes. So there
Okay.
are people that have similar positions to what I have reached. Again, I've reached this position in my independent studies by what God has revealed to me. I cannot
Okay.
tell you that I guided myself to this position. I believe God has guided me through his words to this position. I do see others, when you do your research, when you do Google searches and whatever, other people in history that have reached the similar conclusions, and they have written books. You could go explore them. The concept of this hierarchy in scholarship in this community, I don't believe it exists. I don't believe that we have this traditionalist approach to how knowledge should be understood or how knowledge should be gained. I believe independent striving with God is the best way for you to learn. And as God says in chapter 18, the man who walked with Moses, he said, how would you have patience with which you have no experience in? And knowledge is not just reading a book, but rather experiencing what the book is saying and witnessing it. And then you are capable of making sound judgments. So for you to truly understand, you could see what the other peoples came to a conclusion with their books, but you have to make your own path and your own striving, not only with the religion of God, but with whatever you want to present to God on the day of judgment. If you
Of
want
course,
to be
everyone has their own journey that they go through.
perfect, but the journey has to have a destination, and that destination is something that you picked, but God has picked it for you because he knows who you are. But you yourself have chosen that path. If you're a person that wanted to sail the world on a boat and you think that that's your calling in life, you could attribute that's what God has put for you, but it's because that's what your soul wanted. If I am a person that loves computer programming and I wanted to be a computer programmer and work with computers as a child, that's something that God has implanted in my heart because I enjoy that. Unfortunately, the majority of the world do not pursue what is written for them, but rather they pursue what they think is going to make them survive.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense in terms of the individual journey. But one thing I do sort of want to push back on, or I guess see what you have to say in that, is in regards to, like, we know if you look at the books of history, we see this ongoing.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll answer you. For me, I liked reading the renditions of what the Mu'tazilites left behind.
So would you say that at that time, maybe 200, 300, 400 years after the passing of the Prophet ﷺ, where we see those debates happening, the classical Ash'ari Athari that starts, so would you say the Mu'tazili movement is somewhat
the closest?
Okay, so you would say that's sort of the line of not scholarship but understanding that
the approach. Yes.
Right, I understand.
And exactly. So there
and
was
like you said, the conclusions will always vary from person to person.
Perfect. And the thing that we understood is that there is three ways of approaching the subjective nature of the Quran for us to deduce a valid objective where we can all stay on the same page. The first one is by tradition, okay, which is Sunnah, Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. But the tradition then locks it so that there is no more room for evolution. So where the society cannot evolve against what the devil starts to plan against you. If the devil starts to pursue a different means to hinder your tradition, then you are stuck while he gets to change. Now, the other form is by philosophy, and just simple philosophy, where at this point, again, you cannot have a simple understanding, because philosophical ways of approaching matters, it does not give you a conclusion. It gives you a theory on how you should approach things. The best way, which I perceive, and which is what the Quran, I believe, is telling us, where God continuously says, أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ, where it's, do you not reason? So reasoning and the Quran is what reaches us to the conclusions that we need to reach. And the people who find themselves successful in this world, disbelievers and believers, are the ones who are the most reasonable in why they do what they do. Even if they are mafia criminals, they are reasonable in regards to how they want to apply the rules of criminality. While the cowboy that is just shooting off the handle, they're usually the first ones to leave. I hope that makes sense.
With that approach, one thing I personally find a bit troublesome with this approach is, don't you feel like with this whole thing of being reasonable, don't you feel like the subjective aspect leaves too much room of some people potentially crossing the boundaries by making their own interpretation? But
that's
really,
the disease, bro. That's the disease in their heart.
but how does one identify that? So for the other side, they would say, for example, they would say the ahadith are the ones that are the things we find in the hadith are the ones that show us what the boundaries of the rulings in the Quran are. Now, what would you say is a mechanism take drugs for example, right?
I'll make it easier. I'll make it easier.
Just one thing. Maybe you
Sure.
can use as an example. Like the Quran, of course, clearly forbids like drugs, generally speaking, right? But now someone might say, well, the word Quran uses this
Is khamr, not drugs.
exactly, and so this leans towards this drug. Well, the other one, I feel like my personal subjective feeling says it's not that type of drug.
Correct. Yes.
So what's
now
the Muslim image, identity, and boundaries then?
So that's the philosophy. You see, what you just did there is the way of philosophy, where I'm going to find through philosophy and through analyzing in what can be the possible options. And then I'm just making a choice. Now, the person who is going to follow reason, it automatically puts you into a scientific mode. This mode involves observation. It involves the hypothesis, which we both made. Drugs are legal, drugs are illegal. And then now, the man that is reasonable, for him to see whose conclusion is right, he has to test the hypothesis, understand and observe the results, and come up with the right conclusion. So now that you have your take and I have my take, when we start to apply it to our lives, if my trees are growing better now, and I am having a better way of serving my Lord, then the path that I have chosen is better. If I see my trees now withering away and my connection is getting weaker and I am causing myself more trials and more problems in my life, my conclusion was incorrect. So if I go now and observe all the people that drink or have drugs, and I recognize how much they're producing, and the people that do not consume drugs, how much they're producing, then God has given us reasonably that the drugs are not going to improve your life.
Okay, so if someone uses this mechanism now, and someone studies like yourself, you produce content and everything, and you yourself come to a certain set of conclusion, this has worked out for me, this hasn't, clearly Allah has rewarded me for this, maybe punished me for other things.
Perfect.
What mechanism would you say you then, or Muslims generally, have in place to then maybe guide each other as a community?
Science, brother.
For example, you'd say science, and another response to that, well, we have the whole wishful thinking of ideally having a Muslim Khalifa, etc. You know, that
But
teaches
this
everything.
is perfect. Yes. So we do have the concept of God producing imams, and us asking the people who are truly conscious of God and wants to make a difference in the world, they ask to be an imam.
So on the basis of this verse, how do we establish this type of community though?
Brother, this is such an easy answer. We do not need to go and push somebody or push ourselves to be a leader. You go work, okay? You don't go out saying, I want to be your leader. This doesn't ever conclude in a positive state. This makes
You're
you
saying that people will automatically come together and
you will start, bro. I'll give you an example. I'm not a Khalifa. I am not a person that is leading a country. I'm not a president. I'm not that. But I have found myself in a position where the people are giving me distrust in regards to online content and talking about the Quran in this sphere of religious debates. It was something that was handed to me. Nobody picked me. There was no vote. Nobody said he's going to be the viral guy. It was just something that the results of my actions that I perceive that God has told me to do led me to this point. So I might be in this chair now, and in 2 years, someone else is going to be sitting in this chair instead of me, because that's how the world shifted, and that's who God has chosen for him to be in that seat. Am I sitting here and going to start to pull him down and say, no, I can't. So for me,
yeah, I understand what you mean.
But in every field that exists, when you work and you work diligently, the results that is due for you is going to come for you. And if you are working and people accept you as a leader because you're standing up for the truth, then you become a leader. For us to try to pick one and to put one there, it doesn't work that way, brother.
So on that basis, would you say, of course, we have the whole historical record now, whether you take that whole the whole occurrence to be authentic or not, but we have the occurrence of after the passing of Rasulullah sallallahu of the Sahaba coming together, appointing a Khalifa and sort of having this Khilafah with, of course, opposition, of course.
Right.
Would you say that the companions were so, quote unquote, misguided that they chose this approach rather than...
Brother,
so what would you say that was?
They already knew the person's history, and they said that, bro, I'm going to support you. You would do a better job than me. And the other guy goes, yeah, that guy would do a better job than me. So let's go with Abu Bakr. He was the one who knew the Quran better than us. I'm okay with that kind of thing, because now
So you accept that level of historical record, I guess.
I'm accepting the methodology. You were asking me about the methodology. I'm not asking you that this is what happened because I was not present. I don't know. But if I'm a man who built a company and people chose for me to be the CEO, okay, I have built this company. People have accepted my leadership. I have my people, and now this train is moving forward. If I am removed by death, someone needs to step up, and that's where this concept of khilaf and all of this comes up. But right now, in the sense of the community and how we are today, we don't need to sit and try to push somebody up to try to move a train. The train is yet to move.
But would you say striving towards building that type of mechanism is something that overall would benefit the Muslims in the world more, or would you say there's no need for that?
I say that that's not our target. That's not an objective that we should be doing. Our objective is to be calling people. We are supposed to be telling people about God, the Quran, and for them to alleviate themselves from the pain that this world is enduring because of the hardships that other people are causing. I am here to work within the community that I'm already in, this world that I've been born in. And if I need to move to a different country because of me being persecuted for my religion, I will do so. But if every one of us is doing this, then somewhere in the world, God will produce a believing community for other peoples to move. But for me to go out in the wilderness and to go try to create a new community where there's nobody,
of course, it's never going to be
not going to work.
job, yeah.
But yeah, so I start with home. And if my home starts to turn into a believing community, then others might get attracted to it. But if someone else across the world is doing that, and I see that there are people who are actually adhering and there's going to be a political movement, I'll be the first one there, God willing, God willing, God willing, God willing. I hope God does not allow me to fail in such a task if that task appears, and for me to remember my words, because I don't want to say something that then where I fail.
Then the last question, completely unrelated to what we've been speaking now. What's your? I remember hearing. I'm not sure if it was yourself or someone else with a similar sort of ideology. What's your take on Ramadan? I believe you don't. No, as in like the timing and everything. As far as I know, so you have Ramadan when other Muslims have it as well.
Yes. I take it from the lunar calendar.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Jazakallah. It was a pleasant conversation.
May God bless you. Peace.
Barakallahu feek. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Guys, I apologize. There's a lot of people requesting. I'm going to try to go through the list with what I can from what I've seen the order come through, and we'll go from there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Sam, how you doing?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
So my question is about Surah Yasin.
Yes.
And I have two questions, but I'll ask this one first. Is the one question I want to ask specifically is Yasin does not have a specific like meaning, correct? Or am I thinking incorrect? Like there's no translation to describe what that means. Is it true or no?
Say that again, please.
So Surah Yasin, there is no direct definition. Hold on, let me turn my fan off. There's no direct definition for what the word Yasin means, you know?
No, these are letters that are presented to you, which God says these are signs of the book. There are individuals that have came to a conclusion, and it is somewhat of a valid conclusion, where these letters are showing a mathematical code that exists in the Quran to show that not only that the Quran is a masterpiece in the linguistic aspect, but it itself has a numerical code within it to show that no human can produce such an amazing book and still have this mathematical pattern that exists in it. So I believe if you like count the numbers that are how many times the letter Ya was used in Yasin and the letters of Sin that was used in Yasin, it's divisible by 19. Number 19 is something that is like being revealed in the Quran in a way. Obviously, there is, because the person who discovered it, he tainted the discovery by him starting to go become a next Bukhari. Like he started to call himself a messenger, and he started to make up so much lies about the Quran, and he came up with failed prophecies. He tainted the actual discovery. But the Quran does contain this amazing mathematical complex pattern that there's a few scholars that talked about it. So those were, I think, the letters have a play.
Okay. And then
But there is no direct translation. Do you know how I always seen this, by the way? And this is subjective, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not saying that this is the interpretation, but with Yasin, specifically Yasin. So if you take the letters Yasin, okay, which right now, what is the most like spoken language in the world aside now? I mean, like the most widely internationally accepted language of the world.
Mandarin?
English.
Or Japanese? English? Okay.
Japanese Mandarin is the most spoken, but it's spoken localized to China. But while English is international, right?
Yeah, true.
Okay, so if you put the word Yasin and read it as a word, what does it say?
Yasin.
No, you're reading it independently. Yeah, seen. Say it as a word. What would it be?
In English?
Yeah, no, it's say in Arabic.
Oh, Yasin.
It says yes.
Yes, yeah.
It doesn't say Yasin, it says yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like an English word. Yes, wal Quran al Hakim. Yes, and by the wise Quran, you are a messenger. That's how, like when I first started my journey, that's how I started it. But no, I'm not saying that this is what it's saying. But to me, I found it was pretty cool where it's like it almost sounds like he's saying a word in English. He's saying yes, and the wise Quran, you are. But again, guys, this is just this is mental gymnastics. This is not what the Quran is presenting.
I think also like my interpretation, like even just listening to you speak it right now, it's making me think that like when I hear Yasin, it's like I want to turn my head, you know, like I know whatever is being presented in that direction is going to be of something of value, you know?
But again,
it's like,
for me, honestly, these letters, even at the very onset, it's like where God is telling us, I'm going to give you the knowledge that you require. And there's some stuff that you don't need to know, but it's there present in front of you. Do you have enough faith to believe that it is from me? There are times where I swear, as God is my witness, because I know that these are verses of God. If I'm in a problem where it's like I need to like remember my God, like in a flashpoint, I'll say Alif Lam Mim, because I know that is a sign from God, and God has its knowledge, and I am believing that it's.
I'm gonna start saying that too. Subhanallah.
Yeah, because it's a quick reminder that it says Alif Lam Mim Dhalika al-Kitab. So Alif Lam Mim in its whole entirety is a book from how I understood
and it's telling you remember the Kitab because I gave you this Kitab as a warning for the people who don't know how to play this game in the dunya.
Exactly, and that's to say Yasin wal Quran al Hakim. So Yasin is Quran automatically. It just goes
like
hand in hand with Quran at this point, right?
Yeah. And it's kind of like in the sense of like when it's said that your heart does not have a language, but when Rabbana, like, when you're able to say Alam nashrah laka sadrak, you know, it's one of those things where it's like I can't know what your heart is saying because I don't speak the language of that. Only Rabbana speaks the language of the heart. But when Allah has allowed me to like feel the sensation of your actions, then I can read what your heart is saying in a way that is not in translation. But I think like in translation, it's almost kind of like we can't understand it, just like Yasin, Alif Lam Mim, but we know that somebody is listening to me. You know, I know Rabbana is listening by it. Yeah.
Yes, and it has a value to us, and that's why it's like Kaf Ha Ya Ain Sad Tilka. No, ذلك ذكر رحمة ربك على. So this is like whatever Kahf Ya Ain Sad, the conclusion is, this was the mercy of Zechariah there.
And so I'm having like some issues with, I'm trying to explain to my mom because she's from the generation previous where they are taught the Quran by their family and it's mixed with culture and everything. So they're all scared of breaking the traditions and doing this, but I'm trying to get her to encompass the idea that the Quran does not have traditions. It's got a like way of life. Yes. You know, it's not going to tell you do this and tell your kids to do this unless it's for their own good, you know, not for their own benefit.
My sister, out of my experience, the way that I've always approached this matter, because trying to convince them at the very start, it's very difficult for a parent to just kind of accept what their like little baby is trying to change them, right? So what I learned is that for them, my parents were more scared for me rather than what I'm saying. They're worried that I am now. So when they saw that, no, the man was still doing what he's doing, like me trying to hinder him didn't work. He's still a respectable person. In fact, his like attitude is improving. He's more concentrating. When they saw it and they felt content that this path that I found made me better, and they will tell you it made me better, then it makes them start to reflect. And the thing that where my parents started to worry
Inshallah.
is that when other people started to listen to me, then they started to just automatically have to show respect to me in front of the other people, because they saw that the other people were genuinely like asking me
Hooked on.
questions and I'm answering. So this is how you get to your parents, is by the respect that, you know, that they raised a God-fearing person. That is where they find that sense of pride for them to start to trust you. Trying to change their ways,
Inshallah.
it'll cause you more problems than good.
Yeah, I could trying. The thing is, like, you know, I have to have patience. I have that. Sometimes they do trigger me, you know, and they'll
Yeah, be
they'll
careful.
try to, you know, move me or hizuni, you know,
Yeah.
from my spot, and I just will go into, like, you know, my car and just listen to a surah and just like get
Mashallah.
myself back into place, you know, because they think it's they laugh at me kind of, and it makes me so sad because my family's Muslim.
Don't yeah, I know, don't let that God says that you're going to hear a lot of hurt and abuse from the
Yeah.
people that came. When they're laughing is because they're showing that there's no fear, there's no reflection. Take the opportunities when a situation arises for you to point out the flaw and to remind in the book of God, rather than trying to have them reach the conclusions that you have reached. People usually listen when they feel guilty or they're feeling pain. That's when they're willing to listen. When everything is going good and they're happy and everything's, why would I change if I can keep going in the way that I'm going?
SubhanAllah, yeah, 100%. And just holding myself back has been like the biggest thing.
But here's the thing. This is the okay. There's a fine line where you want to help your parents and where you start to disrespect your parents. And when it's this, and you cannot allow yourself to get angry to a point where maybe you like start to say certain things which causes them to fatigue themselves. And God says, وَلَا تَرْهَقْهُمَا. So do not fatigue them and do not like abuse them, because it's very difficult for a parent to see this. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So be kind to them, be respectful. If they want to talk to religion, just move on. Don't try to engage too much. Say something in a joking manner. If you see them willing to engage with it, start to have a conversation. When they oh, I don't have time for this, or you don't know what you're talking about, or go ask the sheikh, just let them have the win. Let them have the last word.
Always, yeah.
As hard as it is, let them have the last word.
And they love that. And so I give them what they love, because every time, like, I've set up kind of a trigger for negativity, right?
Yep.
So whenever I find myself being like, quote, triggered by something angry, or I feel that anger rising, I start to laugh, because I tell myself, like, of course, I'm so much stronger than the shaitan making this emotion so intense, you know?
100%. It's not worth it. So
It's
you
not
have been
worth
led.
it.
You have been led to the truth, because I don't know your parents, but God is letting you know that in your heart, however much goodness your parents have, you have that extra goodness where you are capable of seeing the truth. Remember that, okay?
Yeah.
And it's and there's like, you know, people are capable of changing much easier when they're younger than it is older. Doesn't mean that people cannot accept it. People can accept the religion at 79 years old. It doesn't matter. But what I was trying to express is that your heart is a little bit different than your parents. So God allows you to hear more than what your parents can hear. You are capable of envisioning, having a basira more than what they have. This is all a blessing and for you. So you can't guide whom you love. In fact, God who guides.
I can only wait for them to be guided. I keep telling my mom one day, Mama, you're gonna sit there with me and you're gonna laugh when you look back at all of these little things and conversations me and you are having, because finally you'll be like woken up, you know, to like the reality, you know.
Personally, I had a very long. My father, who passed away recently, he was very. How can I say? He's very old school, extremely old school, and it's my way and my way. There's no highway. It's my father's way. And because he was very family oriented, my position was detrimental to him, because he feels like it was an attack to his reputation, that his son is not representing what he wants his son to represent. So I had a very long battle with my father, and he's an extremely logical individual, where because of his nature of his business, which, you know, I can also well, thanks to God first, but the way that my father raised me and how he was is the reason why I'm very articulate and we speak and the way we speak. He was a negotiator. So for him, body language and certain things like that was very important to him. I had a 10-year battle with him, 12 years of battles with his mind and my mind. And it didn't matter other than it scarred our relationship to a point where we would not speak for extended times. And it wasn't within only the last 3 or 4 years of my journey when I truly started to apply the Quranic verse in where I wanted to just support my father and to be there, but not to discuss the things where I think he's already been done with. You know, there's no, it's not for me. And it wasn't up until like maybe the last year or 2 years before him passing away unexpectedly is where he did see my side and he did start to accept some of what I'm saying. And he went as far as showing that there was some sort of him impressed by the achievements that he saw me go through. So yes, as long as you remember the verses of God, there is a light at the end of the tunnel for those who deserve it.
SubhanAllah, I'm very happy. Like that made me feel really good for you that you were able to like mend that with your father before. And I feel like Rabbana would not have wanted you to go on about in life with guilt without, you know, having you and your father mend.
I don't think it's matters of guilt. God protected me on the day of judgment. So on the day of judgment, I'm capable of facing him without having extra sin. And that's how God protects the believers in ways that they don't even know. There was times where I wanted to have the conversation with my dad. My phone would literally not call. The call would drop. It would miss up. And then I say to myself, this is God telling me not to engage with this conversation now. I don't. And we stayed. And that God rescues you from pain if you're truly a believer. It's subhanAllah. It's, you know, one second. Yeah, it's amazing to remember that.
Alhamdulillah.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I said Alhamdulillah. It's an amazing remembrance always when you have God in front of you. My other question that I had, let me see if I can remember. Oh, it says the Quran alone is Islam. I was discussing that like the first 2 or 3 surah of Surah Yasin, it talks about how the message that was being sent to the people who did not have the message before. And so I'm just wondering, do you think that that is the message for Ahl al-Kitab, who that they didn't have the detailed message of the Quran that was revealed? And so when this message is revealed, then those people who had the Kitab before, they only will increase in their faith because they have more understanding. So defining it as a religion, like Islam itself as like a religion to follow that religion, are we following a religion or are we following what it says?
Now, in regards to what the book is saying, that you may warn a people whose fathers were not warned, it's not in regards that God did not send them a book or God didn't send them a prophet. But these specific people that I'm among now, they themselves have not received a direct warning. They know God exists. They know there's a book of God. Even those kuffar of Quraysh around Muhammad, if you ask them who created the skies and the land, they'll say Allah. They testify that God is there. But they were not warned because of not their beliefs. It's because of how they were treating each other. It is so why was the people of Lot destroyed? It's not their beliefs, it's their treating of each other because of their beliefs. Why were the people of Noah destroyed? Because of how they treated each other. And Noah was sent to warn them that if you do not go back to the right belief and start treating each other and fear God, you're going to be destroyed. And now Prophet Muhammad was sent to people who have yet to receive this warning. And he is a messenger that said to them this. The Quran is not the warning that we are supposed to like. The Quran itself being here is not the warning. The Quran being read on the people is the warning. So that's why we're supposed to say it to certain individuals. And that's why we're supposed to read it. Because that's you now warning them of what God is saying.
So when he went to the people in the village to warn them, and there's only like one person that ended up being warned, I think that was like a translation that I heard from somebody saying that.
No. Here, I don't see it this way because I don't need the context of what's being written. I need the understanding Now, in the Sunni tradition, they say that chapter 36 is a Mecca surah. It came in Mecca before the migration. But the thing that we need to understand is God is saying here, لِتُنْذِرَ قَوْمٌ مَا أُنذِرَ آبَاؤُهُمْ فَهُمْ غَافِلُونَ, so that you may warn a people whose fathers were not warned, so they are unaware. لَقَدْ حَقَّ الْقَوْلُ عَلَى أَكْثَرِهِمْ فَهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. The word has been imposed on most of them, so they do not believe. So Muhammad was sent to a city who have yet to receive the warning directly. Muhammad warned them. They did not believe. The word has been fulfilled upon them and they got sealed. So you have the Quran. The majority of the people around you, despite them having the Quran, have yet to be warned. And as soon as somebody is warned directly by a messenger or a servant of God and they deny, that's when the word gets fulfilled and that's when they get crumbled. And everyone will get a warning eventually. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense a little bit, but I also think that when you're trying to remind somebody who doesn't have the ability to even remember encompass the idea, that's what I think.
It's game
like
over.
It's game over. But that's what
Right.
like the next verse says. Like it's almost like we have chains in their necks.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, right. So like they can't turn left or right to even look. Even if they wanted to, they're not able to because they don't have the ability to make that like thought process.
Perfect. So
Okay.
you know how we talked about our parents before and how they keep denying what we say to them?
That's kind of the same thing.
Yes. The more they deny, the more burdens they're gonna have. And the harder it is for them to accept. So that's
Which
why
is why I should just
calm
let
down.
myself, and then that way I'm not triggering them because then I'm azibing them.
You're causing
by
it, you're
them
making it
thinking.
harder for them to accept because it
I just want to
becomes
share with them so badly everything, you know?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
You will have your opportunity, but you just have to be patient with it.
I know, inshallah.
And you're wishing for them a better life, but it doesn't mean whatever path they're on that it means they're going to hell. There's
I know.
God says this about the Jews and the Christians, that some of them get to go to heaven. So why wouldn't some Sunnis and Shias who are believers and do righteous deed not go to heaven? It doesn't make sense. But you just want them to have a better paradise. I get it.
Yeah, well, it's not even about the paradise being in the afterlife. I want them to have their paradise in this life, you know?
Yes, it starts.
And
there.
that's
I appreciate it.
inshallah.
But my good sister, I do have to go with the list. I
Thank you.
appreciate you coming up, and I hope I helped you with some of the answers. And may
You
God
did.
bless you.
Thank you. As-salama.
Ma salama. And I truly believe, unfortunately, that this is something that all of us, I think, are struggling with in regards to our families, our communities, and the people close to us. When we do accept the truth, people might start to belittle us, and it hurts. It hurts. Peace, Brother Adam. So may God bless you, Sister Samo, I believe your name was when you joined. And may God ease your burden and the burden for all of us that are having to try to call people towards the truth. And we're seeing the people that we love just not appreciating what God is presenting as an amazing life here in the hereafter. So Sayyid Hashimi Gilani, my Shia brother that sounds like Naveed, I've accepted the request. Let's see if you join. Saeed Ventures, you're next. I want to see if Sayyid Hashimi Giuliani, my Shia brother that sounds like Naveed, will join us. No, so here we go. That's unfortunate.
Hi, brother. Can you hear me?
Peace. Yes, I can hear you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for doing what you're doing, okay? And actually, I don't know where to start. I mean, the only common sense, I mean, while reading the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us about أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ أَفَلَا تَذَكَّرُونَ. So he's talking about reason, okay? Whatever you do in life, you should always use like your reasoning. So for me, what I came up to is, as I said, I used to pray, I used to believe in all what they believe in, like when you ask them what is Islam, they talk about the Quran and the Hadith. So they're like, okay, this is the Islam. Okay, let me figure it out. Let me read those books, right? So they talk about like Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, and the Quran. That's what makes Islam. So the only problem is like what you read in these books, you find like a lot of contradictions, of course. I mean, of course, you cannot just like once you reason, you cannot accept those as the same as they come from the same source.
Right.
So what I start doing is like, can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
So what I start doing is, okay, let's pretend I found the Quran in library, for example. I don't know about any mainstream explanations or hadiths or anything. So I can only understand Quran by Quran. That's the only book like we have. I know about. I don't know about Islam. I don't know about hadith. I don't know about anything. So while reading like the Quran from the start to finish, you have to start from the beginning. What really happened in the beginning? Then you came up to the stories of Adam, like in the garden, and of course, like the season and all what happened there. Then you came up with you can also see in the Quran that there was kind of what do you call it? There was let me see, amana, right? That let me give you the ayat so you will understand better. There was some kind, what do you call it? The right
Responsibility.
The covenant. No, we made like covenant with Allah before we
Amana?
came here. Okay.
Amana is
Do you know that
responsibility.
verse exactly?
Yeah. You were talking about the verse at the end of chapter 33.
Yeah, the covenant.
So if I go to chapter 33 and at the end of chapter 33, no, you're talking about a different verse. I was talking
It says
about
something like وَإِذْ أَخَذَ رَبُّكَ مِنْ بَنِي آدَمَ.
min ظهورهم ذرية. This is in chapter 7. You're talking about 7, I believe 188
Yeah,
maybe,
that one. So
or 189. I might be wrong.
I'm not exactly sure
No,
about the verse. Just
so,
remember it, like وَإِذْ
Adam.
أَخَذَ رَبُّكَ مِنْ بَنِي آدَمَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهِمْ.
Yes, O children of Adam. Yes, 172. Sorry, 7. وإذ أخذ ربك من بني آدم من ظهورهم ذريتهم وأشهدهم على أنفسهم ألست بربكم قالوا بلى شهدنا أن تقولوا يوم القيامة إن كنا عن هذا غافلين. So the verse is saying in English for the people, and when your Lord took from the children of Adam from their emergence and their descendants, and they testified for themselves, am I not your Lord? They said, indeed, we testify, lest you should say on the day of resurrection, indeed, we were unaware of this. So, yes.
Correct. So before we came here, every soul stood in front of God, and we made this like covenant with God. So basically what happened, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like wanted like Khalifa in this world, right? So he created us and he gave us something, he trusted with something. That trust is the freedom of choice and the intellect, right? Because إِنَّا عَرَضْنَا الْأَمَانَةَ عَلَى السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَالْجِبَالِ فَأَبَيْنَ أَنْ وَيُشْفِقْنَ مِنْهَا فَأَخَذَ الْإِنسَانُ إِنَّهُ كَانَ ظَلُومًا جَهُولًا. You know that verse too? Can you please?
Yes, that's the one
get
at
up
the end of chapter 33.
Yeah.
72. It's right here. So, إِنَّا عَرَضْنَا الْأَمَانَةَ على السماوات والأرض الأرض والجبال فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان إنه كان ظلوما جهولا. Indeed, we presented the loyalty or the responsibility to the skies and the earth as well as to the mountains, but they refused to bear it, for they were afraid of it. But the human being bore it. Indeed, he was ignorant and unjust.
So that trust, so it is the freedom of choice and the intellect.
Freedom
So
of choice and
basically-
reason. 100%.
And reason, exactly.
Right.
Freedom of choice and reason. So if you look at the whole Quran, it really speaks about exactly that. So that's our mission here. We came to this earth,
Right.
and if you talk about Aqim Salah again, so everything on earth is actually doing a Salah, right? السماوات والأرض يعني I'm looking for that verse exactly. So
Yeah.
كل
علم
قد علم
صلواته.
صلاته
Yeah.
وتسبيحه. So basically let's say, how does the sun pray? So it rises up in the morning, it lights, then at the afternoon, that sun rises, right? The same for everything else, like the rain,
Correct.
it
It's to
rains. This is how
communicate.
they pray. Exactly. This is how they pray. Exactly. They're doing exactly what they were created in order to do, right? Correct? So
That's
the same for us as
no,
well.
the rising and doing what they're supposed to do, that is sujood. That is prostrating to what God ordered them to do. That's the concept of sujood. Okay.
Exactly. So
Or
for
Islam
example,
as well.
Aqim Salah. Yeah, Aqim Salah in
But
the Quran.
the salah is the communication with God. So the
establishing
sun
the connection, correct?
connect communication. It's not
So,
so
to always be
sila,
circumcised.
dua is the call to create the communication or the connection. Dua is to create the connection. Salah is the transfer of the information. So when God does salah on someone, he's giving them information. When you're doing salah to Allah, you are giving him information. So, well, he knows it, but you are reporting the information you know to God, and you're asking God for certain things. So that the data transfer is salah. So as you see here,
So-
God is talking to the sun and the skies and the land. He's saying, do you want the responsibility? They said, no. That is a form of salah.
Correct. So it might also be like iqamat salah. It might also be establishing the connection or
Yes.
being synchronized with like the way of God always. It doesn't mean doing those things in like
Wait,
those like gymnastic
you're right.
things.
God is saying that there is a salah between the human and his Lord. This is constant. This should not stop. The remembrance of God is a form of salah. Dua is a form of salah. You establishing the rules of God in the on the earth. This is all considered salah. But when God is saying to establish the salah, and he's telling you how to establish this salah, iqamat salah, where it is you reflecting on the book of God and reading the book of God and prostrating and being close to God, that's that concept that he's talking about, where people go make it into a certain weird ritual. But there's specific times where God wants you to move away from all distractions, and you are going to hi, come up, hi, come up. You run your mouth in the chat, and I'm gonna embarrass you, and I'm gonna make a video out of you. Come up, request. So sorry, I was saying that iqamat as-salah, God is giving us specific instructions on how and when to sit and to communicate to God in a certain way.
Also, it could mean iqamat salah. It could also mean like establish what like the orders. For example, the do's and don'ts in the Quran. No, because
Yes.
there is other verses like for example, ولو أنهم أقاموا التوراة والإنجيل لأكلوا من بني تحت أيديهم وأرجلهم. صح? It's like ولو أنهم أقاموا التوراة والإنجيل. Here is like they established the salah, right? The connection.
Okay, but God says الذين يسمعون القول ويتبعون أحسنه. Those who hear the verses and they follow the best of it. Okay, so when God is saying الذين يسجدون, there is times where sujood is for me to be subservient to God. That is one understanding, which is spiritual. There is times where I can walk into the door and show my sujood by putting my head down. وَادْخُلُوا الْبَابَ سُجَّدًا. This is another
Which is
word.
possible.
Brother, the word sujood, the physical concept of sujood, it does not mean ruk'an sujjada. When God says ruk'an sujjada, sujjada is an adjective to the kneeling. So it's the kneeling, the prostrating who's kneeling. In Arabic, if I say sajada ra'sahu, it doesn't mean that he went and prostrated down on the ground. It means he put his head down in humility and humbleness. So there are physical actions to show your submission because it naturally happens. If God is here in front of me, I'm not going to sit and just look at God here. If the king is in front of me, not God at this point, a human being who has a hierarchy, I tend to want to look more closer to the ground out of respect because it's something that is naturally driven inside the human being. Now, when my God is going to be presented to me, I want to go down and be as small as possible in front of my Lord and to be as still as possible because I'm scared of God. It is the human reflection. So if I'm reading from a verse from God and God he has inspired me with something that truly hits my heart and it's removing a burden that I struggled with and he answered my call, I want to lay down in front of my God. I want to become the smallest and thank him and I appreciate him.
Total submission, correct.
Correct. So it's the reflection, the reaction of the glorification of God, which pushes someone to go lay down on the ground. It's not God is telling you go lay down on the ground. It's just the human nature of wanting to do so. So this is where we hear the verses and we follow the best of it. And I personally, when I am glorifying my God, I feel like I can become the feelings that are given to me when I'm prostrating is much better when I'm standing here and saying glory to you, to God. When I go down on the floor, I can really beg him in this moment of darkness, which is not darkness, but this moment of solitude between me and God. So this is where I don't agree with the people that say that these physical movements have no effect. They have a very big effect on the person.
Correct. So basically, like for me, the Islam, what is the Islam? Is just to be like good Khalifa on earth. like the human nature, as you said. For example, the deen for me is like the common sense, right? The fitra. That's the deen for me. Like, don't, like, the 10 commandments, just to follow the 10 commandments. Don't kill, don't steal. This is the deen for me, and believe in one God. And of course, like, believe in the judgment day. This is what the whole Quran is talking about here, correct?
The Quran is giving you that understanding. The way that you achieve it, it has to be done in the physical world. So Islam is to submitting to the rules of God. Iqamat al-salah is to now have this communication with your Lord. The giving of the purification is for you to purify your soul. You standing the prayer in a ritual manner, literally communicating to God in the times He told you to do so, it purifies you. You are getting the results of what God has told you. Me walking down the street and thinking about God and talking to God while I'm walking, this is also a form of salah. But God has showed you the best form of salah. When you're not walking down the street, when you're not distracted, when you are facing a certain direction, where you are cleansed in that moment, and where you are reading the book of God for you to reflect and learn, because that's when God is talking to you. When you're reading the book, when I recite the book out loud, it is God talking to me. See what I mean? And when I'm close the book and I start to respond to what I want from God and what I'm thankful for God, this is me communicating back to God. So that's why it's important for us to recite the book, because it's God talking. It's the inspiration of God for you.
Correct. So yeah, what I'm saying, the other part of it is to follow Sirat al-Mustaqim, right? The do's and don'ts in the Quran. That's Iqamat Salah.
Brother, Sirat al-Mustaqim, the salah keeps you on the Sirat al-Mustaqim. The Sirat al-Mustaqim is not achieved by you establishing the prayer. The prayer, it helps you, supports you, along with patience, which is the Sirat al-Mustaqim. Sirat al-Mustaqim is the path that leads you to God, okay? The salah is there as a supporting tool to keep you on the path. Patience is a supporting tool that keeps you on the path. The Quran is telling you the Quran is the GPS to that path. Okay. When you are following that path, that's not salah. When you're talking to God on that path, that's salah.
Okay,
Me feeding a homeless person, that's not salah. Me saying in my mind, God, I'm gonna feed this man because I love you, that's the salah.
Correct.
And when I fed the man, that purified me. So because I didn't charge for it, that's the zakat.
Correct.
Okay. So now we can have to establish that as a society for us to be able to work together to achieve that. That's where these ritual prayers come in need. Because the man next to me might not be able to reflect and understand the Quran. And the disciplined nature is what makes a society successful. In Norway and Finland and the Scandinavian countries, they're disciplined to the rules that they have set. So they are very successful in their societies in the way that they perceive each other. But if you go to a country, for example, like Lebanon, where they do not have that type of discipline, they run into all sorts of issues. So now we have the Quran, and we have to come up with a system where there's discipline in the organization or the societal structure. That's what we are fighting over.
Correct, brother. Thank you so much.
May God
Why do
bless
you
you.
think like 1 billion of people couldn't figure it out? Like couldn't figure
Oh,
that
because they
this is
don't try. Laziness, accepting the bugs. They don't do. Human beings are very lazy, bro. A billion Sunnis, only what 5% are putting the work in. 10% are putting the work in. Everyone else is just doing their whatever. They just want money. They just want cars. They just want to have fun. They want entertainment. They want the worldly life. In the Quran alone community, there's a lot of believers. A few of them want to work. A few of them want to produce content. A few of them want to do a change in the world. The other ones, they just want to watch videos and say what the truth is, which is amazing. May God bless them. And their righteous deeds is just to be a good person. But the majority of the world, they just hear what the other guy is saying, and I'm okay with that. I grew up with that. That's my culture. You want to change anything? Nah. You want to read what God says? No, I'm okay. I'm a good man. That's what the guy in the mosque keeps telling you.
The thing is, like, it's so easy. Like, read the Quran. It literally says, فَبِأَيِّ حَدِيثٍ بَعْدَهُ. I mean, it really condemns anything like outside from the Quran, right?
Yes.
Why, like, millions of people are going to Saudi Arabia paying like thousands of dollars, you know,
Because
just to
someone
go
told them
and
to do so.
But that's I couldn't understand it. Like I'm thinking about, I could not understand. Like really, I think it's actually Allah Subhanahu wa Taala who chooses people. Like really, I'm not even joking. I think it's like basira. If you don't
Yes.
have that, if you are not really like serious about wanting to learn or wanting the truth, you will
Do
just
you want the
stay like
secret
that.
of life?
Wow.
Do you want the secret of guidance? You want the secret of life? Do you want to be a successful person? I
You
can
have to be
summarize it
authentic.
all in one word.
Authenticity. Like you have to want it. You know, you have to be honest with yourself.
Initiative.
Or initiative too, yeah. But with good faith.
Take the first step and God will answer you. If you're
Well, you
waiting
know
for
what?
someone to tell you to take the step, you didn't take the step on your own. It's not accepted.
Yeah,
You
know what
you
I
see your
keep
house
going
dirty,
to?
go up and clean it. Nobody needs to tell you. You see that
Correct.
something needs to be fixed, go up and fix it. You see someone that needs help, go help him. Nobody needs to tell you. You've seen it, you recognized it. But if you cannot train your initiative, you cannot get guided.
You know what I also think about that? I think that the history is all lie. What we were thought, like what
I
happened.
can't. Okay, bro. Yes, there's lies in history. I can't say that all of the history is lies. That's not fair.
I mean, what happens exactly with the Islam? For example, how this like religion came to us. I think it came by force. At the time, what happened is you have to believe, you have to do this prayer the way they said, otherwise you
Yes,
will be killed.
but brother, that's a very deep topic. History is written by the people who are victorious, so we get only one
Exactly.
side of history. But it doesn't mean that everything that they said is a lie. The tradition and where it is now today is a very long and deep conversation, but it does have aspects of truth. Just because we've reached and we realize that the hadith is trash, the majority of it is trash, it doesn't mean that everything that comes from Sunnism is false or everything that the Sunnis are doing is false. No, there are some stuff that is based from the Quran. There's some stuff that the Christians do is based from the gospel. Do they do a lot of nonsense? Yes. But we are not supposed to sit. And just because the Sunnis do Hajj in Mecca, it means now that is incorrect. No, that's not how we should approach the matter. What they do in Mecca is absolutely wrong because the Quran is telling them not to act in certain ways. But it means that Mecca is now not where Mecca is. That's not true.
Well, okay,
because
let me tell you something. Let me tell you. What about the geography of the Quran itself? You can see like.
Brother, I was just giving you an example. I don't want to sit and discuss whether Mecca is in Mecca or not. This is not a conversation I enjoy because then the only thing that we have is your subjective understanding and my subjective understanding. If you truly think that history did not record where Mecca is and that Mecca is hidden somewhere else and you have found the new location of Mecca, then you should go do pilgrimage there. So that on the day of judgment, you don't say that I only argued about it, that you went and actually committed. I truly believe that Mecca is exactly where Mecca is because it is difficult for a size of a city and a magnitude and the involvement of such a city for it to be hidden and moved away without there to be historical evidence of people saying the conspiracy is there, that it has been moved.
Now, how about if the location is not even important? If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't give
It
you
is.
the exact location?
It is because you're supposed to go there. There is an importance of you pilgrimaging there, Hajj al-Bayt, bringing something physically there where you're going to sacrifice it and feed the people that are there. So its location is imperative for a person that wants to understand why Abraham established that city in the name of God and why God accepted that city and took that house for himself. God doesn't live in the house, it is the property of God. If I have a house and it is my property, I have rules for those that want to use my house. So God now has a house that is his property, and he has set rules and he has set a place, a safe haven for all of the people that believe in God, for them to find a meal, for them to be able to pray to God, for them not to get fought and kicked out, and for them to have a place of safety and sanctuary. That is what
How
Mecca
about
is.
if it could be any place where
You can do
Allah's
that
law
anywhere.
is
You can do it anywhere. But for those who follow the blessed prophet in the Quran, God has opted our place is Mecca. Now, there's a religion that came after the Quran, which is Sikh, the Sikh in India. They also have the concept of Mecca. It's called the Golden Temple. They provide meals there. People are allowed to sleep there. People are allowed to worship, to pray to God there. And it is a safe city where they're not allowed to fight. It is the same concept of Mecca, which they have. But that is the man that they're following, is whoever gave them their monotheistic religion, which they pray to a concept called Wahiguru, which is one God to them, right? He's the master God or the master and their religion is very influenced by the Quran. So that's a religion that was set up where they use the Quran and they have established a system which is very close to what God wanted. But is Muhammad's system he was given easier and better and more concise? Yes, because the book is clear. If we are capable of reaching Mars, I would try to put a house for God on Mars.
No, my argument is, for example, if, as we're saying, if Allah did not mention the place in the Quran, I'm going to give you exactly where it is. So the place is not important according to Allah. You understand what I'm saying?
No, it is important because God has not told us about the knowledge being comprehensive in the Quran. Guidance is comprehensive in the Quran. God told me about trees. God told me about the hudhud. God told me about rivers. It doesn't mean he needed to give me a picture or a precise location. I, as a man, I have already established prior to reading the Quran by what has already been established by other words of God, what a tree is, what the hudhud is, and what a river is. So for me, when I'm reading the book, I'm already aware of the concepts that it's talking about. When God says the city of Mecca, that is already something that has been pre-established before the Quran. I do not need coordinates on a map on where Mecca is.
He doesn't say the city, he says Weaponizing Mecca, so we don't even know what Mecca is. That's the thing. In the Quran, it's only mentioned one time in the Quran, and it says Weaponizing Mecca. Yeah.
Mecca is established. So, Mecca is Mecca has been.
Okay. No, it's only mentioned one time in the Quran, and it says Weaponizing Mecca. So we don't even know what Mecca is.
So for me, what is the house? Is where Mecca is?
Wait, that's what he's saying. The thing for me is, for example, I'll give you.
Brother, is the house a physical place?
A house?
The house of God, is that a physical location?
وإذ بوأنا لإبراهيم مكان البيت ألا تشركوا بالله شيئا. It could be that the house of God.
إذ يرفع إبراهيم القواعد من البيت. No, so when God is making the covenant with Abraham, is that I'm allowing you to have this house, but on the condition that you do not associate anything with me. So the house
is it a building though? Is it a building? Or is it like concepts?
No, brother, but this is where you are now trying to reinvent the wheel. This is where you're going to have a lot of problems because you want to metaphysically approach the Quran as a spiritual, and everything is spiritual, and nothing means what it truly means. That when God is talking about hudhud, it's not a hudhud. When God is talking about the sky, it's not a sky. When he's talking about a house, it's not a house. It's the religion. It's the foundations of religion. That's not the case. But for me, as a person who is going to take what the verse is saying, no, Abraham established a house. Do I look into the world now with what is being presented to me? Is there a place where the house of God exists? Yes. Where is that? Oh, it's in Mecca. That's what people are saying. I look in the Quran, he says that they've locked you from the house in the heart of Mecca. The house that I see that they say is the house of God is directly in the middle of Mecca. God tells me about the two mountains when I visit the house. Those are also present there. When God is telling me about Arafat, it is also present there. So this is where you're going off the
we're speaking here. Okay, let me tell you, in the Quran, it's not Arabic language, it's Lisan Arabi Mubin, okay?
Oh, 1 second, I have to answer a question. Khadija, we're not associating a physical house with God. We're not saying that God lives there. I'm saying that that is the property of God. When God in the Quran says that Salih says that this is Naqatullah, this is the camel of God, it doesn't mean that God is the one who's riding it. It is the property of God. So nobody has ownership over this property other than God. So obviously this is where the concept where people think I'm telling them to worship a house. The house is an establishment that God has set for the humans, but it's not under the ownership of no king. It is not the ownership of the prophets or the messenger. It's the deed is in God's name.
Okay, brother, but you have to look again in the Quran as it says.
Sorry, 1 second. Protein Sheikh. Everything will go back to God. God is the one who inherits all the property he created. But God gives property to whom he wills, and he removes property from whom he wills. So if I build a house, and yes, that's from what God has given me as property, but God has given me the responsibility and the ownership over it. After the humans die, God is going to inherit it all back. But in regards to the house that is in the middle of Mecca, that is for God. Nobody has control over it. Nobody has ownership over it.
Okay, so my point is, again, in the Quran, it's also to speak about the same, Baitin and Kabut. Let's look at the terms here, because it's Lisan Arabi, right?
Yes.
So he was describing some other people, like what they're doing is like بيت العنكبوت وإن أوهن البيوت لبيت العنكبوت. You understand? And also, you see, it's a
Okay, well, 1 minute. You brought that verse up. What does that mean to you?
For me, it means it's not like physical. It's like it speaks about. It's not. The bait could not be physically in that sense. I will tell you what I believe.
How is bait something that is not physical when God is talking about Baytul Ankabut, the home of a spider, and He's saying it's a weak home? Do you know
it's
there's
like
two?
How it is. It's like it's how it is. Like how it is. It doesn't speak specifically about the physical part of it. It's like the characteristic of it. You understand?
وَقُرْنُوا فِي بِيُوتِكُمْ. What does that mean? قُرْنَا فِي بُيُوتِكُمْ. Stay in your homes. وَلَا تُبَرِّجْنَا تَبَرَّجَ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ. So the bait here is somewhere where you live. It's not something where you practice, brother.
Let me tell you what I understand from Hajj in the Quran, brother. It's like something for me is like when we talk to Ibrahim, that's the main characteristic of this bait, like place where there is no association with God. It could be any place in the world. It doesn't have to be like in Saudi Arabia right now.
What does the word bawa'na?
It's bawa'na, like showing, right?
مكان البيت.
مكان البيت ألا تشرك بالله. You have to
مكان البيت. What does مكان البيت mean?
The place of like the bait, but
so it's a location of the house, right?
No, you have to finish the verse. What does it say?
Brother, there's okay, in the Quran, in many places where God is presenting an idea, He says an idea and then He goes to a statement right away. He's not saying that the bait is la tushrik billah.
How about if it's
would you like many examples where God does that?
No, I'm gonna give you like what, because I could not take this current one because it doesn't like, it does not link what's with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. لِتَشْهَدُوا مَنَافِعًا لَكُمْ. Okay,
what is it? And then okay, so He's saying here very clearly in the verse that you're saying, وَإِذْ بَوَّأْنَا لِإِبْرَاهِيمَ مَكَانَ الْبَيْتِ أَنْ لَا تُشْرِكْ بِي شَيْئًا وَطَهِّرْ بَيْتِي لِلطَّائِفِينَ الْقَائِمِينَ وَالرُّكَّعِ السُّجُودِ, and purify my house or my bait to the people who pace, to the people who stand, to the people who prostrate, and the people who prostrate and kneel. Okay, so what is purify my house? Baiti.
The house could be anywhere on the way, just the whole.
Brother, وَطَهِّرْ بَيْتِي. What does the word tahir mean? It's not zaki.
It could be the whole society, like to not. You're on the limit. I think I know.
Can it be understood physical?
In that concept, for me, it's not physical.
Can it be not to you?
It could be.
Can there be an interpretation where it is something physical?
Well, it could be. So my argument is, it's not the current one you are referring to. That's my
perfect. But because it could be, right? It does not necessitate that what you're presenting to me is concise. Because on a surface level, when someone is going to pick up the book without trying to go super deep like you are, from when I'm reading it, it is telling me that I have to purify God's house, Baiti, okay? Not any house, God's house for a certain set of people. And then Abraham was told to call people to the pilgrimage, where people are coming to him from every valley, which I understand that Mecca is surrounded by valleys. لِيَشْهَدُوا مَنَافِعَ النَّاسِ. So people are coming
exactly.
to
That's the part. Does this current one, for example, what kind of manafia they will witness there, like currently?
Brother, have you ever experienced it?
Brother, I was there, brother. I couldn't even go inside, to be honest with you. I couldn't. The whole idea of doing what
not the Sunni style, bro. I'm not telling you what Sunnis are doing is what we need to do. I don't think you're understanding my point, Habibi. So when God is saying لِيَشْهَدُوا مَنَافِعَ لَهُمْ, what is the manafi' that they are witnessing?
Exactly. Thank you so much.
What is that? What is that? What is that manafi'?
Where?
God is telling you in the verse what it is.
In current Mecca, or my point of view?
Manafi' al-nas. What is the manafi' al-nas in this verse?
If you ask me, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is asking Ibrahim, for example, because at the time there was like places of like big markets, okay? You know the Silk Roads. People are coming from China, people come from India.
The Silk Road didn't go to Mecca.
Because Mecca is not even mentioned in the that's not what I'm saying now. these Silk Roads are not in Mecca, which it could not be the place where everybody gathered before.
Nobody
So what
was
I'm
saying to gather there.
Okay, this is what. Just listen to my view, then you can
Okay.
go ahead. Okay. So at the time there was this Silk Roads. Okay. So people, as I said, one time a year they come from all over, like China, India, wherever, North Africa. They all gather in that big market. Okay. So they exchange, for example, like the ideas, the science, and all this. It's like what's the only example I can give you right now, for example, is the United Nations right now. So that's the concept, but it's just in the opposite note they are doing now. So
it's a place for people to discuss and debate, right?
Exactly. So for example,
so in Hajj we do debate.
It's not debating.
It's what?
Hajj. What is Hajj itself? The word Hajj is to debate.
I get what you're saying, and I have heard this countless times before, or many times before. So your argument is it was for people to come together like a United Nations, for them to discuss what is beneficial for the people, and to have a great debate in regards to what Abraham has presented. Isn't that the argument?
So for me, yeah. So for example, the exchange.
Brother, I'm asking you a very simple question. Is that what you are presenting? I don't need you to further explain if you're going to agree. If I understood you, I do not need you to further explain. Now, one of the rules of Hajj is that there is no debating.
Hajj, what is Hajj? You have to give like evidence, right?
Yes. Okay,
Hajj.
perfect. So for me on the day of judgment, Al-Hajj is me as evidence for me on the day of judgment that I have fulfilled the argument that God has given me. That's why it's called Al-Hajj. Okay, the reason why it's called Al-Hajj, a pilgrimage, it's the evidence of me accepting the one-time life event of what God has ordered me to do, to uphold the covenant that he took with Abraham when Abraham asked God for something, and God says that I will fulfill it, and to keep the city safe, and to feed the people that is in the city, and for us to go establish the rule of the land in that city by keeping it safe for everyone. Okay, now you said the word Hajj is coming from the word argument. Hijjah,
No,
excuse.
it's not argument. Hajjaja, no, Hajjaja means what? Evidence, providing like
Perfect.
evidence.
Okay, does that happen in a jidal? For me and you right now, we are involved in a jidal and a debate. And within this jidal, you bring your hijjah and I bring my hijjah. Correct?
Correct.
So we are in a jidal for the Hajj to be happening, according to you what the word Hajj means. Is that fair?
Okay.
God says in the pilgrimage, fil Hajj, there's no jidal. So your whole concept is flawed.
I'm not saying we Hajj. It's like exchanging to benefit the human beings, like exchanging.
I don't think you understand. Okay, but this is theoretical, which cannot be applied in reality. And what you are trying to express was not witnessed in history, which I know you denied the history. And for you to establish such a system is far detached from what God is saying, that you will fail. So for me, at this point, there is no more points to try to invoke into you, in that what you are understanding is detached from what God is saying. But if you want to pursue with that path, the more power to you. You're still my brother, and I still value what you're having to say, but I just don't think that you are being accurate and genuine to what the verses are saying. When God is saying the word bait, the general understanding of bait is a home and a house. If you want to say that these are spiritual concepts, that is your understanding. Does that align with the text? No. Does that, you're going to say that it does? Then that's your own way of trying to follow a path. But when God is saying La jidala fil Hajj, and you're telling me that I have to bring my hijjah to the Hajj, that means at this point I am coming to ready to debate my hijjah, so that I can exchange these ideas with people. Because if everybody just wants to say what's on their mind and everybody just listens, and it's like an exposition of people's political views, then this is a world where we do not exist in. Because when you're going to present to me your idea and I'm not in agreement to your idea, I'm not going to be like, oh, cool. I'm going to learn what I like, and I'm not going to say what I think. I'm going to tell you my opinion, and then we start to engage in a jidal. And God says that that is forbidden during the pilgrimage.
Okay, brother. Before I go, I'll just let you know what I think it is for me. Let's say, for example, at the time of Ibrahim, right? He established the rule of God in one land, okay? Let's say Mecca, call it whatever you want. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asked Ibrahim to bring people, like to invite people to come to that land and witness the way of living according to Allah's law in that land. You understand? And at the same time, this is the Garden of Years. So at the same time,
why are they
like,
bringing food? Why are they bringing meat
you have
and
visitors,
sacrifice?
of course, you have to feed them. If they visitors are coming, of course,
I'm
you
coming
need
to you with food, not you presenting food to me.
Well,
I'm the one who's
like,
bringing the food to you. I am your guest bringing you food. Why?
But people are bringing food to Saudi Arabia right now, to Mecca right now.
They were supposed to, but the system is flawed and it's not Quranic. God tells you that Hajj is within 4 months. They do it in 10 days.
But that's the thing now. What do you believe? You see it now.
It's
the
4
Quran is
months,
making-
buddy. You keep trying to argue to me about the Hajj that the Sunnis do. I'm telling you that that's not how the Hajj is done. They added concepts and they have not judged with the Quran and they went with the Hadith and it's flawed. But the concept of Hajj does exist in the Quran and not the way they fulfill it. But your concept of Hajj is not practical. It is not reflective of what God has said and it cannot be applied. It's very simple.
Correct. Thank you so much. That brings us to the next question for you.
I thought that was the last question, brother. We
Okay,
talked
you
for
wanna go?
36
Okay, no problem.
minutes.
Okay,
But
okay, it's fine. That's okay.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Man.
Thank you so much for listening. Anyways, thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you for coming up.
Have a good one.
Tamir.
Peace.
Peace.
Bro, peace,
What's up?
bro.
How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, bro. You?
Doing well. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, bro. Good. Thank you.
What's up? Wait, have we
Bro.
talked before?
No, never.
No. You sound like someone I talked to. What's up, man?
Bro, I have a quick question, right?
Go ahead, man.
You know this Ati Allah wa Rasul.
Yeah.
Is this mentioned in the Quran about other prophets like Jesus and Moses?
God is giving you a rule. If I say obey God and obey the king, anyone who's a king, you have to obey them. Do you believe Jesus is coming back?
No, no.
I'm asking you, do you believe Jesus is coming back?
No.
You don't? Okay, cool. So I'm saying that if someone does believe that Jesus is coming back, that means they have to obey that messenger. So yes, God says that he has not sent a messenger except he has made obeying to him a must. So anytime a messenger was sent, people had to obey them. And God says that if you do not obey the messenger, that you might find yourself in confusion or in a trial, and you might find yourself in a lot of trouble. So yes, obedience is a must to the messenger, not a prophet, a messenger.
All right, bro.
God bless you, bro.
Okay, bro. Thank you, bro.
Peace.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Bilal. What's up?
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Man, to be honest, so I used to be a Sunni Muslim, right? I converted to Christianity. But I've just been listening to your life for like the past like 40 minutes, and I'm just like shocked by things that like you've been saying because like never heard about it, never really been educated. But the difference between like Shia and Sunni. I've always loved Shia, have Shia friends. As always, believe we're Muslim, it doesn't matter. But the points that you brought up are just shocking because I never learned about it. So I just wanted to get like more information with a couple of questions. That's okay?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were talking about the Mecca and how Sunnis do it, going around the Kaaba and doing all those things, you're saying it is not the correct way and became more, evolutionary in a way?
Yep. So the Quran tells you about the Hajj, that you can perform Hajj within 4 months, Ramadan onwards. Those are the holy months. So Al-Hajj Ashhurun Ma'lumat. Hajj is known month, right? فَمَنْ فَرَضَ فِيهِنَّ الْحَجْ. Whoever is going to go to the Hajj, فلا رفث ولا جدال ولا فلا فسوق ولا رفث ولا جدال. Okay, so there's no sexual activities, there's no arguing, and there is no insubordination to what God has said.
Okay.
And then God tells you like it's 3 days. Hajj is 3 days. فَمَنْ تَعَجَّلَ فِي يَوْمَيْنِ فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ. Whoever completes it in 2 days, there's no sin upon him. لِمَنِ اتَّقَى. Whoever is aware, who's conscious of God. And whoever delays it more than 3 days, there's no sin upon him if there's no blame on him. God tells you that you have to shave your head when your sacrifice reached its place. God is telling you the first day you're supposed to spend it on Arafat. It's a mountain for you to remember your God and for you to also thank God for these blessings that He has given us from these animals that we eat. The second day you spend it at Mash'ar al-Haram, which is known as Muzdalifah. And at that point, you're also remembering God and you are taking the time off. This is like a one time in your life you do this. And you're also with these animals that you're saying the name of God on, and you're counting your blessings and you're getting really close to God. On the third day, the last day of the Hajj, you sacrifice the animal in the name of God. You eat from it and you feed the poor, you feed the people of Mecca, you feed the poor, the hungry, the one that's doing okay, but he would still appreciate a meal.
Yeah.
You feed them. And then now when the Hadi has reached its place, you shave your head. Okay? You go pace around the sacred house for you to remember your God and to remember this event that you just endured. And I swear to you, I went to it. It's an amazing time for you to truly get some proper purifications. Like your spirit is much different. And then God's saying optional. If you want, you can also pace between the two mountains, Safa and Marwa. And then you leave from people left. There's no stoning the mountain. Or stoning no devils 3 times with 7 pebbles. There's no 10 days where you're doing tawaf and then going to the mountain and then stoning the devil and then doing tawaf and then coming back stoning the devil and then you're doing your last tawaf and you're doing your sa'i and then you shave your head. What are you talking about, bro? Like all of this is none of what God has said.
So they pretty much got the order of it wrong is one aspect. But when you're talking about, going up the mountain and sacrifice the animals nowadays, do they still do these things?
No,
or
nowadays because they're trying to force 1 million people within 10 days that they all have to sacrifice. What they're doing now, and it's so weird to me, they are bringing a bunch of goats from Somalia and Sudan. They go sacrifice them. They do not allow the people, like if I go sacrifice the meat, the government does not give me the meat that I sacrificed. The government might give you 1 bag if you ask for it. But you do the sacrifice and they sent the meat back to Somalia and Sudan.
That's insane.
So it's a whole ritual of bringing animals to get sacrificed in Saudi Arabia and send them back, which is denying what God has said. But now if this is how it works, and there's nobody allowed to eat in the haram, like to bring food or to, so the whole concept is flawed. If I have in 4 months, groups of millions of people coming every 3 days, every 5 days, 10 days. There's billions of Muslims now. Now for 4 months, if I have a group consistently coming, right? And they are also needing to be provided with the sheep and the goats. They bring it, they pay its money, it gets sacrificed. And then I feed the people who are in the haram. Then guess who's going to come there? The poor people. The miserable people, the orphans, the ones that need help. They know if I go to Mecca, I will get a good meal with protein and other rices and all the fruits that God is going to bless me with. Guess what? People start to come to Mecca. And guess what? More people will come to keep feeding these people in the concepts of millions. This is exactly what the city was established for. But they've removed that and they've made it into a totem for people to sit there and go, oh, it's the house of God. Lick it and think that this is going to save them.
I'm just going to show you quickly. So my phone's like at 1%. I don't have a charger on me. I just have one last question. But if I do disconnect, I'm not, leaving you on hang.
May God bless you.
You don't believe that Jesus is coming back?
No. There's no implicit or explicit verse in the Quran that says he's coming back.
So that comes from the Hadith?
That comes from Hadith.
Wow, that's shocking.
Yes, there's nothing for Jesus to do. God says the hour is going to come expectedly. Right now, if Jesus didn't come, the hour is not coming. So it goes against what the Quran says. God says that the signs of the hours have already been established, so it can come at any second.
I'd love to get a more deeper conversation in regards to this, but with the time we have left,
You obviously you don't believe in the crucifixion, correct?
I do not believe that Jesus died on the cross. No, I believe God saved
Okay.
him prior to that.
Got you.
Come on, bro. Squeeze that battery.
No. But beside the verse where it says he was not crucified nor was he alive, but was made to appear to be so.
Yep.
What proof or how would you debunk that from the Bible itself?
The Bible itself is not going to be the subjective take for me to say that he's crucified. That's circular reasoning. For me, I have to see the other people's witnesses that's outside of the Bible narrative. And there's some people that are making reports that he was not crucified or it wasn't him.
Like the Romans?
Yes.
Okay, got you. What about eyewitness, John?
Again, that's a rendition, that's hadith. I don't know if John himself wrote it because they say that the book itself is an anonymous book, anonymous person.
So you don't think the apostle wrote the book?
I don't know.
Okay.
But that's not
Okay,
one enough. So now I have already established the truth that is in the Quran that I see reflected in the world in front of me, which is objective, and I can test the words of God. If all of the book is true, I'm not going to sit and have a contention that Jesus was saved by the God.
But do you believe he was saved by God? No.
100%.
So Jesus is forever eternal?
No, we're all eternal.
But he didn't. How?
Because when we die, we get resurrected and we live forever.
But he didn't die.
Forever. He did die. God
How?
says, "Inni mutawaffiyuka." I am the one who is putting you to death. And Jesus says on the day of judgment, "Lamma tawaffaytani," when you put me to death. So we already.
Wait, so Muslims believe Jesus died?
No, people who follow the Quran alone know that Jesus died.
Wait, what?
Yes, we believe he died.
But died how?
Natural death. The word mutawaffiyuka is a natural death.
But are you familiar with the story about how the Jews take him in and the Christian Romans let him go, but the Jews decided to crucify him. He was in jail.
Yep.
And then one of the disciples betrays him 3 times, which he knew.
Yep.
Judas. Where in that process does he pass away?
At the end, when God says that I am putting you to death and raising you to me. So there's no body.
But then how did the Jews claim that they killed him by crucifying him?
They literally say that. They admit that he's the messenger of God. We have killed the messenger of God, Jesus. That's what they say in the Quran. So they have accepted him as a messenger and they wanted him dead. But it was made appear to them. Even in that story that you're listing, they didn't know who Jesus was. Someone had to point out to them who Jesus was. So they have no idea who was up on that cross.
But didn't they have him in custody?
They don't know it was
Prior?
him. God knows.
Wow. Wow, that's shocking because I've always thought that every Muslim believes that Jesus will come back and fight the false Messiah.
For what? What's he going to do? What false Messiah? Iblis is going to be there until the day. Imagine God is going to give miracles to a man that is not guided to purposefully delude people. That's the just God that you believe in. God produces miracles for you to turn back to God. Here, a man is going to be given the ability to life and death, and so that people would get deluded away from God. That is not the way of God.
But do you believe in the Dajjal or no?
Dajjal is Iblis. Iblis will not die until the day of judgment.
So it's not this one guy
That's
that
nonsense.
one eye and
That's
he performs
nonsense.
miracles.
That's garbage. That's nonsense. Because if you look at those reports, they make absolutely no sense. If a man has the word kafir on his forehead, someone's going to sit there and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to believe that guy."
Of course not.
Exactly.
Okay, wait. How come the shahada, like Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah?
People are wondering if you have a Nokia phone, bro.
Huh?
People are wondering if you have a Nokia.
No. Why?
Because that 1%, bro. So go ahead.
Oh no, I have it on low battery percentage.
Go ahead, bro.
But I was gonna ask, to become Muslim, you have to say the Shahada.
No.
And the most important 5 things. I mean, the most important thing that I've been taught is praying 5 times a day.
No.
How come these things don't come from the Quran, but comes from Hadith?
Because God tells you in the Quran that prayer is 3 times. It's not 5. The way for you to enter Islam is you say Aslamtu li Rabbil Alameen. I submit to the God of the worlds, or to the Lord of the worlds. That's what Abraham said. That's what the Queen of Saba said in the Quran, saying Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. God says that the hypocrites, they come and say, we testify that you're a messenger of God, and God knows that they are liars, and that God is already aware that you're His messenger. So it's not something that we need to go around and do.
Do you think that Muhammad, chose glaze himself in a way that we say nadration? Or do you think people made that up?
People made that up. Muhammad did not need to elevate himself when he was already promised paradise. If he sticks to the path that he was given, he could clearly see the truth. He could clearly see the benefit. God knew he was an orphan, and He'd raised him up to an amazing stature. So he didn't need to glaze himself up. Instead, he followed what the Quran teaches us to do, and is to show the humbleness, forgiveness, to forego errors, and to be tolerant and polite. He didn't need to sit there and show off. That's a worldly life thing.
Okay. How often do you hop back on live? Every day?
Every Friday, and sometimes during the days of the week.
Okay. Well, hey man, you're an awesome guy, very
May God bless you,
intelligent,
bro.
and I want to give more people a chance to speak to you, but we'll talk
Okay.
another time.
And God
Take
bless
care.
you, bro.
Bye
Salam.
bye.
Salam, brother.
Wa alaikum salam, brother.
Look, I've been questioning my knowledge about Islam, and I used to be a Christian, by the way. And during the years, I never felt the Bible, you know.
Mhm.
And I turned to Islam, and I saw you one day about the questioning hadiths, you know.
Mhm.
I started reading Quran. I was like, wait a second, he's right.
Sometimes.
But I have a question. To be more specific, 2 questions.
Mm.
One is about the praying. What do you say when you are standing up?
Yep.
And the second is about the Hajj.
Okay. So I just went over the Hajj, and as for the prayer, I have a video for you to see how I do my prayers. So it's on my YouTube channel, and you see it's Muhammad from God, same name, and it shows right here. How do you pray? How do you pray with the Quran without Hadith? It's a 10-minute video. It's very short for you to see on how the verses of the Quran is teaching you how to pray and what you need to do with your prayer. And aside from that, in regards to the Hajj, I just presented on how we do the Hajj. It is in the Quran. I'm working on the video for the Hajj, so that is going to be on my channel soon.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just I wanted to say that I've been having discussions with my friends about hadith, and they are like, no, you are wrong. You are very wrong.
Yeah. And the Christians will say we're wrong too. And the majority of the world is hateful to the truth. That's what God says. And God says that if you follow the majority of the world, they will guide you away or delude you from the path of God. That's what God says. God also says that the majority of them will not believe in God unless they associate to God. That's what we see. God says that you are going to hear a lot of abuse, a lot of hate from the people who are given the book before you and the idolaters. That's what we witness. God states that if you become steadfast, if you become patient, if you become perseverant, that their plan will not affect you in one bit, and then for you to rely on God, and God is on the side of the believers. So they can say whatever they want. It's just their envy.
No, it's funny because I will say to them like, okay, we need to accept that okay, it makes sense. But what about we made the book very easy to understand and be remembered, and the book is enough for you.
We have made the Quran easy to be remembered. How is there one that will bring it forth or remember it? So yes. But the hadith, on the other hand, no.
Exactly. They are like, no, you need to follow hadith. You need to obey the Prophet. I was like, yeah, we need to obey the Prophet for the message.
Yes, I did get a question I did want to say. Someone is asking me, what is the purpose of Umrah and what makes Umrah and Hajj different other than the ability to perform Umrah any time of the year? Umrah in Arabic means visit. You're just visiting. There's no sacrifice. There's nothing. You're going there to visit the house of God, for you to have a moment at the house of God, for you to that you don't have to do pacing around the house. This is something that if you do, it's beneficial for you, and you are optional. It's optional for you to pace around the 2 mountains, but there is for you to truly think about God. Now I'll tell you something, guys. I'm not going to. It's not Twitch. It's TikTok. What I want to reveal to you is there was an important person in my life. They're very important to me. This individual had their contentions in regards to what Mecca and what pilgrimage is. Okay. And we went and we traveled in the Middle East, and then we finally went to Mecca. That person will testify to you, and it is the same testimony that I have, and it is the same testimony to all my brothers and sisters that went as people who accept God in the Quran, that despite the shirk that people are committing in Mecca, the amount of intrusive thoughts that I had in Mecca and the person with me had in Mecca was extremely low. It was like almost the devil could not even hurt us one bit. Yes, you might have a bad thought, but it was easy to really get rid of it. You find yourself extremely close to God in that city. And it's not in Jeddah, it's not in Saudi Arabia, it's not in like Emirates or whatever other country. It's specifically that city. As soon as you enter the boundaries of that city, you find your ability to think about God and to talk to God a lot easier. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about another friend, okay? Anyways. But but yes, so what I was trying to express is that the city has its value to the believer, but we get hurt. We get hurt when we see how people are mistreating what God has given us. So the concept of Umrah is for you to be able to go pray and for you to think about God. And that can happen at any time during the year. It's a visitation, because the Hajj can only happen during the sacred months.
Brother, no worries. I mean, like, now I'm seeing the real faith about Islam, because the hadiths were very confusing, you know.
Right.
They're very confusing, but thank you for your time. I was waiting for 2 hours just to get
Sorry,
live.
bro, and I know, and I saw,
No,
but I
I
swear the list
understand.
it keeps getting bigger, and I was going through down the list.
I understand. Only one question. It's about the end of the times. Like, I didn't went so far in Quran, but I'm asking you right now. So you don't think that Christ will come back and stuff like this?
No, there's no evidence for that, and there's not. This is what the devil did to all the religions, so that people would sit and wait for somebody that never comes, and they don't do anything, and the devil does whatever he wants.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time, and God bless you.
May God bless you, man. And I appreciate you being patient. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Peace. So there's a man that keeps putting in the comments, إِنَّهُ لَعِلْمٌ لِلسَّاعَةِ. He or it is a knowledge to the hour. Okay, it's not saying it. إِنَّهُ عَلَامَةٌ لِلسَّاعَةِ. He is a sign of the hour. That's not what the Arabic is saying. The Arabic is saying إِنَّهُ لَعِلْمٌ لِلسَّاعَةِ. Now, in Arabic, we don't have the pronoun it. We have he and we have she. Okay, in English, he or she will apply to humans. Everything else is it, right? So if I'm going to say Jesus is the sign of the hour, I would say he is the sign of the hour. But in Arabic, it could be it. It is a sign or a knowledge. It's not a sign. It is a knowledge of the hour. Okay. So what does that mean? Is God with that pronoun? Is he talking about Jesus? Or is he talking about the Quran? Because if I'm going to say innahu, which is it would be the Quran. If I say innahu as he, it would be Jesus. Now, if we go put Jesus in that verse, the verse before it and the verse after it and the verse after it, that verse no longer makes sense. Okay. So God talked about Jesus, God talked about the angels, God talked about the book, and then God goes back to talking about Jesus. And that's why God doesn't say innahu again. He doesn't use a pronoun, but rather he says Jesus' name, because the subject has changed. But this verse that you quoted is literally where God is telling us about chapter 3, verse 7, that there are clear, precise verses, and then there's ones that have some similarity. The people with deviation will follow what is similar of to trying to make its interpretation. You took a verse which is not where it can have people's different understanding, and you went and you interpreted it in a way to give an aspect or an understanding that is not substantiated anywhere in the Quran of Jesus returning on the earth. In fact, if you look at the chapter 5, the last page of chapter 5, Jesus is talking to God again on the day of judgment, not here on earth. So no, your concept is flawed. It's talking about the Quran. إِنَّهُ لَعِلْمٌ لِلسَّاعَةِ. It is the Quran. And by the way, your own scholars have said the same thing. No Mahdi is coming, bro. Omar, peace, my good brother. Last caller, by the way, guys, I do have to stand up the prayer. يا أخي هذه الآية كان يتكلم عن قصة عيسى. لا يا أخي، هل روح طلع في التفاسير اللي عندكم عم بيقول لك إنه هي عن القرآن أو عن عيسى بس. الله كتب عن عيسى مثل لبني إسرائيل، قالت من بعد ذلك قال الله عن الملائكة، وثم قال إنه لعلم للساعة فلا تمترن بها، وثم من بعد ذلك فلما جاءهم عيسى. لم يقل لم يكتب فلما جاءهم. اوكي، الموضوع اختلف. ومن غير ذلك in the verse that you're quoting. I'm sorry brother, I just wanted to preview something for the brother.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam habibi. Sorry, one second. This is in Zukhruf. Decoration, Zukhruf. So here, this is how this Quran is being presented to you. So you could see that. Let's see this here. Look, okay. So this is the verse that you wanted to quote. So God is saying here in Surah Al-Zukhruf, Hamim, wal kitab al-mubin. Okay, that's what the clear book. Inna ja'alnahu Quran Arabic. You see how? Innahu, when we have made it. Wa innahu fi ummul kitab ladayna. It is in the source of the book. So God starts with talking about the book. Then He starts talking about the prophets. God says that who created the earth? They will answer that it's God. God is telling us more concepts in regards to how He's given us. We go and we get to a point where God says, and they have assigned a portion of His servants to Him. وَجَعَلُوا لَهُ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ جُزْءًا إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لِكَفُورٌ مُبِينٌ. Okay? أَمِ اتَّخَذَ مِمَّا يَخْلِقُ بَنَاتٍ وَصَافَكُمْ بِالْبَنِينَ. Or has He taken daughters and He created you son? And then He's telling us about those people that don't like daughters. And then here, this is important. Listen to this part, okay? In number 19. And remember, this is the whole surah being presented to you, not just one verse. وَجَعَلُوا الْمَلَائِكَةَ الَّذِينَ هُمْ عِبَادُ الرَّحْمَنِ إِنَاثًا. And they have assigned the angels who are servants of the gracious as females. أَشَهِدُوا خَلْقَهُمْ سَتُكْتَبُ شَهَادَاتِهِمْ وَيُسْأَلُونَ. Did they witness their creation? Their testimony will be recorded and they will be questioned. وَقَالُوا لَوْ شَاءَ الرَّحْمَنُ مَا عَبَدْنَاهُمْ مَا لَهُمْ بِذَلِكَ مِنْ عِلْمٍ. And they said, if God willed, we would not have worshipped them. They have no knowledge. And look at what God says. He's talking about the angels. And He says, أَمْ آتَيْنَاهُمْ كِتَابٌ مِّن قَبْلِهِ. Did we give them a book from before it? What is He here? It's implicitly understood as the Quran. God didn't say we did not give them a book before the Quran. Or have we given them a book before it? Okay? So God talked about angels and then He questioned them about the book. This is the pattern that God has established in this specific surah. He talked prophets, He talked angel, He questioned you about the book. Beautiful. And at the beginning of the chapter, He is talking specifically about the clear book. Okay? Innahu. It's being referred to primarily about the book. Now let's go to the verse that you want to talk about. Back to the verses. So we go and we see that now when God is telling us about Pharaoh, وقالوا لو نزل لبوأناهم حتى إذا جاءنا there we go. And here where God talks about Moses, he was sent to Pharaoh. Moses said, I'm a messenger. Pharaoh denied the signs. They laughed at it, right? And then Pharaoh gets destroyed, right? And then this is when the people are presenting Jesus as to Muhammad in a bad way. So they're saying here, and when the son of Mary was cited as an example, your people turned away from it. وَلَمَّا ضُرِبَ ابْنَ مَرْيَمْ مَثَلًا. Okay, so we talk about prophet Jesus. Okay, and they asked, our gods are better than him. That's what they're saying. Our gods, are they better or him? Just one him by himself. And they did not say that except to be adversaries. Okay, and then God is saying about Jesus. This is about Jesus. In huwa. See how it says in huwa. It doesn't say innahu. He says in huwa. This is very specific and detailed in the Quran. He could have said innahu. At that moment, he could have said innahu illa abdun an'amna alayhi. But he says in huwa, making a clear distinction from the verses that are about to come after it. So God says here very clearly in the Arabic, in huwa illa abdun an'amna alayh. He is the talking about Jesus. Okay, he is a servant whom we favored. We made him an example for the children of Israel. Now God has shifted. He went away from Jesus. He's no longer talking about Jesus. He's saying, وَلَوْ نَشَاءُ لِجَعَلْنَا مِنْكُمْ مَلَائِكَ فِي الْأَرْضِ يَخْلَفُونَ. And if we willed, we could have made angels among you succeeding on earth. Now we're talking about angels again. Just like how God talked about angels before. And after God talked about angels, he talked about the book earlier. And now God says, وَإِنَّهُ لِعِلْمٌ لِلسَّاعَةِ وَفَلَا تَمْتَرَنَّ بِهَا وَاتَّبِعُونَ هَذَا صِرَاطٌ مُسْتَقِيمٌ. And indeed, it is a knowledge to the hour. So do not doubt about it and follow me. This is the straight path. Sorry. بِهَا وَاتَّبِعُونَ. And just follow. That's the straight path. وَلَا يُصَدَّنَّكُمُ الشَّيْطَانُ إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌ مُبِينٌ. And let not the devil repel you. Indeed, he's a clear enemy to you. And guess what? When we're going to talk about Jesus again, وَلَمَّا جَاءَ عِيسَى بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ, because the subject is shifting back to Jesus. وَلَمَّا جَاءَ عِيسَى. Why didn't God say وَلَمَّا جَاءَهُمْ, using the same pronoun that he used before? Because God has presented the verse for the people who want to sit there and say that Jesus is coming back, for them to take this verse and go with this interpretation, for you to be tested with the lies that you keep producing. The verses here are very clearly not talking about Jesus for anybody who's approaching them from the matter of linguistic knowledge, and at the same time from the theme that the Quran was presenting to you, this specific surah, and furthermore from the subjects that are being presented to you in the Quran and how it's changing. God was no longer talking about Jesus there, and it's very evident. If you do not trust me, then go look at Tafsir al-Tabari. He's telling you that some people said this is about Jesus, and some people said it's about the Quran. Oh, Sulaiman, God bless you, my brother. Sorry, Omar, you've been waiting so patiently, and now I have sat there and had to turn on the kettle a little bit.
No problems, brother. No problems. Jazakallah khair. Thank you for your time. So look, me, I come from Central Asia, right? A non-Arab region. And Islam came to us after a while, right? First, it was revealed in the Arabic Peninsula, or, specifically in the area where God brought it to. And us, we just learn it by heart. And we have scholars. We rely on scholars, basically, right? We rely on Hadith. And this is how we approach Islam. So me as a non-Arab, first my question is, as a non-Arab, which translation I have to rely on to basically understand Quran as, for example, an Arabic speaker? Because it's very delicate, because it's not like an Arabic that is spoken in any Arabic country, right? It's a very specific and very delicate, and it's very like it's an old Arabic, and there are so many meanings, because one word can give one meaning and the
My
other.
brother Omar, I
Yes.
hear your point, and this is a question that's asked oftenly because of the fear that people gave you. When you were presented as the Quran as a child by these scholars, the Quran is a difficult book. The Quran has these words that could be misunderstood, and you get deluded and you have these problems. But they are trying to talk to you about very specific, small, minuscule aspects of the religion. Is Jesus coming back or Jesus not coming back? This does not change your religion. This is just you talking about prophecy of things going to happen. Can I debunk that statement with the Arabic Quran? Yes. But is that something that is specific to your guidance? No. Any translation where the man is being honest and you open it, you will get the general understanding of what needs to be accomplished, what you need to do for your day of judgment, what God is expecting you to do with your money, how to establish the prayer, and how to be a good human being. In any translation of someone being honest, you will reach these conclusions. This is the mother of the book. This is the key concepts of what God has presented in the Quran, where there is no discussion. Now, when it comes down to which translation, it should be in a translation of the strongest language, where you can see that the people who know Arabic and the language that you speak will say that this person is doing a fair job. There's nobody that can translate the Quran to its depth, because
Yes.
only God can do that. So, but what we try to do is we get you closest to the message of the subjective understanding that that person has. But there is a common ground that where the majority will share. And it's not that means that the majority is right, but rather the experience is right. And this is the majority of the believers, not the majority of the world. See what I'm saying? So for you, read multiple translations. If it's a book that you want to spend your whole life with, read different people's translations. Read parts of the Arabic and read the translation. I have a brother, my good brother Musa. He read the transliteration for years, 7 to 8 years. The transliteration is so it's the Arabic but with English letters.
That's how we learn it. That's how we learn because majority from where I come from, we don't know the alphabet. We don't know how to read in Arabic.
Right.
And we're not, for example, we're not like Pakistan or Iran where their
from.
own alphabet is Arabic, Arabic letters.
Based. Yes.
Yeah, Arabic based, but
I get what
still, I mean, it's easier for them,
But
for
here's
us,
the thing.
it's like we were colonized by Russia for a very long time, very heavy influence from Soviet Union. Our parents were, brainwashed that there is no God and there's only communism and there's only a leader. And then boom, the Islam came to them once we became independent and stuff like that. Then we were born in the 90s. And then where a lot of terrorism is happening, Islam is presented from a bad view, from a good view.
Political.
And you have to, it's very political. That's why being raised in that environment, so many people in our places are just afraid of the religion.
That's the whole design.
Because me, when I stepped out of my environment and when I stepped out of my country, when I moved, I lived in Emirates for a while. There I saw a different religion. I'm not saying that's the correct version of the religion, but what I'm trying to say is that it was presented differently.
It's not
extremist. It wasn't like pushed on me and forced on me, It wasn't imposed on me. It was just presented as a religion. I mean, us back home, every little detail is something, like, you're holding your hands when you're praying below your stomach button or above, or the distance between your feet, the distance between even your fingers when you're sitting after sujood, and you know what I mean, is like exactly like, it's crazy. And then what they tell you in the in Friday prayers, when they do when Imam is actually presenting a topic and discussing a topic and stuff like that, and it's always like, this is how it should be.
truly understand
exactly
the Prophet and what he did.
Exactly, brother. Exactly. So when I stepped out from the environment, I really saw different Islam. You know what I mean? Like nobody paid attention how you're standing and how you're praying, where your hands are, and you know what I mean? And I was like, oh, that was liberating for me, first of all. But now, as I go deeper and deeper, Hadith doesn't make sense sometimes, honestly. And it's like, it came from so many, like the chain of narration is very long, and names that you don't even know that are these real names, are these not real names?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I was like, not even before discovering, for example, your content and where the path that you are on.
It was already in your heart, brother.
It was already in my mind. I was battling, and I was like, still up until this day, I do 5-time prayers. Still up to this day, I do 5-time prayers because it's already like it's embedded in my mind. You know what I mean? Like it's already embedded, but still sometimes my mind just goes away. I'm standing on the prayer, my mind is not in the prayer. You know what I mean?
Somewhere else, yes.
It's completely somewhere else. I'm thinking about whatever, the shop I own, this, that, the family. So many thoughts, and we were presented that these thoughts are coming from shaitan. And the shaitan is trying to deviate you from your prayer, and you have to battle it, and you have to fight it, and things like that. But I just say myself sometimes, I'm like, am I doing something wrong? Am I praying wrong? That's why I was like, I want to go deeper in Quran, really read what Allah says, because I will tell you confidently, like 95% of where I come from, we only know the short surahs.
Yes.
We only know
But-
short surahs.
Wait, brother. You know how to say the short surahs. You don't know what the short surahs mean.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we
I
just
get-
know them by heart, and we
But-
don't know even the meaning. And
but
then I'm
you
like,
should, but they should be, if the primary language,
Yeah.
as I'm assuming, is Russian, they should be praying in Russian.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, God tells you do not approach the prayer intoxicated until you know what you're saying. So
Right.
knowing what you're saying in your prayer is, because if I'm going to sit here and I'm going to try to pray in Russian and I don't know the Russian language, of course, when I have the words memorized, that's it.
Mhm.
I'm just going to repeat
There's
like
no
a
meaning.
parrot,
There's no meaning attached.
and my mind is going to waver off
Yeah.
something else.
Exactly.
If I am right
Exactly.
now in the language that I want to pray, I'm not concentrating on what I'm saying in my prayer. I go put cold water in my head. That's what the wudu is for. I promise
Yeah,
you. I
right.
just go I cool myself down with the water, with the cold water. I wash myself nicely, and when
Yeah.
I go stand back again, I'm concentrating. The best prayers I have is after I take a shower, a cold shower. I go up and I pray. I'm very concentrated. This is where
Yes.
God tells us to wash. But
Yeah.
why am I concentrating? Because I'm trying to see where I can fit these verses in what just happened in my world today.
Do you come from Arab heritage? Like,
Yes,
are
I'm
you
an
Arabic speaker?
Yeah,
Okay.
my parents came from the Levant.
Okay, understand. And when it comes to, let's say, preservation, so we're talking, because I was listening while I was working and driving. I was listening to the stream and everything, and people, posed so many questions and everything, and you already touched on that, but I didn't catch the part from the, for example, the preservation of the
Yes.
books. For
So-
example, Injil, Torah, those books. Like, how we make
Mhm.
sure that those books are preserved? Like,
Those books are
because-
not preserved. God didn't
Yeah.
say that He's preserving those books. God says that He put the responsibility on the people to uphold those books, which
Okay.
a big portion of it is still presented to it correctly, but they hide certain things. They reword certain things. They maneuver certain things. So it's not like
Yes.
they erased the Torah, the Gospels, and Psalms and wrote something brand new. They
Yeah.
went off the truth and started to modify it to fit their agenda.
Manipulated, basically.
Manipulated. Now,
Yeah.
the promise that was given in the Quran about this mighty book, or a Kitabun Aziz, is that falsehood will not come in it, and God is going to have a protection on the remembrance that is in it. So in
Right.
human history, every book that survives thousands of years, eventually, because of human nature, it gets manipulated.
Mhm.
Lost in translation, lost in understanding, people losing the book, changing the book, adding to the book. So we see this with Hadith. Hadith endured that. Okay.
Yes.
In 1970s, we had Sheikh Albani come to keep telling us which one is sahih and which one is false. So they still don't know who's saying what. But when the Quran, this is outside of that. The preservation is a miracle. It's not something that humans can achieve over 1400 years.
So regarding the preservation of Quran, I'm sorry that I'm cutting off.
No, it's
Regarding the preservation of Quran, we have this information from Quran itself, or we have this information from Hadith. For example, Hadith, where it is described where Prophet was has actually recited Quran twice with Jibril alayhi salam.
That's not.
And
that's
there
not
were like
No.
there were Sahabas that witnessed it, and then Uthman, that he gathered all the all the
That's
copies
all
and
lies.
burned and all of that.
Okay, no, I don't know about the copies being burned, but Uthman, he standardized the Quran. The Quran was
Yes.
written during the time of the Prophet. The Hadith books support this idea, where the Prophet is telling his people, if you go to an enemy territory, don't take the Quran with you. So we know the Quran is existing. In the Quran, God is telling us about how the disbelievers say, it's the legends of the old, he had it written down, and it is being recited to him day and night. So they witnessed something was written, and they witnessed someone was reciting, but they said that this is not from God. That's the denial. One, God is telling us that these people were told to write their debts. So they're going to write their debts and not write the most important documents. It doesn't make sense. Now, historically, when we look at the manuscripts that we find is very, 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 very accurate to what we see today.
Yes.
It's 90 something percent in regards to accuracy. And the meanings that you get from the original text and the meanings that you get from people's readings nowadays is the same meaning in the in the sense of what God is guiding us. So we can demonstrate its preservation. Okay. Now, the question that you're asking in regards to how do we know that from hadith, there's nothing wrong with accessing the hadith as historical concepts, okay?
Right.
But what is wrong is taking halal and haram from the hadith, or trying to copy the prophet thinking that these rules are going to get you closer to God. If
Mhm.
the prophet ate with his hand, it doesn't mean you
Yes.
can't eat with the fork, because God never told you to eat with your hands in the Quran.
Right.
Entering the bathroom with your left hand or your right foot or your
Yes.
or like on your hands, it's not going to change anything. And if you start to believe that you're going to have a sin by rolling in the bathroom, that's
It's
superstition.
It's overwhelming. Those parts are overwhelming, especially for those, let's say, non-Arabs and other, from other regions of the world, people that just focus on, let's say, prayer, and they don't really focus on details. And then when all this information comes, and this information is imposed on you from very young age, and it becomes really overwhelming afterwards. You
Right,
know
but
what I mean?
this is what they do. They do this on purpose so that people would move away from to make the religion hard.
Yeah.
It's designed for you to hate the religion. It's designed for you so that you become indoctrinated into their system. We can see who's willing to go this far for what we say, while everyone else says, "Man, it's not for me.
Yeah.
I'm just a good person. I don't need to do any of this."
Exactly. Just follow the path, and that's it. And
So exactly. So when
Yeah.
God says to us that He has made the religion easy in the Quran, they
Yes.
tell you Islam is not simple. Islam is not easy. Islam requires a lot of knowledge and hidden knowledge that only this is what they do. حديث الأحد الذي أتى من مصدر واحد. Okay? عندما ذكر والمتواتر أتى من كذا شخص. Is that easy? He's testing me about hadith sciences, the difference between tawatur and ahad. 80%, 90% of the hadith in Bukhari is considered ahad, where the narration always bottlenecks to one person, and there's no one else that is saying this hadith.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what the Quran states about testimony?
Yeah, sure. And
You need
but
two witnesses.
Okay.
For something to become evidence in court, you need two people to testify.
Yes.
And actually, in certain legal matters, you need four people to testify.
Right.
So the testimony of one person is not sufficient. But most of their hadith is the testimony that came from one person.
Also, the part of Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam being illiterate,
That's
but
incorrect.
being at the same time a businessman that manages businesses, does the traveling, does the leads caravans, and never cheats on people, and but then if he's illiterate, how he can count and how he can follow the numbers and everything else, and those questions just play in my mind, and but that all comes from hadith, right?
But in the hadith, before the Prophet dies, he says to Umar, "Bring me a pen and paper so I can write something down so that you guys will never be deluded again." If he wanted people to write it down for him, he would have just said it, because they're memorizing it.
Write it down. Yes.
Yeah, he would have just said it. He wanted to write it down, and they didn't bring
Yeah.
him the pen and paper, and he got upset. And Umar said, "Sufficient for us is the book of God." But not only that, they say Muhammad is the best man who ever lived ever. Okay?
Yeah.
But you're telling me the best man who ever lived, at one point when he was not able to read and write, he never took the time to go learn how to read and write after he became
Yeah.
a prophet?
Exactly.
So he's the best man, yet you're the one who's literate.
Yeah, that part really bothers me, honestly. Really bothers me. Really bothers me. How I mean, with all with all the lack of ability of thing, I mean, with all the limitations that we have of analyzing and deep thinking and everything else, still, I mean, this concept doesn't lie in my mind, like, at all. Like, okay, prophethood came. Before prophethood, let's say our prophet was not like was illiterate, but then afterwards, during 23 years, there was not even a moment where he sat down and took a piece of paper and a pen and told a Sahaba who is literate, tell me how to write, like show me how to write, or something.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
But may God bless you, brother. I truly believe that you're now questioning in the right way for you to get the right conclusion. The Quran is going to lead you to what is upright, to what is better. Nothing else in the world will, bro.
Inshallah. One little
ahead.
detail that I wanted to touch also upon the, let's say, Meccan surahs and Medinan surahs, and then Hijra, all that. Does it like how it is connected, and is it really like that or
irrelevant, brother?
Irrelevant?
No. So there's some verses, some surahs where you can deduce that it was after the immigration. This is in the Quran, and then there's some surahs that you know that came prior to the thing. Is it pertaining to your guidance? No. So the Quran is not supposed to be how did the Quran apply to the Prophet's life. That's where most Sunnis and Shias want to do. How did this Quran apply to Prophet Muhammad? In fact, the Quran was sent is how does it apply to me? See what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how it gets contextualized. They want to know why this verse was revealed. It doesn't matter why it was revealed. What matters is what does that mean to you?
Right. Understood. Well, thanks very much. Thank you for whatever you're doing, and we're gonna continue exploring and continue learning and everything else. Because me, I really started right now, like learning Arabic as well. Slowly but surely, because I want to read it, the original version. Also, try to understand it while I'm reading it. But I'm gonna follow what you said. Read and multiple translations.
Yep. Take your time and do it in your prayer, bro. So
Yes.
like if you have your morning prayer, you have your sunset or evening prayer, and you have your night prayer. Wash and hold the book and read it. Read until you had sufficient and reflect upon it. Apply it to the Sunnis, apply it to the Shia, apply it to yourself. Apply see where you fit in a verse. Where do these people fit in the verse? Why are they like this? Why am I like this? Oh, I do this. You see what God said there? I am guilty of this action.
Yes.
May God forgive me. Oh, God is giving me the answer here. Thank God it's fixed my brain. Yes.
Reflect on everything I read. So I started reading Baqarah before bed, and really reflect on that part and go through every word, because I found this website. It's Quran WBW.
Yeah, word by word.
Yeah.
I use
So
it.
that one, you use it? Okay. Because there I see, I go, because there is under every word there is a translation, but there is also like after ayat there is a translation in English. So
Do you know this website?
No.
It's called corpusquran.com. Corpus Quran, corpus.quran.com. Okay. And this is on my YouTube if you want to see. I mean, like if you want to review our conversation. So you see how it says here, for example, Bismillah, right?
Right.
It's coloring to you the B here. This is a pronoun, I believe, right? Prefix proposition. The noon is the name. Okay. So Bismillah, it's in English, in the name of God. Now, let's say, for example, Ar-Rahman. You see, this is the word, how it looks in Arabic. I can see Ar-Rahmani here, the most gracious. It's telling me it's an adjective, masculine. But now watch this. I want to know what the word Ar-Rahman means. I click this blue link. Now it's telling me first the root of the word, Rahama, Rahamim. Okay, that's the root. And it's telling me the different forms it came in. It came to me as a verb. It came to me as nouns. And these are how it looked. Now I can see the verses. See? Oh, okay. Over here, this is how it looked. So I can see the words exact. Okay, so it also means wombs. It means mercy, wombs, most merciful, affection, most gracious. So now I can understand the word better. And then if I click this, it takes me to the verse where it's listed, and I can read the verse. So this website for me is very important. It helps me understand and get closer to the root words of what is being said. So this right here, so for people to see, I'm going to try to. Okay, let me hack the site. I'll just put I'll put it right here. Just give me 1 second. So it's right here. This here, we're gonna put the name of the website. It's like that. Boom. Okay.
Yeah.
Remove that. Do you guys see it on the screen?
I see it. Yeah.
Yep. So that's the name of the website. Let me see if I can make it even bigger. Size, font, size, large. No, let's go with. Guys, give me 1 second. There we go. Boom.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, that's this website.
Yeah. I haven't watched your YouTube video where you speak about prayer. Where I think you're in Saudi, right? You're in Mecca somewhere.
I was in Medina in the province.
You're in Medina, okay. So do you speak in detail? Because I don't want to take too much of your time. So
Yes,
I'm
10
just gonna
minutes.
go and watch. I'm just gonna go and watch that video if you're
10
talking
minutes.
in detail about the prayer.
Yes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes of
Okay.
all of the details that was required.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, my good brother. I do have to go.
Very
I have
well.
to go stand
Okay.
up.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much.
Peace.
Peace, man.
I apologize for the other people that are in the list and the people who just joined, but I do have to go. Today's sermon was in regards to how people use the verses of God to cause divisions, that it is causing a lot of pain for people, and that God has told us that they divided only after this knowledge has come to them. And it is incumbent upon us, those that believe in God and the message of God and the book of God, for us not to be divided, even if we have different interpretations. So, for example, and subhanAllah, in this stream, my brother Saeed, I believe, came up and he was telling me about how the Quran is telling him about the Hajj in a different way from what I understand. I truly believe he is incorrect. Okay, I don't think he is right with his judgment. But he's still my brother. He's still invited. He's still part of the group. He's part of the community. It's his understanding, and he's going to have the results for what he says. I'm not the one who's going to sit here and force him to my interpretation, nor am I going to cut him out, or him should be cutting me out. And even in the conversation, and I'm reading it here, and I didn't say anything about it. It states that some people were having a discussion about the word rijal and nisa. And for me, I think it's very clear that it's not talking about masculine energy or feminine energy, that it's literally the male and the female part, and that's it. But I don't need to partake in that conversation. If someone asks me what I think and what I believe the Quran, and to provide my evidence from the Quran, I will. But will I sit here and ban those people? No. If the conversation goes a little bit too much, then I'll tell them to stop. And if they still want to go at each other and use this knowledge that they have to try to divide and hurt each other, that's when people will get a timeout. Because if you want to act like children in regards to God's religion, you'll be treated like children. And I think this is a fair approach. But if you want to be able to have a conversation and not hate the person for having their interpretation, fine. But it does get fatiguing. It gets tiring. It causes fatigue to consistently try to have a debate, an argument with somebody in regards to a point where neither side is conceding. So you can just let it be. Adult females. But you see, the protein sheikh, he's a very good brother of mine. I respect him. I think he's an amazing, awesome person. I don't agree with what he said. I saw it. Why should I sit there and put him down or cut up with him or try to prove him? Well, if he's going to reach the conclusion, he reached the conclusion. If God wants him to change that conclusion and guide him, he will. And if I'm wrong, and then I hope I get guided. Simple. But is he my brother? Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all the support. I didn't even know that I was getting I appreciate you and actually the stuff that peace, my brother Hilal. So peace, Officer Malik. I appreciate the moderators that are helping me keep the trolls out. I didn't know that. I had no idea that you guys, whoever is clicking that like thing or tapping on the screen as people ask. I had 172,000 likes. I didn't even know where I found this number today, and it, guys, I really appreciate it. And I don't know. Obviously it helps. I never ask for this stuff, but you guys do it from your heart and to help me in it, and it's humbling, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the gifts. It says here that I've received 4,000 plus diamonds or whatever, and people have donated from their money in regards to support me. People, Rashay, Officer Malik, Millet Ibrahim, my wife, the submitter. Okay, that's awesome. And I guess she just wants me to. No, all praise to God. Thank you. And also from all other people from all sorts of walks of life So I appreciate it and I thank you. And even on YouTube, my brothers and my sisters as well, they've helped me and supported me there. It's always appreciated, and honestly, and honestly, I use it to other purposes. All praise to God. I'm good. I don't ask for this, and anything good that you guys are giving, it's inshallah, it goes to a place where it helps. With that said, and it's a very good way to end the stream. I do have I do have what is called a foundation, okay, and it's called the Believers Foundation. This is a nonprofit registered organization in both America and Canada, where we do take donations, and 100% of what is sent, aside from maybe bank fees or transfer fees, is went to the course that it needs to go. Okay, so let me just add it to the screen so that for people to see. Give me 1 second, please. It's called the Believers Foundation, believersfoundation.net. Let me hack the website real quick for you guys to see it at the top here. Let me just do this like that. Boom, like this, I think. There we go. Cool. All right. So that is the website. Okay. It's an organization that is run by me and with my sister in faith, Yara. Okay. What we do is we help in projects around the world. The current one right now is the humanitarian aid. We've helped recently in Gaza. The money that you donate goes directly to the cause. Obviously, you can donate through Stripe. The platform is called Stripe. We also accept Bitcoin. There's no processor there. It goes directly to a wallet. We update you. Here we help them with their Eid celebrations. We've helped them as well with distributing chickens. Right now, we're working on buying them glasses. This is more so the people that we're concentrating on are orphans, and we've helped them with blankets, with support. We have people that are literally working on site in Gaza. It's not just donating to certain donations. We go and we help them there. We're also sponsoring a orphanage in Uganda. They have close to 250 children that have been orphaned or have been neglected. Again, we've helped them. The updates are on the Telegram channel. We've reached our first goal of 30,000, and then we went above and beyond for 63,000. And then the current mission that I'm working on here, it's called Share the Message. This is about us printing the Quran in multiple languages. Okay, so we're going to print it in Spanish as soon as the Spanish translation is ready, in Polish, in English, in a few different translations. I'm opting to use Shuaib Abdullahi or the Correctional Officer's translation into a nice small book. And we might also print a few of Talal Itani's clear book and other translations. And we are going to pass these out for free in places in North America, in Europe. I'm going to establish a website where people can order the Quran for free as well, even the Arabic Quran, and they only have to do is pay for shipping. So this is how we're trying to make this world a better place. There was old campaigns as well where we've literally gave $100 to displaced families in Lebanon when the original other war started. We've helped in other places in Syria, Bangladesh, even in America. Because of the drug crisis, we're buying them food. So, and as well, we are on the other side. It's not pertaining my foundation per se, but my wife, who's her name online is the Submitter, or known in the Latin world as La Muslimana. She also is. Well, I'm gonna host one of her campaigns here. Is they help the poor people in the Caribbean, people who cannot afford food and afford groceries. She has a program where once a month they would raise up a basket for their essential needs, and hopefully if she allows me to put it on the website, I might. But yes, so that is what we do, and I am telling you this, and so that maybe you want to be part of the process. If not, I'm also inviting you to what God wants us to do, and is to improve this world, to make it a better place for someone else. Yes, God has given us so much. God is not asking us to donate all our money, but to use that money in a way where it's going to just be used for us on a day of judgment. All of this that we're going to do is going to witness that we that we're like truly believing in God's words, and we do have this empathy. We care for others, and when it comes down to empathy and care and improving people's life, color, region, language, religion, it doesn't truly matter at that point because they're just human beings that are part of a group. And may God bless you. Thank you all. Appreciate all of this support. This is all from the blessing of my God. It makes me emotional every time I understand it. And I gotta go pray. I'm gonna get in trouble. To next week, if not sooner. And if not, in paradise, God willing. Peace. Ciao, YouTube.